contract stuff around the NFL, and I'm not knocking the guys that choose to go about it their way, but Terry's never done it that way.
No, he's never done it. But like the dude Jennings, if I signed a contract to be like the third receiver and then all of a sudden now I'm the number one receiver and ain't no other guys around, I want some more money because you about to work the hell out of me.
Yeah, I get it.
It'll change my mind too.
I'm not saying he's incorrect to do so. I'm just saying I appreciate that Terry doesn't operate in that manner publicly. I do think, we've heard that Terry's frustrated. There's natural friction points in negotiations.
That's the easiest speculation thing to do.
Right.
If you have a deal and you're looking for an extension because you see that now I have no guarantees, who wouldn't be frustrated? That I laugh at guys when they say, well, yeah, the camp is very frustrated. But what the hell else would they be?
Right.
Right. Please.
Yeah. And I think when you start making $33 million a year, you get a lot less frustrated.
Yeah.
I think it goes that way.
Frustrations just leave.
All right, so we are live at Eastern Motors. Also, let's be clear, this event is not open to the public, so people don't need to.
Well, if you're coming in to buy a car, you can come. But don't come over here just to be hanging around because we're not going to be talking to you. Terry won't be talking to you.
Right.
And if you're not trying to buy a car, believe me, the salesman will walk you up out of here.
Yeah, I'm sure. Should be a very cool day, though. I also – like the commercials are so iconic. I remember in college with my boys from New York, and Easterns is mostly a DMV-based company, right? Like maybe they go up to Baltimore and Richmond, but my boys from New York had never seen the commercials, and they were like, "Oh my God, I can't get that song out of my head."
Oh, it gets stuck. Believe me, whoever came up with that, king.
Yeah, man, smart person. Did you watch Home Run Derby at all last night?
I watched a little bit of it.
So I hated that James Wood had to lead it off. I wish he could get to go like third.
Yeah, because
what I mean?
He got into a rhythm late.
Yeah.
Early on, he just wasn't there. He wasn't there. But if he had gotten into that rhythm earlier, because of the last 8 pitches, he hit 6 of them out. If he got into that rhythm earlier, we would have saw him in the finals.
Well, I also wonder, going first, you don't know what you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, if he stepped up and there was already like, all right, this dude hit 18 bombs. Okay, I know I got to get to 19. 16 – listen, I thought James Wood, being that young, in that situation, having to go first, I thought he was fantastic. He hit bombs, too.
Well, whether he had gotten into the finals, I was hoping that he got into the finals because the text that we received, it said if he were to win this championship, $1 million, he was going to Waffle House.
I love that.
That is the funniest crap I've heard in a long time.
But, I mean, those dudes were hitting absolute nukes, dude. The O'Neal Cruz hit a 513-foot home run, almost a yard. Junior Caminero was just smoking the ball. I'm happy for Cal Raleigh because watching it, I think the biggest problem – Raleigh had his dad as his pitcher and his brother as his catcher, right? Now, the catcher's not going to make much impact in a home run derby. But the pitcher can have a pretty big impact. His dad wasn't exactly grooving him for him. He hit him at one point in the first round. Like
his dad say, "I'm getting you back from being a badass kid."
Matt Olson, that's who I picked. Matt Olson did not get through. He got hot late and then couldn't get anything going in the bonus round or whatever. Wood was awesome. Just hit rockets. I think his longest home run was 486 feet. What channel did you watch it on? Do you know?
No.
So it's an ESPN event. But ESPN, it almost seemed like they were trying to make TV look like TikTok or something. Because they had this split screen that made it really hard to tell where the ball was going.
Yeah, but that's where people are going these days, Jay. You know, most people in the world are like you, that they do multiple things at one time. So they feel, well, hell, that's what they're doing anyway. Let's give them 5 screens. You tell us every damn day you watch 3 or 4 TVs at one time.
Once James Wood got officially eliminated, the home run derby went up top, and I kept watching Mobland.
But you watch 3 or 4 TVs at one time. And
Mobland
you complaining
is good,
about
dude.
what the hell ESPN doing. They doing what you do every day.
So I went to ESPN2. My boy Parker texted me. He was like, try ESPN2. It's way better. And ESPN2 had the tracker on the ball. and I just thought it was a much better broadcast. It was also Kevin Brown that does Orioles games, who's really good.
I just look for the ticker.
To see if it was.
Whenever they hit one, does the number go up?
Yeah,
That's all I care about.
It was a lot of fun to watch. I was really impressed by Wood. It's one thing to go down in the first round, but he hit 16 home runs. Clearly belonged there. The average distance of his home runs was 435 feet.
Smashing the damn ball. You know what? I just want to see him hit a golf ball one time.
Yeah.
Have you ever done this when you were a little kid where you would take that aluminum bat and hit a golf ball with the bat?
No, but I bet it's a rocket.
Bruh. It hits so damn far, it's ridiculous. So I would like to see James Wood hit a golf ball with a driver and then take a wood bat and hit it.
Yeah.
Just toss it up and swing it.
Dude, he's so big and it's so smooth and
But he
effortless.
looks like a kid in the face, though.
I know.
God.
I mean, he is young. I mean, I think he was
How old is he?
hold on, I got it right here. He was among the youngest, I believe, to do it. He hit the so his second home run went 486, which was the second longest home run since Vlad Guerrero Jr. in 2019. But then O'Neal Cruz stepped up and just started walloping him. So it's kind of, once Cruz got going, it was a different world.
Mm-hmm.
But Jazz Chisholm, dude, my man had a rough night.
He was a little better than Wesley Snipes. That's what he was.
He hit
just a little better.
He took the first 15 swing. Dude, he was he was striking. He was missing the ball.
Hey, man. Pressure, people always think just pressure doesn't get to certain people. Certain people it gets to. Pressure got him.
Well, and I think.
Or he was a little bit too damn hype.
Well, I think he also maybe was dealing with an injury or something. I don't know. But
dealing with an injury, man. If I'm your team, you dealing with an injury, do not get in that home run derby.
Well,
Stay here.
I think that Matt Olson only
he hit
got
3,
in.
didn't he?
He hit 3 home runs. The next lowest total, I guess, in the first round, I think was Olson with 15. I think it was Chisholm, Olson.
So 3
Wood.
then 15.
Yeah.
It's like he didn't belong there.
Yeah, it was.
Probably didn't if he was hurt. Come on.
Will you watch the All-Star game tonight?
I'm going to watch some of it.
I'll definitely have it on.
Yeah.
I think, especially, the pitching matchup. I love when you get early on when you get the super stud pitchers. So you get Skeens and Skubal tonight.
They get to go out there and just let them fly.
Yeah, and then
speed against. Let's see how good your bat is. I'm coming down the pike. If I got 100, you're going to see it. I'm going to try to get you 101.
Right. They're going to.
That's how they come in because they know I'm going out here 1 inning and I'm sitting down.
It's going to be very, very fun to watch. Also, if you're looking at the stream's up. Me and B are on there, and you can see they got us in this dope glass enclosed. There's Jeff. You can see Eastern Motors down there. This room feels like. When you watch a CIA show or FBI, this would be the operations center. You know what I mean? Yeah, it has a Men in Black feel with the all white table and everything.
I like that.
If you're just tuning in, should be a cool day. Me and B are live out in Laurel at Eastern Motors, getting ready. Terry McLaurin is set to film a commercial, and we're hoping to talk to Terry a little later in the day. I'm not trying to tell you when it's going to be. We're not exactly sure. So
yeah,
you just got to listen the whole damn day.
There you go.
Shout out to our guy Mike downstairs that told us he listens every day. And
Mike had all this stuff. He said, "Bro, I didn't even know y'all were coming here." He had his gear on.
I know. I saw that.
I forgot to give a shout out to my man out there in Warrington. I went by the house the other day and dropped off a grill. Dude said he listened to us, not just listen to us, like a portion. Whole show every damn day. I'm like, do you work?
So what Mike said, and I think a lot of people do this, is Mike said, he works during the day. He's obviously out here selling cars.
Well, he said they listen to us every night. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
And then he explained.
And I think, a ton of people listen as podcasts later in the day. And just so you know, you can listen. Odyssey app's always up and rocking, but iHeart, TuneIn Radio, any of those.
Wherever you get your podcast.
Yes. Where do you listen to podcasts at all?
Every blue moon. Whenever something comes to me and I click on it and it's a podcast, I might listen to it.
I'm a Spotify man, but I'll use Apple Podcasts here and there.
They need to get podcast broadcasts over golf courses, and I can damn sure listen then.
Dude, you could listen on a golf course the same way you listen to music.
I don't listen. Well, no.
You put music on all the time.
I'm not about to hear nobody talking when I'm swinging.
I'm just saying.
No, music gets you into a rhythm. Hearing somebody talk that I might not want to hear, that would mess up my game.
So yesterday, I had some work to do. I stuck around the station till like 3 o'clock. Then I had to go help for the junior golfers, right?
Mm-hmm.
By the time I get out there, I am shocked the horn hasn't blown. It looks like it's going to pour.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't pour. I check in.
The rain saved Leon yesterday. I'm letting you know.
I bet it did.
Yeah, Dunk, I'm talking trash.
It looked like it was going to pour. It didn't. So I checked in with my man, Benny B, and he's like, dude, you're all good. Head on out. I had my sticks. I was like, all right, I'm going to play a couple holes. So I was on 17 gold, and I was like, I have the place to myself. I don't have a ton of time. So I just played 17 with 3 balls.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw every angle of that hole with 3 different balls, right?
So you hit 3 balls in 3 different spots.
All right.
Did you par any of them?
No. I had a par putt.
So out of
3 balls on 17.
What did you shoot?
5, 6, 7. One of them
Man shot 18.
So,
3 balls, Jeff.
I hadn't.
What would you shoot off of 1 ball?
On that hole?
19?
On that hole? I think that's one of the trickiest greens out there, man.
Is that long? That's the one.
It's the long, skinny with traps on both sides, dude. But I was putting with my last ball, which was a par putt, and I felt one big boy raindrop. You know how sometimes the raindrops are like fat?
Yeah, like flies.
It was like one
them big
fat
flies.
raindrop on my arm, and I was like, huh. And I got out of there, and I was going to tee it up on 18, and it was like, whoosh, quick.
Yeah. They had some electricity in there, too.
I know. But so then.
So I didn't take time because the University of Maryland don't have no horn.
Oh, really?
No, I didn't see I hear no horn. So I see a
I
flash.
thought every golf course has a horn.
When I saw a flash, I was gone.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah. And I was jumping the whole time I was driving in.
But, dude, so then, they got kids all over. There's little kids that only play 3 holes. The older kids play 9 holes. Everybody has to walk, carry their bag. And so I checked with, like, the boss. Shout out to Stacy. She's like, go drive around, see if there's any kids out there.
There you go. You got to pick kids up.
So I was just driving around trying to find kids. There weren't any. Everything was cool. Everybody got in safe. But those storms last night were no
They
joke.
were hell.
And listen, if you don't want to deal with these summer storms in the D.C. area because they don't stop, maybe you want to move to Arizona. Doesn't rain out there. Move to San Diego. No rain. And if you're thinking of selling your house, there's only one dude to call. His name is John Leahy.
Yep, just like a recent seller did. They were thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out the John Leahy's guarantee offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
That's what John's about, making it less stressful. Buying, selling houses, it's stressful. Sometimes you got to buy or sell a house because you lost a job, or say you got a promotion, you got to move in 3 weeks. You need somebody that can handle all of it for you. Connect you with the right mortgage guy, stage your house so it sells fast, maybe recommend a couple of updates, a couple of improvements that'll get you more cash. All those things are what John is an expert at. You need an expert. It's the biggest financial transaction of your life. That's why John Leahy is the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. The Home Run Derby to start All-Star Weekend. Continue it last night in Atlanta. You know, they used to call the old stadium the launching pad. It was last night for the Major League Home Run Derby. Seattle Slugger, Major League home run leader Cal Raleigh won it. First catcher to get it done. Second Seattle Mariner to win the Derby. Hall of Famer Ken Griffey Jr., of course, a three-time champ. The Nats' James Wood competed. He was eliminated early, hitting 16 in the first round. Tonight, the 95th All-Star Game, 8 p.m. start. AL Cy Young winner Detroit's Tarek Skubal on the mound for the American League, and Pittsburgh's Paul Skeens for the NL. Football big deal gets done Monday. New York Jets have signed wide receiver Garrett Wilson to a 4-year extension, $130 million. Another wide receiver deal, $32.5 million per season for him. He's now the 5th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Could add another comp possibly to the market as the Commanders just a week away from training camp today till the veterans report. Commanders still trying to get a deal done with their number one guy, Terry McLaurin, on a new contract. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Breaking news from the Washington Commanders about a receiver. Long overdue. The Commanders just tweeted out from their official account they will retire Art Monk's number this season.
Yes.
That is really cool.
Well deserved.
Well deserved.
Long overdue.
Yeah, man.
Very long overdue. Listen to me, dude. I met many people in my life, but the combination that dude has is like the hardest working dude you're going to find. Tough as nails. Can't get him to say a damn word, but he was the most competitive person you're going to find out there. Class dude on the football field, class off the field. Everybody respected him. Very much like Terry. You know, they're very, very similar in the way that they act. But Art, you know, just he's talked to him today, same way he was when I met him as a 21-year-old knucklehead. I was a total knucklehead, and that dude was always cool as hell to me. So, you know what, well-deserved. Great move by the group right now.
Didn't he give you some advice when coming off your rookie year?
Oh yeah, told me don't take very long off. You know, he and Darryl Green, I was talking to both of them dudes about how long they took off, and guys were like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna chill for about a month, 2 months. They were like, man, a week or two. They never really got away from the weight that they played at. They always started to do something real quick, and I started to do that after my second year because first year I came back, I was about almost 30 pounds heavier. You know?
Really?
Oh, bro. I left. I went on a cruise for like a week and a half, and then I went on another vacation, and I think I ate everything on the island. So once I came back and D-Boy started wearing me out, I never allowed that to go again. I remember what they told me, and I went after it. So, bro, that's well-deserved right there, bro.
Yeah, man. It's funny. People have asked who I thought should go next, and, you know, you can really make a case for Riggins, but Riggins also played lots of places.
Mm-hmm.
Monk played the bulk of his career in Washington. I mean, of his 16 years in the NFL, 14 of them were in Washington.
Yep.
Art Monk's career numbers are just astounding. Almost 13,000 yards, 68 touchdowns.
When he left this thing, he had the most I think yards and receptions.
All time, yeah.
When he retired.
Yeah. I mean, just, you know, I believe he was on all 3 Super Bowl winning teams. Just an absolute stud and a total class act, like you said. If you're just jumping in the car or tuning into us right now, the news is official from the Commanders. They just released a really cool video. They're going to retire Art Monk's jersey this season. Number 81 will be no more.
In the rafters, baby. When he set the record, if you see someone pushing his arm up with the ball like that, that was the young B. Mitch. I was getting in that video. I was like Jeff is today. Want to be in every damn video.
Jeff trying to get in the Eastern Motor shoot. Brian and I just checked. Nobody's wearing 81 right now.
Yeah.
Like, it would have been tough if they had some rookie on the roster.
They just walk in and say, hey, let us get that off of you.
Well, and I think I'm trying to think.
I don't remember anybody ever winning.
That's what I'm saying too. Like,
see, there are some unofficial retirements at that team, bro.
Right. But I think if, like, nobody was wearing 28 till they retired Darryl, right? But, like, make it official.
Yeah.
Make it official. Now they have.
Nobody wore 44.
Washington is retiring Art Monk's jersey. I think we open the phone lines up, man. I think people are going to be really excited about that. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. To me, this is another example of the organization, Josh Harris, the folks in charge now. Class acts, and, you know, people get so caught up in the old logo and the old name and all this stuff. There is a way to honor the team and the history and everything that this organization accomplished and move forward with the Commander's name.
You know
and I think this is like a great step.
Who made people love the old name and logo? People like Art Monk.
Right.
And Darryl Green and John Riggins and Sonny Jurgensen. To be honest with you, yes, the jerseys, the name, all that stuff, the colors, they look good. But what's inside those jerseys make you love it. You don't just love the jersey because it was a color. You love the guys that wore it and produced and was successful in it. You really think about it. So I just tell a lot of young dudes that get out there and be talking, go and look at some of your historical stuff sometimes and find out why that love, it goes so deep for this franchise.
Sure. And it's like this is something that should have happened a long time ago.
Hell yeah.
Very exciting news. Brooks Merriweather in the house. That's also very exciting news.
Big Brooks.
Phone lines, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Washington officially will retire number 81 Art Monk's jersey this fall. I don't know what game that'll be, but I am sure folks will be fired up for that one.
I can't wait for it.
I mean, think about, you want nostalgia this fall. You got the Super Bowl era jerseys for 3 home games. Broncos, Seahawks,
You
Cowboys.
think it'll be one of those jerseys? One of those games?
No. I think you make this a different event. I also think the jersey retirements, having been there for a few of them now, because when they retired Sonny, it was late.
I think which couple week 9. Brian just texted that against Seattle.
Oh, you may be breaking news on the radio.
Brian just said Brian.
White Brian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, if I don't say White Brian, you don't know what I'm talking about.
All right, so White
Dog Mom Brian.
White Brian. All right. Word is that they're going to officially retire his jersey week 9 against Seattle. That's also when they're going to debut the Super Bowl era uniforms. That's a game.
Yeah.
It's also Sunday Night Football on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
That's a game right there. Folks will be fired up. I want to open the phones. I think people are going to be really excited about this. 800-636-1067. Commanders announced they're officially retiring Art Monk's jersey. So it's November 2nd, week 9 against the Seahawks. Going to be dope. Phone lines are going to be open. There are now how many folks, B? Sammy Baugh, obviously. Art Monk now. Bobby Mitchell, Darryl Green, Sean Taylor. So that's Sonny, Sean, Darryl, Baugh, Mitchell, Art Monk. That's going to be the list. That is very cool, man.
Yep.
Very cool, long overdue. Another example. If you want to call and scream about the name, I know you people still exist, but I think
no, don't open that door.
I'm not.
They call you, won't hang up on them.
I just think people got to understand that this ownership group is really doing it the right way, blending the past with the current and the future. This is the right way to do things. Let's hit these phone lines. Saeed in Upper Marlboro. Saeed, how excited are you about the Art Monk news? Okay. All right. We're going to figure out the phone lines. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Breaking news right now. Art Monk will get his jersey retired this November. What a cool moment for him, for his family, And what a good moment for
Teammates and all. Everybody wants, man, look, that's one dude that everybody loves.
the burgundy and gold operation, man. Very, very cool. Nobody go anywhere. It's Beamish and Finley live from Eastern Motors. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan, live in Laurel, Maryland. Eastern Motors, big news of the day so far. The Commanders announced they're going to retire Art Monk's number 81.
Yeah.
Well-deserved. Dude, on a personal level, like, I know a zillion kids that went to Art Monk football camp, and he was their favorite player. I want to let people on the phones weigh in on this, man. Let's go to Dave in Raleigh. Dave, how fired up are you they're going to retire Art Monk's jersey?
Oh, man, I'm super fired up. I mean, like you said earlier, when I was a little kid, I wanted to be a wide receiver. Art Monk was my guy. Him and Gary Clark, but I always loved Art Monk, man. And I was telling you guy on the phone, I was fortunate enough when I was maybe 6 or 7 to go to his football camp.
Yep.
And I was the youngest one there. My older brother couldn't go, or one of his cousins or something. I couldn't remember why I was there, but I remember I got to go. And I took a couple nasty, nasty shots from some older kids. I didn't want everybody to think I was a punk. So I immediately, get up and you just go to the sideline. And as I'm sitting on the bench, ready to bust into tears because I got laid out by a 12-year-old, Art Monk sits down next to me and says, he pointed me out, that's how you do it. You don't ever let him see you get hurt. You take a shot, you get up immediately, you go to your sideline. And you can lay on the ground, you can yell, you can cry over there, anything you want to do. But he praised me for my toughness, and I always remember him doing that. And I maybe liked me more when I was 7 or 8.
That is so cool, man. That is so cool.
Yes, it is.
All right, man. Appreciate the call, dude. Thank you. You imagine being a kid and Art Monk sits down next to you after you got popped?
Hey, that make you feel good.
Says you did it the right way. Let's go to Steve on line 3. Steve, how fired up are you for Art Monk getting his jersey retired?
I'm super fired up. I tell you what, and you remember I gave Brian the nickname Bad Man Mitchell. Well, I was the first one. I was selling sports cards in the 80s and 90s, and Art Monk was doing a show in Mount Vernon, and up to that point, he would only personalize jerseys. I got him to not personalize 10-issue jerseys and put Catch 820 on it, and he was such a great guy, and he could really tell I was a big fan.
That's great, man. Appreciate it. I think I've told you this story, B.
Mm-hmm.
When Art Monk went in the Hall of Fame, it was Art Monk and Darryl Green, and me and a bunch of guys drove out to Canton for that.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just such a cool, incredible experience. And Darryl Green obviously went in first ballot. Art Monk caught way too much. A lot of it was from Peter King, honestly, and a lot of Redskins fans have disliked Peter King for a long time because he would lead this almost anti-Art Monk in the Hall of Fame, and then eventually he finally changed his tune for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
And being there in Canton when those guys gave their speeches, it was like Darryl's was awesome because who Darryl is and how much he accomplished in his career.
Mm-hmm.
But there was no he made it with Darryl. You know what I'm saying? Of course he was going to make it.
Yeah.
And with Art, there was this sense of the accomplishment, obviously, but also finally getting what he deserves.
Yeah.
And were you there for that?
Yeah.
It was pretty damn cool. What was
Very
that party
cool.
like?
They were more low key.
Art and Darryl.
Yeah, a little low key.
Where did you go?
I went to both parties. I should go to both, but then you get into some others too. No.
Yeah. So that was different than who else would have had one? I get Grimm. What was that party like?
Did I go to Grimm's? I think I did. It's beer everywhere.
Jeff brings up a very good point. In 2028, when the Veterans Committee gets their S together and Brian Mitchell gets in, that's going to be a party. That's going to be a party. All right, news, if you just get in the car, Art Monk will get his jersey retired this fall. It's going to be week 9 against the Seahawks, Sunday Night Football, and the team will be wearing the Super Bowl unis.
November 2nd.
Drew is on the Eastern Shore. What up, Drew? How happy are you for Art Monk?
JP.
What's up, dude?
Hey, having a great time out here. Art Monk totally deserves his jersey to be retired. Couldn't be more excited for the guy. I remember being at the game in RFK. It was Monday Night Football against the
Broncos, I believe, after the Super Bowl, early in the season, the year after they won the Super Bowl, and he set the record for most receptions by receiver at the time, and the place just erupted. It was one of my favorite moments at RFK. So and the other thing that I don't know if people remember, there used to be a group of fans called the Monks.
Yeah, dude, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I mean, he deserves it. This is going to be fun.
Oh yeah,
That is so cool. Great call. I forgot about the Monks, man. See if anybody can find a picture of those dudes. I mean,
there had a lot of people back then, dog.
God, things were so fun when RFK was rocking, and this team was great. Our guy Zeke is in Southeast. Zeke, you fired up for Art Monk?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
man?
Yeah, Art Monk was definitely one of my favorite players, man. I was glad to see him go into the Hall of Fame, which should have been done a lot sooner. But I'm kind of shocked. I thought that his jersey was retired. And B-Mitch, question for you. How many Hall of Famers, Redskin Hall of Famers, retired jerseys? Do you know? Because I thought Art was already retired, but
Well,
I was
Art's
wrong.
coming up now. Daryl, like I said earlier, Sonny, Sean.
Yeah, I think it's
What's the old dude?
I think it's Baugh,
Sammy
Taylor, Daryl, Bobby Mitchell,
Bobby, yeah.
Art Monk.
Right.
Right.
Okay, I just assumed Art Monk was already retired. Yeah, but I'm glad to see it happen. Couldn't happen to a better guy, man. Art Monk was just top in his game.
Yeah, man, and just all class all
Class
the
act.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's
total class.
Baugh, Bobby Mitchell, Sean Taylor, Sonny, Daryl Green, Art Monk.
So do we have any other Hall of Famers that are not retired? Redskins?
Russ Grant.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Really?
know. I think you almost have to do something for the Hogs as a group. Like, I think you just
Oh, no
retire
question.
a Hogs symbol or something. Like when they. Thank you for the call,
I'll
Zeke.
give you half.
When people have asked me, when they build a new stadium, who should get a statue, and I think it should be like
The Hall.
Joe Gibbs and the Hogs. I think that's like the best embodiment of those teams. I don't know how you honor, because I mean, you'd have to retire. If you start retiring jerseys, it'd have to be at least Grimm and Jacoby, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, you run out of numbers. You start retiring. Like
He started signing all of them. Yeah, that's true. 'Cause this is not college.
Well, and like as much as the receivers
now
are wearing
that you
different
you
numbers.
can wear different numbers these
Yeah,
days.
but I don't know that O linemen can. You
nah.
get an O lineman out there with a 16 on and look kind of weird, man.
Yeah, very, very.
They got to wear 50s and 60s
I mean,
and
well,
70s.
Jared Lorenzen was old lineman playing quarterback. but
He sure was. All right, very cool news there, man. I'm curious what people think should be next for the Commanders. Next for us is, I believe, our guy Barstool Nate joining the program. You never know where we're going to go. B. Mitch Finley live, Eastern Motors, Laurel, Maryland. Terry McLaurin should be in the building relatively soon. Stay tuned.
I'm Roll Forsey. This update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lanes. So you just heard J.P. Finley talk about it. The Commanders announcing a short time ago they are going to retire Art Monk's number 81 officially this season. Now follow me on this. The Commanders host the Denver Broncos this year. Monk broke the career receptions record during a Monday night game against the Broncos in 1992, so why not retire the jersey when the Commanders host Denver this year? Week 13, that's a Sunday night game, November 30th. I'm just saying, possibility. We're close to football. The rookies report on Friday. Veterans a week from today. Second-round pick defensive back Trey Amos, though, still yet to sign a contract, but he's not the only one. 30 of the 32 second-round picks have yet to sign their contracts in the NFL. 95th All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, 8 p.m. The American League is on a roll in that one. They've won 10 of 11, 22 of the last 27. Mackenzie Gore, James Wood of the Nats will each make their All-Star debuts. Last night, the Major League home run leader, Seattle slugger Cal Raleigh, won the Home Run Derby. First Seattle Mariner to win it since Ken Griffey Jr. won 3 times in the 90s. James Wood was part of the Home Run Derby, hit 16, and was eliminated in the first round. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley live, 1067 The Fan. We are out here in Laurel, Maryland, Eastern Motors. What road are we on? Route 1?
No, it wasn't Route
198.
Laurel, something.
We're right by the Laurel racetrack. But right now we're going to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our boy, Mr. Barstool Nate. Nate Dogg, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, shout out Laurel, Maryland. Let's go.
Dude, so we are here at Eastern Motors. I am guessing, even though you haven't lived in the area in a while, you know the Eastern Motors song.
Oh, brother. I mean, yeah, I lived down there my entire life.
Hit it for me then. Drop some bars.
Like, where your job's your credit? Are you guys getting job applications? What's happening?
Might get cars. I don't know.
Might get cars,
We
dog.
might do it all. We are
Got
here.
a little Porsche sitting down there on the showroom floor that I like.
Terry
I grew up in
McLaurin is
Columbia,
set to
so
do.
I know Laurel all too well. I love that area.
Terry McLaurin is set to do a commercial shoot here today, and then we're hoping we get to talk to Terry a little bit. And that is the plan for now. So we're out here live. We'll get to Terry. Let's start with kind of the big news that just dropped, that Commanders are going to retire Art Monk's jersey. How exciting is that?
Arthur Monk.
Yeah, it's great. I can't remember. Maybe it was you, JP, that just tweeted like new ownership once again. They're going down the list of things that need to be remedied. It's like first they fixed the leaky stadium, then they fixed up the practice field, and then they moved on to the jerseys, and now they're like, all right, they fixed the Sean Taylor situation. Now they're like, all right, we got to take care of our players from the past. Let's start with maybe the best wide receiver to ever play this position for this team, Art Monk. That man deserves his number retired, so they did it. They are just checking off every single box. I mean, Art Monk's been in the Hall of Fame since 2008, and Dan Snyder pretty much slapped him in the face every chance that he got. So I'm very happy for Art Monk. He's getting the recognition that is long deserved by the team that Dan Snyder refused to give him. I'm quite happy for him. And they're doing it, the game that they're bringing out the throwbacks for the first time. So I'm betting money line. I'm betting the spread. I'm betting the alt spread. I'm betting every prop over.
You already ready, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we lose that game, I'd be stunned. You don't lose the throwback Art Monk retirement game.
No. Dude, and I'm
Man,
curious.
you already lost enough in Vegas, dog. You got to save some of your money.
I'm curious too
True.
if I think the Harris Group is doing a really good job of bringing the past back, but also like making it clear we're Commanders now, but we still love everything they've done. I think they're doing a hell of a job.
I think they're doing
trying
this.
to bridge that gap.
They're intertwining them. That's what they're trying to do. I think what they're trying to do is make sure that these young guys here have a connect to the old, which was totally dismantled in the previous regime. You know, I think that's the thing about it. Just having a conversation sometimes can be the biggest plus for one of these young dudes, or one of the guys from the past.
And the rebrand, I mean, you know, people are still bring back the name, bring back the name, bring back the name. A lot of the old heads who are like, I won't root for the Commanders. But when you tie in everything that the old heads grew up with the new name and the new era, and, you know, as you just said, blend the two, little by little, it just becomes one. You know, they're going to completely blend together. And even though there is a new name, it's the culture, the Washington colors, everything is just going to become one again. It's not going to be the split, old and new. It's going to merge together. And I think they're just doing a fantastic job. It's little by little, but it's every single correct move. And this is just another great move.
Yeah, man. We are talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Nate at Barstool Nate. And, of course, Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. Dude, who knows what is going to happen, right? Like, but this group does not make mistakes, and I think it's really been impressive.
So far, so good.
Totally. All right, so that gets us to Terry McLaurin. We saw the Garrett Wilson deal happen. Today is the actual deadline for players that are tagged to work out a long-term deal. If for tagged players, franchise tags, if you don't get a deal done by today, then you play on the tag. That's obviously not the case with Terry. He's not been tagged. He's got a year left on his deal. But today does feel like a deadline day around the league. How are you feeling about the McLaurin situation, Nate?
I don't feel great. I don't like holdouts when it's your guy. You know, I don't when it's a Watt brother or whatever. You look at it, you go, oh, whatever, I don't care. When it's your guy, Terry McLaurin, you don't feel great about it. I don't like that him and the ownership and Adam Peters aren't on the same page. And it's tough, and we've talked about it. You know, he's about to turn 30. All the data, which we know Adam Peters loves, shows that wide receivers fall off, you know, after their 30-year season. And then it becomes a question of, do you pay him, you know, the Garrett Wilson money, who's 24 years old, do you pay him that similar contract even though he's 6 years older? And do you do it out of like respect for what he's done in the past? Or do you there's so many ways and angles of looking at, do you pay a player because of who they are, or is it just X's and like numbers on the paper? Is it just it's so tough because I think you have to give Terry the benefit of the doubt and say he's different. He's given everything to this team. He deserves the money, and that's how fans look at it. I don't want Terry to go anywhere. I want him under contract for life, but I understand the business and the football side of it too, and it stresses me out. It keeps me up at night. I haven't slept in weeks. I just want him under contract, but as I've said many times, I trust Adam Peters so much that I trust him to make the correct decision for the betterment of the entire franchise, and if that means this holdout has to happen, I guess it has to happen.
Well, I think when you look at it, the business of football, the business of football is he's productive. He finally got a legitimate quarterback. You see the numbers he put up with that legitimate quarterback compared to the other guys, and he still put up numbers with those other guys. Mm-hmm. I think when you start looking at Terry, Garrett got a 4-year extension. He probably wouldn't get a 4-year extension.
Right.
You know, because of his age. I think you could work things out in that manner where you're not going to do the length. But I think the the average value is probably would be about the same.
Yeah, I think that's what you could take from the Wilson deal is the annual value, not the guarantees, not the years. Like those are different. But I just think for a player of Terry's caliber, whatever discussion there was of maybe Mike Evans or Chris Godwin or, T. Higgins, I just think we see this every year. Like the cost only goes up, and it only goes up as the summer continues because there's going to be more and more deals get done. Like to me, it's just very clear that the floor is 30 for this deal.
Yeah.
And I think the reality
and this team does not make the NFC Championship game last year without Terry and will not make it this year without Terry. Like, if they trade him, that's terrible for the organization. And I think everybody knows that. Trading your franchise player who has been through hell and back with this organization, who is a fan favorite, who deserves a statue built outside of the new stadium, trading him would be just terrible, awful. So that is, a bargaining chip that Terry's camp has. And I'm just really, truly hoping that both sides sit down at the table. I don't know if he gets top 5 wide receiver money. It'll be close if he doesn't get it. Maybe they pay a little more for 1 fewer years. They have to make concessions on both sides. I want this. It's July 15th. You told us a month and a half ago, JP, that you thought it would be done by today. I believed you. Now I'm worried because it's not done.
I said today, in my defense, I said today was the day to start paying attention because it's an actual deadline day around the league.
I think
these things can
This
continue.
isn't
It's not great.
I would say this isn't a hot take. I think he plays week 1 for the Commanders. I just want him. For all of our health, I want him signed now.
I get it. I think at this point, if you want this thing done, I understand that. This is perhaps silly, but Brian and I are sitting at Eastern Motors. There's a commercial shoot set up. Terry's going to be walking around here. Now, Terry is a man of his word. He's a guy that does things the right way. He's not just going to break stuff off, but maybe I'm being naive. I kind of take that as a good sign. Terry's here. He's walking around in his 17 jersey.
Yeah, that's a good sign. I'm with you there. I didn't like that he was not in, the promo shots for the throwback jerseys. I didn't like that.
But see, just think about it, Nate. You gotta know the situation. When he was holding out, they did picture day on the day he was holding out. So he's not gonna be in those promo shoots.
Yeah, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's Terry. Like, he is this team for the last 10 years. Like, he's done it all, and he re-signed, and he dealt with
how
all
quick
the
it takes
nonsense.
for him to take a picture once he signed and put him into the stuff?
You know what's going to be
very quick.
Super exciting is when they get Terry in that jersey and then post the picture.
Yeah, I'm going to lose my mind. It's going to be awesome.
Today is a deadline day in the NFL, so I understand if folks want to.
Deadline day for people that were tagged, right?
Yeah.
Not for him.
Right. Agreed. Terry McLaurin is here in Laurel, Maryland, fresh off a trip to Italy. I don't think we should be overly concerned, but at the same time, I don't think we need to be freaked out. I think they're going to get this done. It's funny. They're showing old commercials in the place. They got the Curtis Samuel one up there.
Arrivederci.
Nate, did you watch the home run derby?
I most certainly did not, JP. How was it?
Why not?
Why
Even
didn't
with
you watch
James
it?
Wood?
I have a take that it's people don't like it, but it's my take. It's my opinion. I loved home run derby as a kid. I loved it. It's so much worse now. I don't know if they've changed the rules too much. I think it's too repetitive now. The camera shots were god awful. I couldn't get through 3 minutes of it. I followed it a little bit on Twitter. Last night I had like a very old person moment where I was like, these kids these days in their home run derby, it's just not for me. I hope I come back full circle and I like it again, but I could
Keep being
not
young,
watch more
Nate.
than...
You don't help out old people.
No, I'm one of you guys now. I'm an old now.
No,
so
you fall from being as cool as we are.
I truly just I couldn't stomach it last night. I yearn for the days of yesteryear when it was 10 outs and Chris Berman. Last night stunk.
Bang, 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 bang.
That used to make me crazy. I thought I was watching a damn.
Well,
duck.
here's the thing. Now it's Carl Ravitch talking about exit velocity and launch angle. I don't care about any of that.
That's because everybody wants to go analytics. They're giving you what you want.
The actual analytics broadcast was better than the regular broadcast, I thought. That was just me, I guess. But for me, I kind of get when there's a national involved, I'm way more into it. And so having James Wood in it had me locked in. I wish James Wood had gone later so it wouldn't have been just, as soon as I think James Wood was eliminated by like the fifth or sixth guy. Yeah. So that's when I changed televisions. Have you watched Mobland, Nate Dogg?
I will say I did like the kid robbing the home run in the outfield. They should just put 7-footers out there and let people rob home runs. That would make me watch it again.
Some of that was funny. Dude, the way some of these guys hit it, and it's all about bat speed. Some of these liners, when they don't hit the home run and it just comes screaming off the bat,
yeah,
might be dangerous having those kids out there.
Hey, all those kids need to have some level of baseball.
Hey, we didn't talk to you last week, I don't think. Where are you at with the Nats between Rizzo getting fired and they take Eli Willits the other night? Oh, did you? All right, I didn't.
Oh yeah.
When you're not here, we don't talk to Nate.
I thought he was in Vegas.
He was happy to come on. He said when you wasn't here.
I thought he was in Vegas.
I talked to Toby.
No, he was only in Vegas for a short
JP.
stint. He sucked in poker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tough run,
terrible.
huh? How happy were you for Cakes?
So the main event went terribly for me. It was my worst main event showing I've ever had. It was miserable, and I hated it. Cakes, though, 1-for-1 cashing the main event. Cakes did an amazing job. I was I had breakfast with Cakes every day out there. Great human being, great poker player. I had a blast following Cakes and watching him do his thing. So even though I stunk, it was nice to see Cakes do well.
I think that's fair, buddy. I think that's fair.
I root for my friends.
Don't we all? You watching any summer league, Nate? I'm guessing no.
JP, I am very impressed with you, by the way. I think B-Mitch, he deserves a standing ovation. He said he watched his first ever full Wizards summer league game. I like that because I love the Wizards. I love the NBA. I watch a ton of NBA, and all I've really wanted is for the Wizards to be good and relevant and competitive again, and they're doing this rebuild the correct way. Ton of young players, ton of star potential on this team, and if JP's watching full summer league games, that means that something good is brewing. I'm very, very optimistic for our Washington Wizards. I am very proud of you, JP, and I hope that Washington becomes a basketball town once again. I would prefer them not be the Wizards. I think that's a stupid name, but if we're going to be the Wizards, I'm fine with it because I like what they're doing. I like what the GM is doing. I like that the organization finally is taking it seriously, and I think we have good things ahead for basketball in Washington.
All right. It's kind of funny the amount of rebranded sports franchises we have in this city. Like, no other city, I guess Cleveland's had, not that nobody's had any, but nobody's had the volume of Washington. Yeah. Even if you're an older person and you watch the Senators play forever, and now you get the Nats.
They didn't have a team for so many years. That's not a rebrand. They just brought somebody back in.
Dude, for all the angst about the Redskins to Commanders name change, I think you can argue that Bullets to Wizards is worse. the actual straight up name, not getting involved in the
they
politics.
try to say it that make you go, it make you stop for this. Pause a little bit, like what the hell?
Right.
And also, and you know what? The Wizards logo, not like just the basketball with the Washington Monument on it, I think it's awesome. It's just the name Wizards makes no sense. They don't even brand themselves. It's just red, white, and blue and Washington Monument branding. You don't need the name. They should literally do Washington Basketball Club. It would make way more sense than Wizards.
I don't disagree with you, but I like watching Trey Johnson shoot. I know that.
He can shoot.
I mean, Trey, Bub, just traded for Cam Whitmore. Like Alex Sarr getting 1,000 blocks. This team's sick. I like this team a lot.
The Wiz are on tonight, I believe, 8:30. So
Live
it might
tweet
be a
it.
2 TV night.
Check it out.
Yes, sir.
Dude, that might be Chris Miles on the call.
Really?
I know he was calling games last night.
Do they call just any game, or do they have particular teams?
Well, he does NBA TV. The Wiz are on NBA TV tonight.
We'll check it out.
8:30. 8:30. I'll be watching.
Let's see if someone can check that out and see if he's calling.
I
And
guess
then
I could just text
We can
him.
reach out to him and
Yeah.
see if he come on.
Yeah. We are going to talk some Wiz with Wes Hall coming up at noon. Nate Dogg, thank you for the time, buddy. Appreciate you.
Nate.
Hey, I'm looking forward to hearing Terry McLaurin speak shortly from Eastern Motors and Laurel on the B. Mick and Finley show.
Live on the Fan. That's right.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Nate, you can stay on for a second. You know what won't surprise any of you is this morning I had to get out of the house fast, but I got to deal with camp all week. Camp is intense. Camp drop off is no joke. B, you got to get the tick spray. You got to do it all. We're worried about the river flooding. There's a lot going on, right? And so I went out the garage door so I could grab a Celsius out of the garage fridge, and I don't know, my house to Laurel is about like a 30, 40-minute drive. I was probably halfway here, and Lauren texted me, do you want me to close the garage? And I said, yes, please. That's the advantage of having a garage door installed from Door Pro America, because if you're a dummy like me and you forget to close it, you can close it on the app, and
That's the advantage of being married to you.
you get an alert when you leave it open. So for dummies out there, and I know I'm not the only one, this is the kind of garage door you need. So if you leave it open, somebody else can close it. Seriously, though, the folks at Door Pro America have been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They handle it all: repairs, maintenance, new installs, garage door openers, whatever it is you need. Do what I did. Call them. Figure out how you can get a new garage door. It is so much more convenient. Plus, they have a Door Pro Advantage membership, which includes annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Right now, if you give them a call, $60 off any repair or tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Go to pros at Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game tonight in Atlanta, 8 p.m. Once we're done with that, out of here with all the summer sports. It's time for football. Folks, Commanders get back at it later this week, Friday. Rookies report. Veterans join them a week from today, Tuesday, July 22nd. It is on. And the Commanders announced today Art Monk's number 81 will be officially retired by the team this season. Remember, Monk broke the career receptions record during a Monday night game against Denver 1992. The Commanders, I will point out, host Denver this year, Week 13, primetime game, Sunday night, November 30th. Make it happen. Wizards, Summer League action. Tonight they continue things against Philly, 8:30 start time in Vegas. And WNBA, the Mystics, who have been pretty good lately. Winners of 3 straight and 6 of 8 on the road out west against the LA Sparks. 10 p.m. for that one over on the Team 980. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live on location, Eastern Motors. Terry McLaurin out here selling
Eastern
Toyota
Motors.
Sequoias, man.
Job your credit.
We're here for Terry McLaurin's commercial shoot, the iconic Eastern Motors brand in the DMV. And joining us kind of on the Rude Guest Hotline, but he's also just sitting here, is our friend Chick Hernandez. What's up, man?
What is happening to y'all? I can't hear myself speak, but that's okay.
Better?
Better.
There
Can you
we
hear me
go.
now?
So,
There we
Chick,
go.
Yes, sir.
before we get into the stuff with Terry,
Oh, we're talking about Terry?
Art Monk.
Yeah. Let me tell you something about Art Monk.
But this
Yes.
this group,
Yes.
the things they've done, how
on.
they do stuff,
Yes.
and then well-deserved.
First off, well-deserved, absolutely. I was a part of last year's when Darryl went up and was honored to be able to be in the stadium at halftime and speak to the 50,000 people, which is kind of odd. But certainly well-deserved. And as you just mentioned, this you can't express it enough what this ownership group has done since they've been here. Every move's not going to be perfect, but it's appropriate what they've been doing. And they've been reaching out to these guys and making the right moves. So it's been huge. And it makes all the sense in the world. I'm very happy for Art. Very happy for Art. And, I was fortunate enough to be there when he went in the Hall of Fame. And as I just told someone, to date, for me, that's the longest standing ovation, before he ever said a word.
Yeah.
Right? Because everybody knew. He
Class
didn't
dude,
speak,
man.
Right?
Well, dude, that's what I said to B was, he and Darryl went in at the same time, but Darryl, it was a no-doubter.
Right.
It was first ballot. It was Art had to overcome so much BS. Probably because he never really talked to the media. He wasn't a big media
He just
guy.
didn't talk.
Right.
It wasn't that he was a media guy. He just didn't.
He didn't talk.
He didn't talk to us in the locker room. To be honest with you.
Right. But when Art got in, to your point about standing ovation, it just felt different.
It did. Oh, it did. We like you said, we knew Darryl was getting in, and we knew Darryl was going to talk. I think with Art, you're like, well, how is he taking this? So what happened was the fan base of Washington and then the rest of the NFL who appreciated his work were like, well, first off, we're going to show him love, and they did. And right now as I'm talking about it, the goosebumps, right? You see it? You can see the goosebumps because you're sitting there going, how long is this going to last, this ovation? Because you think, okay, it's ending. No, it's not. And it kept getting bigger and bigger, and he's just standing there waiting. And then when he spoke, as Art can do, was eloquent as they come. And that was, so it's a win-win for Washington. I'm interested to see how Art, what he says when he goes in. It's you only get a finite amount of time to speak, and that's fine for Art.
That'd be great for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't mind that it's halftime.
Can you cut this in half?
Yeah, right. The funny part was last year they said to me, you got a minute. You can say whatever you want about Darryl Green. I got a minute? Yeah, you can say whatever you want. I said, you know me, right? Yeah, it's fine. You know, you'll be appropriate. Of course I will be. That's fine. And we're going to give Josh Harris, who you'll introduce, we're going to give him, I think, 2 minutes. Well, Josh took about 30 seconds. He didn't want any part of that. He's like, this has been a long time. Let's just go. Let's get this thing done. And I think he'll probably do the same thing with Art.
You want to let those guys have the moment,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And I think Art Monk obviously well-deserved. We are here at Eastern Motors, Laurel, Maryland. Terry McLaurin walking around doing his commercial shoot. It's kind of cool to watch it get made.
Yeah.
And like see, like at one point they had Terry leaning in on the car like he's selling it. Our guy Jeff is desperately trying to be an extra in the commercial shoot.
He certainly is. I've seen that.
He is extra.
I've seen him in the background. What's it? They're like, hey, sir, could you please move? Could you please move? But the funny thing is, and you can see right now, as we're looking at him, I saw Terry in the other room, and they were putting makeup on. I said, dude, I do this every day. Put a little makeup
Remember when
on.
Mike Sellers called me on the sideline?
Yes. Yes.
funny.
Bitch, what's on your face?
What the hell are you doing?
Sitting in with us is Chick Hernandez. You can follow him at Mr. Chick Sports on Twitter or Chick Hernandez on Instagram. You can watch him on WUSA 9. It's Terry McLaurin. Your tweet was funny. Terry McLaurin is in uniform.
Yes.
But it's the Eastern Motors uniform.
Correct. Yes.
How you feeling about where this thing is?
I have no question that he'll be done. It'll be done. It'll be a done deal. I have no question in my mind. I mean,
just listening to the stuff with Art today,
yeah,
and then watching Terry, and that's the closest receiver I've ever seen in the league that's close to Art Monk.
Correct.
Okay, guys that don't say much, but they're competitive as hell.
Well, Terry does talk
on the field.
He does talk. On the field, talk. Right? I mean, he can do. But you're right, but his work ethic is apparent. And it's quiet. It's a quiet confidence there, which is what Art was.
So that's why I kind of just feel like something is brewing and coming.
Well, here's the thing, and we just talked about ownership, right? And our circle, the media circle, we may not like it, but has the Commanders brass leaked anything in their 2 years?
Hadn't said a damn thing.
I love it. I personally love it. Adam Peters has that sly smile, and when it comes out, he's like, well, I'm not going to tell you anything. And we've asked him several times about stuff. He goes, I'm not answering that. And it's fine. I just think they're going to do right. I believe they're going to do right by Terry because they've kind of made the right moves all along.
It is interesting time-wise. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if the sides are far apart right now, you're running out of time for the opening of training camp.
Right. You began that sentence with if, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I think the Garrett Wilson deal maybe makes it a little bit easier. I kind of think the ball's in the Commanders' court. Like, once they're willing to, whatever X is, at least get close to X.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And maybe it's all business negotiations. We've all been on all sides of contracts.
Sure.
Never with this many zeros, but
not us. No.
It is certainly.
B-Mitch, yes, but not us.
You ever sign a 9-figure deal? I think that's where this might be headed.
Nah, stop at 8.
He stopped at 8.
Yeah. You buying lunch?
Here's the thing with Terry, and this is, I think, the uniqueness of this situation is that you've seen Zach Ertz, Bobby Wagner come back, right? Why did they come back? They came back because of what's brewing with this team, right?
Yeah.
And I think Terry knows I finally have a quarterback. If I go somewhere else, so I think there's a bit of give from his camp, like, okay, let's just make this right. And maybe we make this up in some other form or fashion. I think he's on record, so I'm not trying to get crush anybody.
Not trying to reset the market or anything.
But the possibilities of being on a winner and getting that ring for Terry McLaurin, that window is a shorter window now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, totally. And it's interesting. If you remember when Joe Shane made a fool out of himself in the Hard Knock series with the Giants, and John Merritt talked about with Saquon, we want him to be a Giant for life. Like, not to suggest there isn't more value in going other places if you get paid more.
Sure.
But on some level, there is a long-term view of if you play in one city your whole career, what that can do for you post-career. But maybe it doesn't matter Yeah, but
Darryl Green.
But B had to go to Philly.
He did.
Because Serrato.
But what's he known as?
Right. If you're up in Philly, they lay plenty of claim to him, man.
They lay claim to a lot of things.
But I do think, like, there is value in that can extend financial opportunities. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But at the same time, Terry's probably going to clear $150 million in his playing career. That might not matter that much.
Why does he work so hard?
I think it's who he is.
This is who he is.
Right.
I don't think it has anything to do with
what
team he got drafted on. That's
I understand
just
that.
who that dude is.
But the reason that he is who he is and the way he works as hard as he does is because he wants to get that brass ring or golden ring as it is. And this is his best opportunity. Unless he's being traded to Kansas City, it ain't going to happen.
Right.
Oh, boy. Right?
With this football team specifically, what do you think – what's your biggest question mark going into the season?
Biggest question mark? Run defense. Stop somebody. Philly's laughing going, okay, sure. So I mean, you're not going to be in a game if somebody's grinding you and taking that ball.
True.
So that's my biggest question. Have they addressed it? Or do they have newbies in there that can get the job done? That's my biggest question. I have no question about JD5 and a second year under Cliff, who decided, I'm going to stay. Again, another guy, I'm going to stay.
Yeah.
He had his opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to stay.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here.
Right? I think if you're Cliff, there are not many jobs you're leaving for. You know what I mean?
True.
Like, they're paying him
You get to choose
well.
now.
Right, totally.
Yeah, right.
If I'm Cliff, I think no one would be surprised if he's gone after this coming season.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
But I don't know, unless it's Cincinnati, Buffalo, maybe Dallas.
Yeah, don't leave this quarterback to go deal with some garbage.
Right.
Well, depending on the outcome of this season, too. Right? You get that bowl, he's gone.
Sure.
Quickly, because he gets to choose then.
He gets to choose.
Because that'd be a big owner out there saying, this coach is okay, but he's gone.
Well, the amazing thing right now, as I sit there and look at you two gentlemen, is we're talking about as if it is they're on such a upward trend, right? The previous 20 years when we talked about the squad, we had so many question marks. Ooh. Can this quarterback do this? Will he be able to lead? There's just not a question.
Not anymore.
Now young fellas come in a little bit thicker.
Mm-hmm.
We know he's wise, and I don't know if you can get any wiser, but he's certainly he's worked at it through VR and everything else.
Sure.
It's tremendous upside. Now I don't want the fan base to go, "Hey, we didn't get it. We didn't do this." Right. You know what? Nobody expected last year. I'm here for the ride.
To your point about the run defense, I just looked this up.
Okay.
I didn't know it.
Okay.
But maybe you guys will know it. In the 3 games against the Eagles, how many touchdowns do you think Saquon had?
Probably 6 or 7.
Yeah.
7.
7.
I mean,
yeah.
He now granted he torched everybody. True. Damn, he torched them.
Well, that first play of the title game, we were all sitting in the press box.
But like the thing of it, with that run defense, I'll be honest with you, we didn't get much penetration.
No.
And I think people look.
He went over 400 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Yeah, but we
games.
look at the defense and we always immediately go to pass rush. Mm-hmm. But if you don't get penetration, you can't pass rush or you can't run.
Correct.
Stop.
Correct.
So they tried to get the people that they think can help them with that.
Right.
So just that penetration up the middle may help out some.
You hope so. I mean, look,
they are way bigger on that D-line.
And Duran's come in with a little bit different attitude, a little bit different body, all of it,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Wise, Goldman, like you see Javon Kinlaw, you see those guys walking around. I don't know that it'll work, but if that was their plan, was just to get bigger and better against the run, I think it's quite possible they've amassed the crew to do so.
I agree with you. I like the fact that they haven't lost anything. They haven't lost anything. Coaching staff, player-wise, they really haven't lost anything.
Yeah. I think Chin's going to be a bigger Chin played 100% of snaps.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But I think Quan is ready to take another step. I think Quan's really, really good. Mm-hmm. Offensively, you lose OZ, you lose Diami, but I think you add Debo. I think that's a net positive.
By the way, this is the behind-the-scenes of our media. So you're watching Jeremy Chin in preseason, and he's just running around, and he's throwing his body around. He's a heat-seeking missile, and then the first time you talk to him, you go, "What is that?"
Oh, yeah.
The most light-spoken dude.
I put the mic. I said, "Jeremy, blah, blah, blah," and he goes, "I was like, I thought he was joking at first. I thought he was joking.
Didn't you say Atwater was similar?
That's his.
That's his uncle.
That's his uncle.
And
Yeah.
you said he was soft
Very
spoken
much,
too,
very
right?
much like that.
Yeah.
Well, knock.
Well, knock the
Wreck you.
Yeah.
He hit Christian McCoy.
Yeah,
That's a big.
The Nigerian nightmare went to like a sweet dream.
Chick, thank you, dude.
Absolutely,
Appreciate you
boys.
stopping in.
I'll see you on the golf course.
Appreciate you,
Chick
bro.
Hernandez. We're here. Eastern Motors, Terry McLaurin. Should be talking about an hour, we think. Going to be very interesting to see what Terry says. Coming up at noon, Wes Hall's going to join us. He may or may not be in Las Vegas for Wizard Summer League. We'll all find out together. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
is a tough assignment for me. How do you capture Art Monk in a short video? I'm going to try, so here we go. He was mentally and physically tough, a real leader. Art was quiet, determined, but when Art spoke, he was on the leadership group of our team. Everybody listened.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan.
Faction.
That was Joe Gibbs talking about James Arthur Monk. Art Monk getting his number retired from the Washington Commanders. Just very, very cool, man. Just such a great player and leader and just dude.
Yep.
Linville, we haven't got to talk to you all day. What'd you think hearing the Art Monk news?
I'm really glad that the new owners are retiring numbers instead of doing that ridiculous thing where they were kind of taken out of circulation and unofficially retired, but then they kind of weren't. And occasionally, a new player would come on the team, and then there would be this ridiculous controversy over whether or not that guy could wear the number. And then it was like, but no, it's retired because of this player. And then there was like this whole thing with the fans. How could you disrespect this guy, or how could you disrespect the new guy? Just retire the numbers. I'm glad they're doing it.
Yeah, I agree with
Makes
that.
sense.
Jeff said something earlier that I didn't really think about, but then I saw my man Earl Forsey tweet the same thing, that the Commanders are going to retire Art Monk's jersey against the Seahawks. But Art Monk did break the record against the Broncos, and they also play the Broncos Sunday Night Football wearing the Super Bowl unis.
But isn't this the Seahawks game is the first game that they do the unis?
Yes.
So that's probably why they did
I think it goes Seahawks, Broncos, Cowboys.
Yeah. So they did it the first game, which makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think it's a big deal when they do it. And then my counter to B. Mitch was that they should do it the sooner they can, the better, because you want better weather. And B said this ain't a damn baseball game. So you heard Joe Gibbs talking about Art Monk. Let's go to his teammate, fellow member of the posse, Gary Clark, breaking the news to Art Monk.
Art, for everything you've done, not just for this team, but for all of us who had the honor to play alongside you. This is the moment that's been a long time coming. You showed us what greatness looked like every single day in your work ethic and your humility and how you carried this franchise with dignity. You changed the standard for wide receivers, not just here in Washington, but across the league. And today, we get to do what should have been done a long time ago. We get to honor you and tell you on behalf of your brothers, this organization, and the entire Commanders Redskin family that your jersey will be retired, number 81, will forever belong to you. You, me, and Ricky Sanders, we are the posse, and now this team is making your legacy ride with every fan, every player, every young man watching. You earned this. We love you, brother. That's from Ricky, it's from me, and it's from all the people from the Burgundy and Gold family. You're a rock star, brother.
I love that, man.
I love it. You know what? I'm not going to lie, boy. They must have told Gary keep that one down a little bit. Gary been like, man, you.
Yeah.
That's an emotional dude, bro. I love him to death, man. But
you get a little dusty here and there.
He does change up around Art.
You got to.
It's like, there's certain people that make you calm down just a little.
I mean, it sounds like he did it for you too. That's Art Monk. That's a special person. He got a truck young Brian Mitchell listening.
Yeah. I listen to my people. I listen to my elders.
Just a very, very cool day for the Burgundy and Gold. Art Monk will officially get his jersey retired.
Yes.
I don't know if you agree, but like you heard Gary say Redskins in there, and obviously you're retiring Art Monk's jersey. You're bringing back what looks like the old jerseys. I encourage folks to just realize that these are not Easter eggs that they're bringing everything back. They're just embracing a proud history, which they never should have stopped doing.
And he said he would.
Right. They messed up when they tried to just ignore the past. That was a mistake. You got to have both. When we come back, Wes Hall will join the program. We're going to talk Wizards Summer League. They got a game tonight. But before we go, caller number 10 to 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to the Where the Party At tour featuring Nelly, the St. Lunatics, Ja Rule, Eve, and Chingy. Wednesday, July 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. It's getting hot in her.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are sponsored by Door Pro America, the garage door service. Door Pro America. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Start with the Commanders news today. As the team announced, Art Monk's number 81 will be officially retired by the team this season. That ceremony will happen week 9. That's Sunday Night Football, an 8:20 game against Seattle. So something to look forward to, some throwback unis, and one of the all-time greats being honored by the team this season. We're getting closer to football. Commanders start things this week, 3 days away from rookies, reporting Friday in Ashburn. Then the veterans join them 1 week from today, Tuesday, July 22nd, for the beginning of training camp. Also, $500 million in funding was included for the Commanders' proposed new stadium at RFK as the D.C. City Council gave initial approval to a 2026 budget on Monday. The final vote is in 2 weeks on July 28th. Now, D.C.'s exclusive agreement with the team, that expires today. That deadline was July 15th. Baseball, 95th All-Star Game tonight in Atlanta. It'll be last year's AL Cy Young winner, Detroit's Tarek Skubal, on the mound against Paul Skeens of Pittsburgh for the NL. And, of course, James Wood and Mackenzie Gore of the Nats are each making their all-star debuts. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, as well as Laurel, Maryland, where Brian and I are live. Eastern Motors commercial shoot. Terry McLaurin in the building. We expect to hear from him maybe about 45 minutes or so. We will see. Big news also, they sell barbecue flavor twist Fritos here, in which Brian and I are partaking. I'm excited, though, right now to go to the Rude Guest Hotline, talk to our friend, Mr. Wes Hall. Let's start with a simple question, Wes. Where are you?
I am physically in D.C., and I had an adventure getting back here. Do you want to hear it or not?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we want to
So
hear
you were in Vegas for Summer League, right?
Yeah, so I hit a wall. That weather that happened on the 9th on Wednesday, I sat on the tarmac at DCA for, I think, 3 hours, and it took a total of 8 hours to get to Vegas. And then yesterday morning, I'm up at 7 o'clock for a 9 a.m. flight. I land in DCA at 12:30 in the morning. So, yeah.
Wait. What happened coming back? Luck?
Another wall of water. Yeah, that big storm last night. I got diverted to Atlanta and spent 5 hours down there before we finally got clearance to come back here. So
I am sorry. Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, buddy.
Good news, though. If we're looking for good news, now obviously you can watch Wes Hall on Monumental Sports Network. Hosts all of your Wizards and Mystics pre- and post-game shows.
Yep.
The good news, you were out in Vegas to watch these young Wizards in Summer League.
Young, talented.
Doug, I am encouraged, Wes. How are you feeling?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm super encouraged. I think that's the appropriate word, JP, because the contrast between Game 1 and Game 2, that's where my encouragement comes from. That first game out, even the players said it. That was not their game. They felt like they got embarrassed, and they weren't really the way that they wanted to play. That second game against Brooklyn, that's when you saw an activation, increased intensity, more physical game, guys playing more as a unit versus playing as individuals, and that's why they were able to get that big win, especially with Sarr, 8 blocks, a Summer League record. Come on, man.
Yeah, the thing about him, man, he can be a problem for a lot of people. I'm not going to go there right now. Which player you think gives you the most excitement?
Most fun to watch because I love Bub Carrington. So, that's my guy. I love the dog and Keyshawn, but I'm going to be honest with you. It may seem like I'm playing a little favorite with the draft class, but if you don't know who Trey Johnson III is now, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? That young man, and here's the crazy thing about it. It's not just what we saw during plays because I'm sitting right there. I'm right there behind the bench. I'm watching how he interacts with J.J. Outlaw and his teammates between plays. The frustration he has when the play doesn't go his way and how he immediately responds and does something that helps his team, that kid's special.
Mm-hmm. Dude, totally. The way he can get his shot off so fast and how smooth it all looks is really, really. I mean, he's got some real S to him, man, and you can see it right away.
Most definitely.
What's he like as a guy? I know you've got to talk to him and stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, he's really cool. If you've had a chance to see how he and Bub go back and forth, that's genuine. That's really genuine. It's not a tongue-in-cheek thing at all. But I love the fact that he's serious about his craft. He loves basketball, and he takes an extreme amount of accountability regarding his improvement and his performance. And, you guys know we've covered sports for years. There's nothing worse than an athlete that shucks off responsibility.
Sure.
Trey is the complete opposite of that. He's like, I had a bad game, or that's not what I want to do. I want to improve. Well, what did Bub say to you? Bub said I was trash, so I decided to go out and prove I wasn't trash. Like that's the kind of stuff that makes it fun to watch, you know?
Yeah.
But looking at Oklahoma City, and this group helped build that over there. And you start looking at the talent here. They're very similar of how they're trying to build it. Do you see the similarities between the two?
I do. Even when you look at, sometimes you can do, a height-weight comparison. You see a Chet Holmgren and you see an Alex R because they're really tall, kind of thin guys, can play the 4 or 5. I see a gathering of a lot of talent, and here's what I mean by that. You've got Bilal, Tristan from the previous draft class. You got all of last year's draftees from Washington. You add an A.J. Johnson as well. Love that. Then you get this year's class. Oh, by the way, you add Cam Whitmore? What?
Yeah.
This is about to be a young, yes, but fun team to watch this season. I'm not worried about wins and losses. Obviously, we want to win. I'm not going to put a number out there and say, we're going to win this number. I don't know what that number is. But I know this. The journey is going to be much more pleasurable because this is a far more competitive team than I've seen in a long time, and they have great chemistry with each other.
Dude, I agree with you. I thought they played hard last year. I mean, there were some ugly losses, but generally the Wiz played hard in every game. Talking with our friend Wes Hall, Emmy Award-winning host and talent over at Monumental Sports Network. You can give him a follow at Real Wes Hall, or you can watch all of his work pre- and post-game, Wizards and Mystics. Dude, a kid that impressed me the other night, and you and I were actually talking about this at Jimmy and Zimmer's wedding, that I was really excited when I thought they drafted the kid Clayton from Florida. Then they trade out of that pick and take Will Riley from Illinois. He looked really good in the second half of that game.
Hey, you want me to tell you a little story, too? Here goes another one. At Summer League, Game 2, sitting next to Bub's mom on my right. Who am I sitting to on the left? Will Riley's mom on my left. And when I tell you, first of all, she knows hoops. Yes, she used to play hockey, but she knows hoops. And every time he was on the court, she's screaming exactly the right thing for him to do every single time. And it was his second half performance where he really stepped up, starts knocking down shots, creating space. He knows the right thing to do, attacking the rim, getting rebounds. Will Riley, just like how kind of we did last year where most people were focused on Alex and Bub, well, check this out. While you're focused on Trey and the acquisition of Cam, don't forget Will Riley. Do not forget this kid out of Illinois. Big motor, a ton of athleticism in his background. I'm excited to watch him, too.
He probably had a better second half. Bud probably went to him and told him he sucked, too.
Yeah. Usually, there's a common denominator here when it comes to inspiration on the team. Go to Bub and get a fire lit up under you.
Yeah, Bub seems like that kind of dude, honestly, man. Baltimore, dude. Right, exactly.
Yes.
You mentioned the kid, A.J. Johnson, who so our boy Jeff Walker just had to walk out. But A.J., when you watch him play, the skill needs a lot of refinement, I would say, but the athleticism is off the charts.
AJ, in the 2 games he's played, is averaging 10 points, but you are absolutely right. He's like a raw diamond. You know what I mean? It's a diamond. You're going to chisel it down and make whatever stone cut you want out of it, but it is most definitely raw, and that's exactly what you want because for this front office and this team, you can really make it what you want. You know what I mean? Sure. Milwaukee originally selected him. We acquired him through a trade, and as soon as he showed up, we all remember the big dunk last year. He can jump out of the gym. He did the same thing in Las Vegas. Do not sleep on AJ. And I'll give you this nugget, too, because when I talked to Will Dawkins about, what A.J. meant at the time as far as coming in, he was basically saying that A.J., even though we acquired him last year, was a bit of a head start on this year's draft class. So it really, really balanced out the way that they were able to draft over these past 2 seasons, and getting A.J. gave them a head start on this year's draft class.
Oh, that's good stuff.
I'm with you there. I think it's funny that, Keyshawn George he's only played a year, but he just seems to have really settled into a good role. I've been excited by him because, last year's class, like we all talk about Bub and Sarr, but the way he shoots, and now he's like kind of getting – I thought he played good defense the other night. Wes, I'm going to confess to you. I am the most excited I've been about the Wizards in a really long time because even those Wall Beal years – they were fun, but they weren't really a contender in the East. You know what I'm saying? Like they were good, but they weren't good enough to actually matter. I love this approach where they're not trying to build kind of good. They're trying to build good enough to actually matter. And it's going to be a while, but the young guys, man, I watched that whole Summer League game the other night, and I was
first time
I've never done that in my life.
I was going to say, that sounds remarkable for you because I know how you get that.
Yeah.
I got that through the whole thing. I'll give you this. What's the most important part of a house if you're going to build a house? What's the most important part?
Foundation.
Talk to me, B-Mitch. The foundation. If you don't build it right from the ground up, I don't care what window dressings, paint, kind of roofing, shingles, it doesn't matter. The foundation's wrong, the whole thing crumbles. Keyshawn George is a part of that foundation, and here's why. And we talk about, all-star snubs and all kind of stuff that happened throughout a player's career. Not that he didn't want to be a part of the Rising Stars last year, because what guy doesn't? But I think the fact that he did not get that, talk about lighting a fire under somebody, Keyshawn George, 2 games in Summer League, 17 points. Like, the kid is tough as nails, using his size to his advantage, boxing out guys twice his size. Keyshawn's a competitor, man. Like, don't sleep on Keyshawn George. Do not forget it. I'll tell opponents sleep on him.
I'm with you on that.
What he's saying is, like, you got a bunch of guys on this team that they don't shy away from competition. That's what ignites them.
They're trying to build that. I think when you listen to Dawkins, you listen to Keith, that's exactly what they want.
You have to have that, right? Because this isn't a lollygag league. I forget who I was talking. You know what
part of the reason they traded away some of the dudes they traded away, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, because you got to have guys that want to be super competitive, like the addition of Marcus Smart last year. What did Marcus Smart do? Brought that competitive fire to the team.
Yeah.
Like, we're not going to lay down. We're not going to be the pushover team of not to say that the previous teams were, but that reputation of I can go to D.C. and get me a dub, or I can go to D.C. and take a night off. Not on this team, you can.
Yeah.
Now, with this team, you better lace them up.
Lunch pail.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Dude, even last year, they didn't win a lot of games, but they fought hard. You know what they did a lot, Wes? They covered the spread. I can tell you that.
Hey, there we go. I do have a good story to tell you about a little fun I had on the tables out there at the casino, but we'll talk about that later on.
Dude, you can talk. We're wide open for that kind of discussion here.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm with it.
Craps.
Yes. Good guess. Who told you that?
Hey, man, I know the games.
Talking with our friend Wes Hall, joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Wes a follow at Real Wes Hall. Watch him on Monumental, all the Wiz and the Mystics coverage. So tonight, I just looked this up.
Yeah.
There's a Mystics game. There's a Mystics game late tonight, right?
Yes, I've never been happier in my life.
Why?
Oh, boys, after the travel I've had, I need a good nap today. 10 o'clock is perfect.
All right. So what time are you on tonight for the Sticks?
Oh, Sticks pregame starts at 9:30. I'll be on there with my man, Coach Jimmy Patsos, who also was out in Vegas with me. So be prepared for story time tonight. We've got the
Jimmy's a good
basketball
guy to
world
work
cover.
with. You know why Jimmy's a good guy to work with?
Why is
You
that?
ask Jimmy one question, he'll talk the next 15 minutes.
Oh, trust me. I've never had a bad night in the office with Coach, because if I'm tired, I'm like, hey, Coach, talk to me about, and then from then on, it's like, okay, cool. Coming up, going into break.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
I mean, when I was doing those all casts, me and Jimmy, we'd fill that show no problem.
Oh, bro.
No, oh, my God.
Jimmy
Like,
can talk
we got to
about
do a standing
anything.
word count.
But we actually had a caller yesterday call in. So we were doing a segment, what rebuild do you believe in more, the Wizards or the Nats? And to me, it's the Wizards for me because whatever they're trying to build, you also have an owner that has previously shown he will spend money. And the Nats have stopped showing that ability.
Yeah.
But we had a caller call in and say, man, you should be checking out the Mystics rebuild. They've won their last 3. They're 7-3 in their last 10. And if the playoffs started today, and they don't, but if they did, the Sticks are in there, right?
Sticks are in at 11-10 right now. And thinking about the last time they had a 4-game win streak, you got to go back to the wobble, back when the COVID year when the Dub went into the bubble as well. They had a 4-game streak and actually closed out that season with a dub and made it into the postseason because of that 4-game streak. But it all starts with the youth. Well, it really starts with Brittany Sykes, who I feel got snubbed. We all do. She should have been an all-star, different conversation. But looking at the spectacular performances of Kiki Iriafen, who got her 7th double-double last game. That's a franchise record. Who held it before? Shamika Holtzclaw. Hello.
Yeah.
Epic performance. Sonia Citron, the silent assassin, man. Like, shout out to Jamila Weidman for drafting such great talent. We always love Georgia Amore. We'll see her next year when she recovers from that ACL. But for the performances of these young players, it makes it so fun to watch. Shout out to Shakira Austin as well. She's a dog. Like, let's go, man. Like, this team is fired up. I'm supposed to take a nap right now, but I can't because I'm ready. You guys got me turned up just now.
And then when is the WNBA All-Star break? Is that next week?
They go on break starting tomorrow. So this is their last game. They'll be back on the 22nd. So I think that might be my time for a little staycation action.
Yeah, dog, you deserve it with all the travel. So how do you juggle tonight? The Wiz are on at 8:30, right?
Yeah, well, I took a page out of the JP Family book. I watch multiple screens at the same time.
That is the only way to live in the year 2025.
Yeah, that's why y'all minds all messed up, watching all these different things at one time.
I'm telling you, that's why we can't maintain a single conversation.
There you go.
ADD in this
JP
thing.
cannot stay on topic to save his damn life.
We've been talking about the Wizards for 20 minutes. I'm chilling.
Yeah, talking about the Wizards, TVs, and everything else.
Since I can't stay on topic, Wes, I'm curious if you saw that the Commanders announced they're going to retire Art Monk's jersey.
Monk getting it retired?
Yeah, pretty cool, right?
Put it up there. Let's go.
Yeah,
Look,
pretty darn neat, I think.
The Fun Bunch, brother, that is fun. We talk fundamental, foundational. Favorite time watching that team was watching the Fun Bunch, bro. Like him, Gary, and the guys. Like I remember, what were those
so it's Fun Bunch
starting lineup action figures?
Yeah. Starting lineups.
Yeah, I had all those, man. Like,
awesome.
Oh my gosh, bro, you just brought it.
Wes, how old are you again?
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, Wes showing a little age mentioning the Fun Bunch.
Talk about the Mystics and.
How old are you for real? Seriously.
I'll give you a guess. I was born during the 19-somethings.
How about this? I would wager I am younger than Wes and look significantly older than him.
JP's 43.
Yeah, I turned 44 in
Wes,
September.
you're what, 40? You're about 42, 43, same as Wes.
No, good guess, but no, I am sitting strong at a 45 piece.
All right.
You look good, dude.
45 piece. I take naps and drink
I hope
water.
to look as good as you at 45.
You're pretty with it. You already know, man. I'm checking you out when you're on the floor. I watch.
Start sticking on one topic.
Last thing, Wes. We did this as a call topic the other day. I'm curious what you think. Who is the next Wizard that gets a Supermax contract?
Yeah.
And you can pick anybody on the team, or you can just pick the field, because you look at this past NBA Finals, Halliburton and SGA were acquired via trade.
Right. Oh, next Wizard that gets a Supermax.
Jeff said A.J. Johnson.
Jeff did say
Man,
AJ.
look, AJ seems nice. If I'm going to pick off the current roster, it'd probably be between Bub and Trey.
All right.
See, I think it's Sar or Trey.
Sar's a great contender. Sar's a great contender for that. So, man, I'd have to make it my top 3. But I got to pick one?
That's the rule, man.
All right, Bub.
Bub, there you have it.
More Bub.
Bub has that internal dog, and that's all you need.
I mean, to quote the great Doc Walker, he got that dog in him.
He got that dog in him. He hit the floor yesterday and like almost got his tooth knocked out.
Oh, I saw that when the guy fell on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy fell back on him and his face hit the floor. Bam.
He came over, looked at his mom like, I almost came out of my mouth. And she's like, you gonna come out? He's like, I'm fine. And then walks right back out on the court. That's the kind of guy, man.
When he hit the game winner in the season finale, that was like I feel like that was a moment for Bub.
That was a signature moment, not only for Bub, but for everyone around him, because that signified that that kid understood the moment and was, like you said, B. Mitch, was not afraid. There's no fear with these kids. That's what I'm loving. There's no back down. I don't care who the opponent is. Yeah, I know our season's coming to a conclusion, but hey, Miami, you're going to take this L on your court, and then I'm going to go into the offseason. I'll be back.
There you go.
I imagine that might have led to a very fun evening in Miami. You know, that game probably got over around.
I've had one or two of those.
That game got over around, 3, 4 o'clock? You got a little bit of post-game, slide right on to Collins Ave, whatever it is you want to do. Wes, thank you for the time, brother. Always appreciate it, man.
Hey, brothers, I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Appreciate you checking in.
Be cool, brother.
All right, check out Wes tonight on the Mystics pregame, 9:30 on Monumental Sports Network. And I'm pretty sure you can listen to the Mystics on our sister station, Team 980.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and Jupu Finbu here. I couldn't think of the name. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a great difference instantly.
Yeah, I mean, the difference you feel in your house is really pretty remarkable, and the biggest factor is how they can control the humidity. If you get the humidity out of the air, you can hit the exact temperatures you want, and it's a real difference, man. I got my Rude system put in, when do you think that was, B? Maybe 3 months ago now, kind of before it got too hot, and it's been night and day, especially these crazy hot days. Last night with all that rain, my house stays super comfortable. And it stays super comfortable because of my Rude system. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders announced today that Art Monk's number 81 is going to be officially retired by the team this season. That's a great thing for the Hall of Famer. The ceremony happening Week 9, Sunday Night Football against Seattle. Art Monk joins Sonny, Sammy Baugh, Bobby Mitchell, Sean Taylor, and Darryl Green as those to have their jerseys and numbers retired by the team. Baseball, 95th Major League All-Star Game tonight in Atlanta. A couple of Nats. Mackenzie Gore and James Wood make their All-Star debuts. It'll be the AL Cy Young winner from last year, Detroit's Tarek Skubal on the mound for the AL, Pittsburgh's Paul Skeen for the National League. Americans have won 10 of the last 11, 22 of the last 27 of these things dating back to 1997. Midsummer Classic tonight, 8 p.m. from Atlanta. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going to take folks behind the curtain here. B and I are live, Eastern Motors, Laurel, Maryland. We're here because Terry McLaurin is doing a commercial shoot.
Laurel Fort Meade Road.
At the end of the commercial shoot, Terry McLaurin is set to address the media. Right now I'm looking at Terry's agent. Buddy Black is over there working the phone pretty furiously. I did notice that, but that's what NFL agents do. That may or may not have anything to do with Terry.
He has a lot of people he
right
represents.
So we are, Landville, I'm kind of talking to you here too. We are expecting to hear from Terry soon. It appears that the bulk of the commercial shoot has been wrapped up. And for all of our listeners right now, the plan is for us to take this live as soon as we can. We've got our guy Jeff Walker in position. Listen, Jeff just came through with this Royal Farms run. I'm feeling good about Jeff right now.
Yeah.
I think Jeff's gonna get it done. I think now Terry hasn't said anything publicly. Pretty obvious he's gonna get asked and talk about the contract situation. Keep in mind that a lot can change really with one phone call, one email, one text message. But we've heard for a little while now that there's some frustrations. I think we will hear that again, honestly. And that doesn't mean that you can't get to the finish line and everything's going to be fine. But I'm curious what when you and I'm trying to remember what presser we were out in Ashburn for. Maybe it was when we asked DQ, we were going to ask DQ about Terry. And you correctly nailed what DQ said, which was nothing. What do you think Terry's going to say here?
Nothing. He's going to make sure people understand he wants to be here. Things are moving forward, and but I think he may allude to something like I never saw a negotiation that didn't have some frustration.
Right.
You know, things happen.
I think it's going to be more than nothing. I've covered Terry since his rookie season. It's a guy I've gotten to know well. He can do a really, really good job of at various times he's been very frustrated with quarterbacks and coaches, and he would never name the quarterback or the coach.
Yeah.
But he would make clear he was frustrated. Yeah. He's a very smart, diplomatic, but assertive fella. So I think there'll be some level of frustration, which is probably normal given the situation. Now, Landfill, let's just talk through this. Let's say it's going to be Terry's talking in about 10 minutes. When do we need to break for that, sir? Okay. I'm keeping eyes on what's going on down here. I'm watching Nikki Jabvala from the Washington Post walk over there. But our guy Jeff is in position, is my understanding. This is pretty funny. I'm watching Nicky try to go figure out when he's going to talk, and I'm watching Ben Standig watch Nicky figure out when he's going to go talk.
Ben's like, you're in better shape. You go over there.
Damn. Standig doesn't even know, but he just caught some shrapnel.
Yeah, I'm just saying. He walked in. I saw him walk in, and he stood basically in that area for the rest of the day.
Okay, I think this could happen very, very soon. I think the commercial shoot is wrapped, so we will see when this goes. Okay. I think this is about to start. Can we take Jeff's microphone? Because Jeff should be there with a mic. Jeff, talk down to us, buddy.
Well, we can hear Jeff not hearing us, though.
All right, I think that's just the room. Has it started?
Jeff said someone should come down.
You want me to go down? Landfill, why don't we go to break and we'll come back and hopefully we'll have this thing live. Does that sound good to you, Mr. Mullins? All right, nobody go anywhere. I believe you're going to hear from Terry McLaurin in moments.
All right, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. As we come to you live from Easton Motors over here in Laurel, Maryland. We're waiting on Terry McLaurin to talk to the media. He just finished shooting a commercial shoot right here at Easton. You've seen those historic commercials so many years, and Terry's going to be doing one here today. And I'm sure we ask all types of questions. Everybody wants to know about the contract. Don't know if you're going to get much information on that, but Terry has always been a guy who's going to at least give you he's going to talk to you about some stuff. He's going to answer your questions, talk to you, but I don't know if he'll give much information. One thing about negotiations, nobody wants to give anything, whether the team or the individual that they're going with. So we're expecting Terry to be talking any moment here. JP and Jeff are both down there, and, it's been cool, different little sports talk today, but, the ultimate thing was you get a chance when you have a guy going through a negotiation. If we get a chance to be there in the building with them, we want to try and do that as much as we possibly can. You got all types of different media people that cover the team on a regular basis, from Nikki Javala to Ben Standing, Chick Hernandez. All these guys are down there getting ready to get their talks in, and we hope to be able to take it to you live. Terry been here for a minute. I think it took about a little bit over an hour for him to do his commercial shoot. So I guess you all have to be waiting for that, getting ready to look for it. I know JP was talking a little bit earlier, he and Nate, about how they're starting to get a little worried and starting to bother and things like that. I'm not at this point. I just feel that things are going too well with this team. Terry has been too great for this team, playing too well as he has all his years, and played even extremely great last year. I believe they want to keep this stuff moving. Now, every negotiation hits a little hiccup every once in a while where people are not going to agree. They're going to be moving. One guy's going to want this or that. But you know what? You try to find something in between, and you agree on it. And I really believe that's going to happen. We heard earlier about how Art Monk, our jerseyman, is being retired. And you heard Chick talking about how people gave Art that applause. I believe Terry is on the same line of Art Monk, a guy who you respect highly because he gives you everything he can for this football team. He goes out there, he works his butt off. Doesn't complain about much. As JP just stated earlier, you don't hear him throwing people under the bus. And I think people want to have him back because of that. There are a lot of people out there like to question whether he's a number one receiver or not. I think he is. He's been ours for a long time. He's produced at a high level, and I think will produce even more. And he's produced without having somebody on the other side when people knew the ball was coming to him. So I am expecting this, and I want to see it. And as soon as it goes down, I'll be thoroughly happy. Leffy, I don't know if you're hearing anything. I can't hear him saying nothing. They said we're going to be going live from the 106.7 page, so I guess they're going to be doing some. So if you want to follow us, if you don't hear it across the airwaves, go to the 106.7 The Fan page. We will be going live. I don't know if it's Jeff or someone else is going to be doing it through the Instagram, I think, account, or either the X account. Tune into one of those. You can get everything that Terry's going to be saying, because I know everyone will be hanging off of every word he's going to be saying. That's how you do it. They saying I'm supposed to be, I should hear something. I don't know, Lanfield. You hear nothing? All right, Well, we're still waiting on Terry McLaurin to talk. If he's talking already, I don't know. Because I cannot hear anything. I'm going to try to go online. But the ultimate thing is we want to find out everything we can about Wet. I know he just got married. He got married. He went on a honeymoon to Italy. He is now back, and the training camp is getting ready to start. I'm sure everybody wants to know if he's going to be there. I hope he is. I believe he will be, because I don't want to see any hiccups for this team going into a second year of this coaching staff, second year of all the great things that happened last year, because I feel I want everything to continue on as it's been. They got a bunch of togetherness on this football team, guys believing in each other. I see Bobby Wagner come back. You see Zach Ertz come back. I believe these guys understand that they have something brewing that's very, very good here. And I believe that the coaching staff and ownership and GMs want to make sure that they can keep everything moving forward. So if they can keep doing that, it would be unbelievable for me. So I am going to be as optimistic as I possibly can be. I'm going to be as optimistic as I possibly can as long as this thing goes to make sure that we can keep it going. It hadn't started yet, so we'll be letting you know. I'll try to introduce it when they come along, and we'll get ready we'll throw right to it. You know how these things go. They tell you it's going to start at one time and just keep getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. But the ultimate thing is we will try to bring it to you live because that's what we try to do. If we can be somewhere and bring stuff straight to you, we want to do that. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're coming to you live from Easton Motors, where Terry McLaurin is going to be speaking to the media in a scrum here shortly. I hope it's going to be shortly. I don't know how long I keep talking and just carrying it on. But he'll be talking in a little scrum to make sure you all understand what's going on. Where's the negotiation? Well, let's throw it out to Terry McLaurin talking to the media right here from Easton Motors.
Very good. Yeah. Let's get it from the horse's mouth on the latest on you and the contract.
Yeah.
So many different things swirling around. Are you happy, not happy? What's going on?
Yeah, I've been pretty frustrated. I'm not gonna lie. Everything that has transpired up to this point has just been disappointing and frustrating. I've wanted to continue my career here. I've created my life here. My wife and I have bought our first home here, so this has been somewhere where I've always wanted to be. And just to see how things have played out has been disappointing. Obviously, I understand everything's a business, but at the same time, I want to put myself in a position where I'm valued and I feel appreciated and things like that. And unfortunately, that hasn't transpired the way I wanted to. So I'm just trying to take things day by day. And at the beginning of this process, I honestly just wanted to, for things to work out. And I thought things were going to kind of be more progressive than they have. And so at this point, is kind of just up in the air.
Has it surprised you that they've taken whatever tack they've taken, and have you now opened your mind up to being somewhere else?
I haven't got to that part yet. It has been disappointing. Going into this offseason, I thought there was going to be more progress, and I know those discussions were there at the beginning, and since OTAs and minicamp, we haven't had any discussions. We haven't talked at all, and that's tough. Obviously with camp coming around the corner, and so I haven't thought that far yet to really, see what's next in the standpoint of leaving or not, because I want to be here. I want to make that abundantly clear. Like, I really appreciate this fan base, this city. This place has become my home. I've poured a lot of myself and given everything that I've can every single day since I've been here, through the wins, losses, good, bad. And, but at the end of the day, you do want to feel valued and you do want to feel appreciated. And I think, how the market is today, it pretty much conveys what guys of my caliber are deserving of. And I feel like I fit that in that box because of just how I've always carried myself on and off the field and the value I know I bring to a team. And I know I bring to my teammates, and I know that I bring to an organization. And, I don't want to put myself in a position to feel like you have to beg for somebody to see your worth and your value. You feel like you've put that out there year in, year out. Everything, previous regimes and even now, I've done everything that's been asked of me. I'm not perfect at all. I've definitely made mistakes, but I've always led with the right foot. And I've tried to put myself in a position to be a person that can be valued and respected amongst his coaches and his teammates, but also be a dog on the field. I don't want to get that mistaken. I feel like I'm one of the best receivers in this league. And, it's not because of me just feeling that way. I feel like I've proven that, and I'm going to continue to work hard to prove that. And that's kind of where things are. So I haven't really, gotten to the part of trade or not. Like, I want things to work out, but at the end of the day, like, it takes two to tango. You know what I mean? And so however things go these next few days, I know camp's around the corner. I'll talk to my agent and we'll go from there. But, overall, you just want to be appreciated and valued for who you are and what you bring to the team, and also what you feel like you could continue to do, because best believe I don't feel like I played my best ball yet, and I still feel like I have a lot of great things that I can do and bring to a team. And so, it's disappointing that it's gotten to this point, and the toughest part is being away from my teammates, honestly, because I came into part of OTAs and things like that with the assumption things were going to progress a lot quicker than they have, and it's disappointing because I've always been a team guy and a leader. And the great thing about, the great thing I take away is I've gotten a lot of support from my teammates. I've played golf with them. I've hung out with them. I've talked to multiple guys, and they know where I stand. They know how I feel. And I think the tough part is they have to decipher things through the media. And, they know I'm an open book. So everybody I've talked to, I've been 100 open and honest with them of where I stand and how things have been. And so I know I got their respect and their support, and I'm going to continue to prove that when I'm on the field, whenever that time is. So, just because I'm in this scenario doesn't change the fact of who I am and my character, because I'm going to continue to be Ted McLaurin no matter where I'm at. And that's who's God's built me to be. That's who I've tried to prove who I am, and I'm going to continue to walk in that.
Terry, what needs to happen next to get this thing back on track?
Well, I think, there has to be some active discussions, what I mean? Like I said, we haven't talked in over a month, and obviously with camp around the corner, it's becoming a little bit of crunch time. And, obviously you want to be in a position where you're building to what we did last year, and Jaden and I continue to build along with the offense. And that was the thing, before I took a step back, it was things were going great on the field, and the connection and the offense and the energy was just amazing. And so to see where it was then and where it's at now is definitely disappointing. So I don't necessarily know what happens next, but without any progressive discussions, it's kind of hard to see how I step on the field. So I'm just trying to take it day by day, honestly, and I know the value that I bring. And again, I understand that there's a whole business and things like that, but I know that I'm going to continue to play at a high level. The Lord has blessed me to stay healthy up until this point. I haven't missed a game in 5 years. I haven't missed practices. I block, I play full game, you know what I mean? And so I take extreme care of my body. Anybody in that building knows that whether it's rehab, off the field, I invest a lot of time and money into my body, and I'm going to continue to do that so I can be the best that I can when I step on the football field. So I can't really speculate what happens next. Again, I just got to take things day by day, stay in contact with my agent, and hopefully that we can have some sort of talks that are progressive. But if not, then, then you have to take steps from there.
Understanding it's a business, is it hard for you to separate the business from the emotion here?
Of course, to a certain degree, when you feel you have a way of feeling that what you've proven up until this point, and when you see that is put in front of you of how somebody perceives you or values you, that's disappointing. It's a little bit disrespectful to me. And again, the front office, the ownership, they have to do what's best for the team. I understand that, but I also know what I bring to a team, and I feel like I've proven that day in, day out. There hasn't been anything that they've asked me to do since they've been here that I have not done willingly, openly, and I'm not saying that that's not what I'm supposed to. That's what I'm supposed to do as a leader, but you would think when that is displayed consistently over years of time, then that would be, honored and respected. And so, again, the toughest thing is just, having to be in this limbo, and but I haven't stopped working. I work my tail off, and no dollar amount is going to change that. No dollar amount is going to make me work harder. That's not how I'm built. But at the same time, I have to stand on my worth and my value. I've worked really hard to create that, and I know the person that God has blessed me to be, and I know that I'm a leader in that locker room. And when you have that kind of person who brings what I bring on the field, off the field, in the community, I feel that's somebody that should be valued at a very high level. Fortunately, I've proven that, but unfortunately, you can't force somebody to see value, you know what I mean? And we just got to see where that goes from here. But that's just the disappointing part, because you feel like you've done the things right. You've bought into the T of everything that this culture was building last year. And, I thought it was definitely going to be to the future of that. And so, again, I have not make any declarations of one way or another, but I'm just kind of speaking on how it's made me feel, how this offseason been, the frustrations I felt. That's all true. It's not just what people are hearing. It's coming from me. And definitely I want to just continue to take things day by day and see where it goes from there.
If teams don't progress, do you know how you'll approach camp?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't decided that yet. I'm trying to take things day by day, and I think that's the disappointing part, where I was hoping up until this point things would clear up a lot more than they have, and so I haven't made that decision yet, and I'm just going to see how the rest of this week goes and take it day by day and go from there.
Terry, I'm sorry. Going through even yesterday with Wilson getting his contract.
Yeah.
Do you think the market has been pretty well set at that position, and where do you think you fit in that market?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, Garrett Wilson deserves what he was paid. I know I'm a little biased being a Buckeye, but he's a great player, and he brings a lot to his team, and he's fought through adversity as well, and I feel like that his team, not only from the past regime, but, the new regime that they have now, they honor and they see that, and they see what he brings to the team, and they compensate him as such. And so I can't really speculate on how that necessarily affects me. He's different than I am, but at the end of the day, like, what top receivers are compensated in today's NFL, wide receiver ones, I feel like I'm that. And I feel like that has displayed itself not only just this cycle of receivers who have signed, but last year, and I know I'm in that category. And so it's just a matter of seeing if it makes sense for myself and if the team feels like it makes sense for them. But, it's hard to say, like, how that transpires from here. But I know I'm deserving of what I'm asking for, and I'm willing to stand firm on that. And you just kind of got to see where it goes from there. They feel how they feel, and I feel. You hope you can come to some sort of understanding and common ground. I mean, I'm not a combative person, but I am someone who's going to stand on my worth and know what I bring to a team. Not because of, I feel that way. It's because what I've proven year and year and year, and what I know I will continue to prove, Lord willing, to keep me healthy as I've been. And, the tough part is just missing the time and feeling like you've missed out on building with your teammates and your quarterback and the new additions. And each team and each year is different. So when I feel like, I'm a missing piece of that, I feel like that definitely affects the team, and hearing from my teammates and see how they feel. And they're confused as well. So it's just not a lot of clarity, At the end of the day, I just want clarity. If they don't feel like I'm part of their future, then okay, just tell me that. I'm a grown adult. I can handle hard truths. What I've been through in my life, I've definitely been through tough things, been through adversity, been through situations where people may not have saw my value, and that's okay, but somebody will, and I'm going to continue to give them my all, whoever feels that way.
Terry, considering how last year for this team so much was the good vibes
Yeah.
that led to what the season became, does that make it even more surprising based on what you're saying as to that you're here? It sounds like it's not even just money definitively, it's other aspects too.
Definitely. It's obviously the compensation, but it's kind of like the confusion. All year you feel like you're a part of something. You earned the right to be a captain. You were selected by your teammates and coaches and honored of that. Throughout the season, through the ups and the downs, through the growing process of, a new offense, a new coaching staff, a young quarterback, all these things. And I just tried to lead with the right way. I didn't complain. Things didn't go my way, or we had tough stretches of time. I was knee deep into it with everybody. And coming into the playoff stretch, I know I put my best foot forward on and off the field. And so when you have that type of production, when you know how people value you and see you and have told you to your face, and then you see how it's progressed up to this point, that's very disappointing. And you feel a little bit confused. And so at this point, I'm just trying to get some clarity on that. Just shoot it to me straight, honestly. But I know what I bring to the table, and I know what I'll continue to bring if given the opportunity. And so, that's that's the disappointing part, because you thought it was going to go one way, and now you're here. So it's like, how'd that happen? And again, it's big business in the NFL, but also, when a player proves who they are over a course of time, and it's not just myself, but just in general, of NFL players as a whole, when you've proven who you are, you want that to be honored, you want that to be respected, you want that to be valued. And my value is so much more than a dollar amount, and that's how I feel about myself. But I'd be remiss to not acknowledge that in our business, the dollar amount is attached to someone's value, and I just want that to be reflective of who I am.
When you left after OTAs, did you get a strong indication from them that communication would continue, that discussions would progress.
Definitely, and that was a big reason why I came. You know, in 2022, like that was a completely different situation, but you know that during that time, like I left very early because the communication just wasn't there, and so when I came up into this off-season program of wanting to build on what we did last year first and foremost and be with my teammates, like that was my intention, and feeling everybody in the building knew how engaged I was. But also there's a business side and component to it, and when you've been communicated that you want to get a deal done, you want to progress, and those aren't happening, like, you know, frankly, like actions do speak louder than words, and that's the same that goes for me. Like if I go out and say I want to be this player, I want to do this and do that, but my habits and my actions don't reflect behind that, then people are going to be looking at me sideways. And so I felt I led with the best foot forward, and you know, after that kind of wasn't progressing the way that we would have liked, I just felt I needed to take a step back, and that was the disappointing part. But I got to look out for myself as well. I have a family, you know. I mean, I have my wife and future kids at some point, and you know, I want to honor them with my value as well, and I know what I bring to the table. And so that's kind of how it got to this place where I was under understanding that things were going to progress, and they just haven't, and that's disappointing. And you know, on the heels of camp, it's kind of like, what now? And so I just want clarity, honestly, and we'll see where it goes from here. So you know, the deadlines obviously come up, and you know, we'll see where it goes from there. But without any progressive talking, without any communication, it's kind of just sits here like it is.
Is there like a point of no return?
You know, I'm not going to really speculate on that yet. Obviously, where it stands now, it's not great. It's not good at all. And without any progression, then you have to take steps based off of where you're at. You know, I mean, there's a hope that I do want to continue to play here, and I do want to be a part of what's being built and what's going to be built. But at the same time, you know, you want to be valued by the, you know, the front office and the ownership group and things like that. And, you know, it's just past just the words of it. It's, you know, the actions behind it. And I feel like I've proven who I am and who I'm going to continue to be, you know what I mean? And so, I mean, at some point, I guess you can say there's a point of no return. I don't think it's at that now, but, I mean, there's a, you know, time is kind of ticking.
What is the disconnect as you see it? Is it just, I mean, beyond how they're treating you, the tone perhaps, is it just money? Is it your age? I know that's been mentioned at time. What do you see as the disconnect?
You know, I'll try to keep the specifics of it between, you know, my agent and the team, but, you know, I think there is a disconnect of the value of what I bring to the table and how that applies to not only the fair market deal and the fair market value, but what I've proven up until this point and what I still know I can do at a very high level. And just speaking to the point of, you know, you bringing up age, like obviously that is a part of the NFL. You know, I mean, Father Time is undefeated. But I think it's unfortunate that a general data point, not just for myself, but in general, is just used and not by a case-by-case basis. In my case, I've been blessed by the Lord and the actions that I take to take care of my body. I've never had a major surgery in my entire career. Thank God for that. You know what I mean? And on top of the work that I put in. But also, I haven't missed a game in 4 or 5 years. And I don't miss practice. You know, I play every game. And so who's to say coming off this last season, I won't continue to play at a high level? I believe that. I truly do. And I know I'm going to put the work in to continue to do that at a high level and be bought in and be unselfish and be the guy that I know I've been. And to be quite frank with you, like, you know, even when it comes to guys who are approaching 30, like in my case is different, not only from a health standpoint, but this is only going to be my 7th year. A lot of people may not know my story, but at Ohio State, I really didn't play a lot my first 2 years. There's not a lot of tread on my tires. This is the first year we made a deep playoff run. You know what I mean? And I've been extremely healthy through all of that. And so to just, I'm not under the understanding that 30 just applies to me. I'm not dismissing that completely. You know what I mean? There are data points that support that. But how come it's not okay to honor and see, okay, this may be a different case? And based on what he's proven and showing no signs of deterioration, like, you know, I feel like that should be acknowledged as well. And so in general, you hope that there's a case-by-case basis and not a group thinking of, hey, this is this age group and, you know, they fit in this age group, so this is how we're going to treat them. I don't think that's quite right. It's the business. It depends on how each organization and front office see it. So, you know, that's kind of how that is. But 30 ain't old. You know what I mean? People making it seem like I need to start getting fitted for a walker and a cane. You know what I mean? No disrespect. You know what I mean? Because with age comes wisdom. You know what I mean? And I think my game is going to continue to mature in a great way as I go out through the course of the end of my career. And I don't think that's right now. I don't think that's near. And my ability to make catches at the catch point, people call it contested catches. I call it winning at the catch point. You know what I mean? I think that'll continue to stay. My speed, I still am a 4.3 guy. I'm the same guy just in January, was able to take a slant in the NFC Championship game in a screen for a touchdown. I don't think that changes in 6 months, especially without no major injuries. And so, I know that was a long, drawn-out answer, but I just wanted to kind of, address that standpoint. But the specifics of the negotiations, I want to keep, in-house as much as possible. But just speaking to the point of age and things like that, and I kind of just want to touch on that.
What you mentioned you've been in communication with your teammates throughout.
Yeah.
Of course. What has that been like? How do you kind of stay abreast of what they're doing from afar?
Well, the great thing about it is I've talked to a lot of them, and offense, defense. They've communicated that they miss me. They communicated that they want me out there, but they also understand it's a business as well, and they understand what I bring to the table, and they're supporting me and standing firm in that. And that means a lot to me because at the end of the day, I want their respect, and they know who I am as a person and as a player. And that's not just because of I'm saying that. It's what I've tried to prove myself each and every day while I'm in that building. The person I am, pouring into the young guys, being a veteran leader and buying into a new regime and what they want to build in the ownership group as well. I've bought in completely, and the tough part is just being away from them because the camaraderie that's in that locker room is special, and you want to build on what you had last year and take it to the next level. And so not being there, that is the gap. But I know I have their support. I know that they got my back, and if the shoe's on the other foot, I'd have their back as well. And I think just in general with football, and when it comes to contract negotiations, if the shoe's on the other foot and I'm sitting here and was selfish and wasn't productive last year, teams in those situations, they cut players, so they're asking for pay cuts. But when a guy earns it, it's just disappointing when there's that combativeness, that drawn out process where you feel like, okay, you've earned something, let's compensate you and not have this long drawn out process. It's a business. I do understand that, but it's just the disappointment in it. But, I'm blessed. I keep my head held high. I know who I am at the end of the day. I know who God has blessed me to be. And that doesn't change based off of how somebody else may feel or view me. I know how I view me. I know how the people in my life, I know how my teammates view me. And, it's just tough to be away from them, but they know that I'm handling business. And the great thing about it, they trust and know, both based off of what they've seen and being around them, that I've been putting the work in. And whenever my time to step on the field, I'm going to continue to be who I've been and continue to get better, because I do know I can continue to get better like I've shown.
Terry, have you heard from Jayden specifically?
Yeah, I have. And, I've heard from a lot. We've had a lot of great conversations, and, I'll keep the specifics between us, but it's great to have his support, honestly, and to know he has my back, and to see how we've grown in our relationship, not just on the field but off the field. And so to know the value you bring to your quarterback, and to know that he sees and feels that means a lot to me. It really does. And he knows I got his back too, not on the field but as a person. We've had a lot of personal talks, not just now but over the course of his entire first year together. And him and I haven't scratched the surface as what we can do as a duo, you know what I mean? From, we, as a team, we had a slow start to the season. We had some hiccups, but we were cooking by the end of the year, you know what I mean? And I feel like with the additions that have been made as well, that is only going to help everything. But I know what I bring to the table, and I feel like he does too. And I truly believe we need each other. And so we'll see where it goes from there. I'm going to continue to talk to him. And stay in contact with him, because he's a great player, but he's even a better person. And so when you got guys like that, Zach, Frankie, Quan, Reeves, just to name just a few guys who have reached out and checked in on me and see how I'm doing and say they support me and got my back. That means a lot. And they know I'll do the same for them, because if they didn't, I don't think they would reach out. You know, that's the thing. You can't BS. You could, you know, I'm going to shoot straight. Some guys could kind of BS the media. You could portray yourself on social media a certain way. You can't BS the guys in that locker room. They know who you are. They know what you bring to the table. They know over a consistent amount of time the character and the person you are. And so to see that those guys see that in me and they want me to be a part of what's being built means everything to me. And I just want to be, you know, back with them and build, if that makes sense.
How much has ownership been involved to this point, and do you feel that how's that relationship going for you?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, the relationship has definitely been great. You know, I mean, I've had personal, you know, conversations with Josh. I've had personal conversations with Mitchell Rails, Mark Hine, Magic, you know, and so up until this point, my understanding is like I'm a big part of what they want to continue to build here. There hasn't been any personal communication. You know, I mean, you know, Mitchell Rails and I kind of had a few texts back over the off season, but it wasn't like contractual. But, you know, I think there's personal relationships that I've built there, and I just want them to, you know, be clear with me and honest, you know what I mean, of if they see me as part of this future or not, you know what I mean, and I can handle that, and we move forward. But I'm hoping that they see who I've been, not even just before DQ and AP got here, but who I was when it was terrible. You know what I mean, when things were adverse, when there was a lot of chaos going on, I still held firm and strong. And I held my head held high, and I was a leader. You know what I mean? I'm going to continue to do that when things are good. Like, things are good or bad doesn't change who I am. Money doesn't change who I am. It's the character of who I've proven to be. And so hopefully, you know, they see that value, and, you know, they make that a priority to get some finality to this one way or another.
2 more questions.
I know you did some traveling.
Yeah.
But where have you worked out generally aside from that?
Yeah, I mean, I've worked out in Florida over the off season. That's kind of my place that I go to work out. I've worked out here. Obviously, when I wasn't missed out on OTAs, you know, I have weight room in my house, and I haven't missed any days. I'm 208 pounds sitting right here, healthy as hell, fast. You know what I mean, and in good spirits. And that's the thing. Like, the money is not what motivates me. It's to be the best person I can be on the field, to bring out the best in myself. I want to be able to walk away from this game knowing that I gave everything I got, that I stayed true to who I was, that I didn't, you know, sell out or try to tear somebody down to build myself up. I've taken my L's and my licks on the chin, you know what I mean, and I haven't complained, and I stayed strong during that. And I put in the work no matter what's going on around me. And so I've definitely worked out here. I've worked out in Florida, and I was in Italy getting it in, waking up at 6 a.m., you know what I mean, for real, you know what I mean, and you know, that's just who I am. And I know when I step on the field, whenever that time comes again, like, I'm going to be ready. And I know I put the work in to build off of what I did last year. And so I'm looking forward to that. And, you know, even on Chad Englehart's birthday, I sent him a picture of, you know, the squat rack with 435 on it. Just tell him happy birthday. You know what I mean? Just that's just who I am, and people in that building know that, and it's who I've been. That's who I'm going to continue to be.
How was Italy?
It was beautiful. My wife and I had a great time. That was my first time in Europe, and just to see the architecture, to see the history was really cool, and just, you know, I'm really blessed to be able to be in this position, to be able to not only meet great people, but to earn a great living, living my dream, and seeing the world. Like, I don't want to get emotional, but I never saw my life coming this far. My dream was always to make it to the league, but I never saw the position I'd be in today, and the respect I'd have from this community, these people who I've just given my heart to, and they gave it to me back. You know what I mean? And but yeah, Italy was amazing. Went to Rome. We went to Amalfi Coast, Positano. We went to Florence. We went to Venice. I learned some great Italian. I had a great Italian food. I think I'm good off of.
Let's hear some of that great.
Okay. I just know basic stuff. So, like, all right. But I think you know, bene is just something. It means good. Like, you know, bene. You know. So, like, how you do? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So, you know, bene. Buongiorno. The people in Florence are very personable. So I'm coming down the steps, buongiorno, buongiorno, So it's like, let me get you back, buongiorno, So my wife was kind of correcting me. I started to. They make great espresso over there. I've never been a coffee guy, and so I started having some espresso. I was calling it espresso, and my wife was like, "It's espresso." And so like I made sure I got that right, but it was a great experience, and it's actually kind of crazy. Like I'm a low key guy, you know what I mean? And over there, I was getting recognized like left and right.
Really?
Yeah, like by obviously travelers and football fans, but one of our servers at the place that we stayed in Positano, he was like, "Yeah, you play American football, you big guy." So everybody's asking me like, you see a big guy, and I'm, in the hotel we were, there's big running steps, so I'm running the steps from the top to the bottom, and they're like, "Who are you? What do you do?" You know what I mean? And so just ingratiating myself into that culture with my wife and creating new experiences and great memories and meeting great people was something that was unbelievable. And definitely am glad to be back and figure out what's next.
I can do two non-contractual.
Yeah.
Art Monk announced today that
Yeah.
he's going in as Jersey's being retired as
Yeah.
a fellow receiver. I'm not sure how much you've dealt with Art, but your thoughts on 81 being never worn again.
Man, as it should be. He's the greatest receiver that has played in our organization, in my opinion. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason. And, I think a few years ago, a few years ago, Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders, Art Monk, just to name a few, we all went to dinner at Prime in Ashburn. And, my understanding was, Art is a chill, laid-back guy back in Florida. And so for him to come out and spend his time and spend his wisdom with us was something that I couldn't – you can't put a dollar amount on that. And I still take away the conversations we had at that dinner unbelievably. I keep that close to my heart. And so to see that he's being honored in the right way as he should. And he reminds me of myself as like, he's not the most flashy guy. You know what I mean? He's extremely humble and he works hard, and he played at a high level for a very long time. And so to see what he's done in this league for this organization, that's somebody I hope to be like one day. And he definitely deserves this honor. And it's great to see such a great player and great person be honored in the way that they should be. And he was a hell of a receiver. So congratulations to him and his family. Congratulations to the fan base that they got to see such a great player, and he's deserving of this honor. So hopefully we get to cross paths again and we can chat. But I saw that on my phone as I was coming over to you guys, and that was super cool to see that he's being honored in the right way.
And normally when we talk, I'm the one wearing makeup. So is Michael B. Jordan, should he be nervous about your acting skills after what we witnessed today?
Listen, I'm not going to quit my day job. Football is what I love, but I've got more and more comfortable acting, honestly. And it allows me to show my personality a little bit. And, like I said, I'm a low-key guy, but when you get to know me, I have a big personality, and I like to have fun. So Michael B. Jordan, I think his job is safe. I get compared to a young Denzel anyway.
Oh, stop.
And that's not against Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan is he's one of the greatest actors. he's a great actor, and I remember watching him all the way back. One of my favorite movies growing up was Hardball. You know what I mean? But I kind of have like an old soul. You know what I mean? A little old school. So I say more of like a young Denzel.
So King Kong's got nothing on you?
Not yet. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys.
All right, Beaver to Philly, 106.7 The Fan. That's just Terry McLaurin talking to the media, and he had a lot to say. You know what? But you know what? It was heartfelt. It was from his heart. We're going to take a quick break here. When we get back, JP and I will break down what we heard. Beaver to Philly, 106.7 The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. We are brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt for life. So you just heard from Terry McLaurin, this press conference, first time he's really spoken about the contract situation. Terry said he's, quote, pretty frustrated, has not heard from the team in over a month, and has yet to decide if he'll report to training camp. Veterans are supposed to be in next week. Baseball All-Star Game tonight, 95th Major League All-Star Game. That's 8 p.m. tonight in Atlanta. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Obviously, where it stands now, it's not great. It's not good at all. And without any progression, then you have to take steps based off of where you're at. You know what I mean? There's a hope that I do want to continue to play here. And I do want to be a part of what's being built and what's going to be built. But at the same time, you want to be valued by the front office and the ownership group and things like that. And, it's just past just the words of it. It's, the actions behind it. And I feel like I've proven who I am and who I'm going to continue to be, you know what I mean? And at some point, I guess you can say there's a point of no return. I don't think it's at that now, but, there's time is kind of ticking.
B. Mitchell Finley. 106.7 The Fan. Terry McLaurin just spoke. That's the whole reason Brian and I came to Laurel. We're here at Eastern Motors where Terry had his commercial shoot and then talked after. I was there standing with Terry, so I got to see exactly his reactions, his emotions. He's clearly frustrated. I think he's hurt.
Almost dropped some tears over there, man.
Yeah, he did. I think he's hurt by how it's gone. Now, I will pause to say I think it's really important that nothing ever got said that can't be walked back. And it
I don't
seems
think
like
anything he said needs to be walked back. I just think that he never crossed the line to make anything personal.
Right. But we got to be clear, man. This is not a good situation. This is crossed into not great situation territory. The fact that Terry's saying, it's going to be hard. He didn't say he's not going to come to camp, but barring something changing between now and next week, it doesn't seem like he's going to come. But they, in a lot of ways, probably put some pressure on the Commanders now. The ball's clearly in their court. I asked Terry that. I was like, how do you get this going again? He's like, we got to hear from them. Because the word that I've gotten is not meaningful discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And, you hear a lot of stuff, but when Terry comes out and says it himself, it's not hearing anything. That's him talking.
I heard what I've heard in previous negotiations. And I'm still not at a point where I think things are not doable. I'm not stressed. But I just saw a guy who basically just spoke from his heart, told you what exactly he feels. And I think if you respect him, then you listen to that, and he didn't throw anybody on the bus, he didn't poop on nobody, you know what I'm saying? But people can tell you what they feel. And I will say this, I'll go to war with him any damn day.
To that point, so I posted a few videos on my Twitter, and Jeremy Reeves, who is a all-pro player for the Commanders and has been here a while. Revo is one of the few guys that's played for all three team names.
Mm-hmm.
Revo this just happened, just quote tweeted me, he said, of Terry McLaurin, he said, the proof is on the tape and how you show up to work every day. You're one of one, 17, always have been family.
Yeah.
Terry talked that he's been in touch with Jaden and that they both know they, need to be together, all those things. I don't know. We can open these phone lines up and let people react. I think people are going to be freaked out. I think
they will be, but that's what people do. But when he spoke,
but B, that wasn't good.
When I don't know if it wasn't good. I mean, he just spoke his mind. I don't know what do you look for in a negotiation? I mean, everything is not going to be good.
Yeah, if this was the conversation in March.
No, it's a conversation now, but this is what negotiations do. We have not had a lot of this going on here. That's why we're not used to it. I've seen this stuff happen for the last 30-plus years.
Sure. That's why I don't get stressed out about stuff like this. But the ultimate thing is, when he spoke about Jaden, he spoke about Frankie, guys that if GMs go to talk to somebody on the team, they're going to probably talk to those type of guys. Those guys are in his corner. They got his back. When you see guys that are not reaching out to a guy, then you got a problem. If he had said that, no, I hadn't talked to Jaden, then I would be worried. But the fact that he's talking to the main guys on his team still, I'm not worried because I have seen people damn near throw punches at each other, and a deal still got done. Certainly. The last half hour of Terry talking in no way precludes a deal from happening in the next week. Mm-hmm. Like, that conversation, listen, I spoke to somebody with the organization today. Mm-hmm. They knew this was coming. They had a content person here. Yeah. There was a Commanders dude shooting content that works for the team. So none of this is a surprise, and the team has been in contact with plenty of people throughout this. So they understand the other side is frustrated. Mm-hmm. The reality here is, what is the decision for Washington? It is the one thing you could tell Terry was pissed about was when people try to hang it on age. Terry gave a very long and impassioned discussion of why age as a catch-all is not fair, it's not accurate, how his career is not the same as others at age 30. Yeah. I think you could tell clearly that one bothered him. We're going to try to get to some calls here. Terry McLaurin has talked. He's unsure if he's going to come to training camp next week. Very, very frustrated by contract negotiations with the Washington Commanders. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. So Terry McLaurin spoke today. You heard that live here on The Fan. Said he's pretty frustrated over the lack of a contract, hasn't heard from the team in over a month about negotiations for a new deal, and that he has not yet decided if he'll report on time for training camp. Team also announced today that Art Monk's number 81 will be officially retired by the team this season. That'll happen Week 9 Sunday Night Football against Seattle. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HPA MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated, mission-ready solutions from D.C. to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
If teams don't progress, do you know how you'll approach camp?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't decided that yet. I'm trying to take things day by day, and I think that's the disappointing part, where I was hoping up until this point things would clear up a lot more than they have, and so I haven't made that decision yet, and I'm just going to see how the rest of this week goes and take it day by day and go from there.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are live, Eastern Motors, Laurel, Maryland. We just asked questions, talked to Terry McLaurin for a while. I think, the situation is out in the open now. Terry is clearly frustrated, wants to stay in D.C., isn't so sure he will. Let's let some folks weigh in. How you feeling out there? Fabian is in Fairfax. Fabian, how you feeling about this Terry situation?
It's a little worrisome, but at the same time, you got to stay composed, I think, as fans. But B-Mitch, I actually have a question for you. The one thing that kind of caught my eye was the month, kind of just no discussions between each other. What do you think about it? And because that to me is a little bit interesting, but I want to know what your kind of
that was a little shocking to me to hear that, that they hadn't had any conversations. Then he also mentioned that it was a meaningful conversation. So I don't know if he was judging it as, not having completely no conversation, because it was sometimes people could reach out to you in negotiations and they say absolutely nothing. And that's just not communicating with me in my book. You know what I mean? So I don't know if they hadn't talked or they never mentioned anything meaningful that could make a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the last time, we really got to talk to AP, unless I'm missing something, was kind of pre and post draft, and then at the owners' meetings. The owners' meetings were in, May.
Been a while.
No, those were March. The draft was probably the last time we talked to him. Let's keep these phone lines going. I want to let people weigh in where they think things are. Mo is in Largo. Mo, what up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
No problem.
I think this thing is going left, gentlemen, personally. And I kind of made this point yesterday. I think we're all assuming that, Terry deserves 3 years and, they're offering him 3 years and maybe the AAP isn't what we think it should be or what he thinks it should be. But I think it's an issue with the years, because Terry he's not a grandstander. I don't think he's going out there asking for an astronomical number. I think he reads the room well. Most of these deals that are being signed now are 3-year deals. As far as the money being guaranteed, it's a 3-year deal. So I'd imagine he would stay within the confines of that. And if that's the case, then the problem is they're not offering him enough years. And if that's where we are, I don't know how we come back from here, gentlemen. I don't see it getting any better, but I hope I'm wrong. But that's what it feels like to me. Thank you.
Dude, I asked him that. I asked, is there a point of no return? And he said, there probably is. I don't think we're there yet, but there probably is, and time is ticking. The first thing I said to B is, I think a lot of people are going to freak out. I think the reaction's probably somewhere in the middle. But I think nothing has happened that creates a scenario where they can't figure it out. Yeah. Think about Myles Garrett, dude. He put out like a Facebook post saying he was done with Cleveland,
Yeah.
never wanted to come back.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have seen this happen. Like that was a heartfelt press conference where he said things, but he didn't say nothing that was astronomical or crazy. But I've seen people go way beyond that. I've seen teams go beyond that, and they still sign a deal. So I think in sometimes you play those hardball type things. Hey, man, treat the special people special.
You know where I'm at, dude? I feel for Terry the human. I think for Terry the football player, this is all kind of unfortunately normal. I think in the football world. But Terry the dude, I believe him when he was like, man, I came to OTAs. We had this crazy great year last year. Everything just felt so good, and now it feels different. Like, I think that is just real life. I think that's him telling the truth, and I feel for that. I want to keep phones going.
That's how I felt after the game in Tampa in 1999.
Yeah.
Basically, that's how it is. You have a touchdown, you come in, and then you get a little funny feel. But I don't see these people doing like those people did. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Brandon in Fredericksburg.
What up, B?
Hi, I just want to say congrats to Art Monk so far. That's a pretty awesome thing to happen today. But with the Terry situation, yeah, that's very ridiculous. I really wonder what Adam Peters have been doing for the last month while there's been absolutely zero conversations that are terribly worrisome. And, I mean, if you're not going to sign a guy like Terry that's been here for however many years it is at this point and done all the things correct off the field, it's like, what does that show to everybody else on the team? You know, if you're not going to pay him, who else are you going to pay?
It's a great question, man. And they got to run their business, their football operation the way they see fit, right? So it's easy to say that, but Lord knows what direction this thing could go. In an effort to appease my man Landini, I am going to go to break on time here. Everybody that's on hold, stay there. We're going to take your calls when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
not a lot of clarity. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I just want clarity. You know what I mean? If they don't feel like I'm part of their future, then okay, just tell me that. You know, I'm a grown adult. I can handle hard truths. You know what I mean? What I've been through in my life, I've definitely been through tough things, been through adversity, been through situations where people may not have saw my value, and that's okay, but somebody will, and I'm going to continue to give them my all, whoever feels that way.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. What a day. Phone lines are packed. I want to let people weigh in. Terry McLaurin clearly frustrated. Let's go to our guy Los in Severna Park, see how Los is feeling. Los, where you at on Terry, man?
Nervous. You know, I told myself I would give July 19th as the deadline, but this is I used to this, the big boys actually doing football work, you know. The honeymoon phase is over, you know. They're not buying us beer because they bought the team from Dan Snyder. You know, this is football operations. You're right, B. Mitch and Finley. I really feel for Terry as a human being, but as far as football operations work.
Los, your phone's cutting in and out, man, but I appreciate you, buddy. Here's the only other thing I'll say. There was a time where the Chiefs and Trey Smith were miles apart, not going to be able to get anything done, and it was very acrimonious. Diana Rossini, the Chiefs and Trey Smith are closing in on a new 4-year deal. Adam Schefter has it, $70 million guaranteed for Trey Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it can be bad.
It normally goes very bad before it goes well. Seriously.
Yeah.
So it looks bad before it normally gets done. So we'll see. I'm still holding out hope.
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it.
Everyone can jump on that. Oh, Lord, the sky is falling. I'm just not going to do it. Not right now.
Let's go to Anya in Arlington.
Yeah.
Anya, you there?
Yeah, hey, JP. Thank you
How
so
you doing?
much. I really appreciate you guys taking my call. B. Mitch, you're the man. Should have been in the Hall of Fame. You're the guy. I just want to say that with me, as far as Terry, I think it was heartbreaking to hear AP come out and say, oh, we want to sign him we want to make Terry a longtime commander. But then Terry gets on here, and how he sounds is like they haven't communicated that to him. So it's frustrating to hear that coming from our guy, man. I love Terry. We got to get this done. My heart was breaking in two listening to this guy pour his heart out, talking about the fans, talking about the city and the organization. I hope we get it done. Thank you for taking my call, guys. B. Mitch, JP, I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the call.
And I think the thing you can say about it is this. A lot of guys can get up there and say that, and you're like, yeah, whatever. He means it.
Right.
Like he said, the proof is in what you do. And that dude has done everything expected of him since day one.
All right, I got two more. Lock them up now, boys. Tailgate Ted on line 8. Ted,
what's up, brother?
How you doing, bud?
Hey, boys. Back in February, Josh Harris said the name Commanders represents a culture of toughness, commitment, and unity. And when you think of those words, you think of Terry. It's time for him to back those words up and pay that man. Right? Just the fact that they have not talked in a month or had meaningful discussions, and we're a week away from camp, and hearing the emotion in Terry's voice during that press conference, if Commanders mean something, you have to pay him because he is this franchise, and he has united this fan base in this team. And we wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for him.
Thank you for the call, Ted. Appreciate you, buddy. Specific to Harris, I'll say this. B, compared to 25 years, I'm glad nobody from ownership is reaching out to Terry. Like, let the football people handle the football contract. Let's not let this get into I think –
He addressed it. He said he talked to some people about certain things, but it wasn't about contract.
Right. I think
and
that's good.
Also cool.
That's good.
That you can be cool, have friendships, and then they don't start trying to make people do stuff. I'm cool with that. Listen, we asked for different, and we're seeing different. Let's let it happen and see what goes down.
All right, last call. Zeke, what up, man? You fired up? You upset?
Hey, no, I heard the interview with Terry, but the question I have, because it seems like they haven't talked in a while, has the Commanders made any offer to him at all?
I'm sure there's an offer available.
Yeah.
Are you sure? He said they haven't talked any meaningful things in months, weeks.
Well, maybe the offer that they offered wasn't meaningful. That's what he's supposed to say.
Or maybe we're assuming an offer because here's the thing: the guy says, "What is Peters and them doing?" Man, they're in the middle of a negotiation for a $2.5 billion stadium. Maybe they're saying we'll deal with this and then we'll get to Terry later. That's what I think. I think they're gonna pay the man.
I still think there's plenty of runway for this thing to get done. Today was not a great day in the Terry McLaurin Washington Commanders relationship. Thank you for the call, Zeke. Appreciate you, man. We're out of time. This has obviously been a crazy day. I hope people enjoyed that. It required a lot of stuff to happen in a couple
People
of
didn't
minutes
enjoy
there.
it. Terry, the best player on the team, is distraught.
Maybe not enjoyed. I hope people enjoyed that they were able to listen to the whole thing live on our air.
Well, that was great work by us.
Yeah. It was. Shout out to Jeff. Jeff worked hard, and then I had to hold 2 microphones for a half hour. I feel that's a workout.
Don't
right
worry
there.
about it, Jay. It's all good.
That's a workout right there.
Credit pie. Jeff Walker,
Your
99%.
arms look like they've been lifting.
JP1.
I don't know, Landy. I don't know about that
He
one.
said what?
Credit pie. Jeff Walker, 99, JP1.
Hell no.
Jeff did get the Royal Farms, though, so shout out
Yes,
to
he
Jeff.
did. He did.
Grant and Danny coming your way next. I imagine they got plenty to talk about. Nothing. Here's my last thought on this. Nothing has happened that precludes a deal from getting done. So everybody just try to put that thought into your head. Much more on this tomorrow. I'm sure Grant and Danny got plenty on it coming up next. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Chick Hernandez for joining us. Thank you to Wes Hall for joining us. Thanks for all the calls. We're out of here. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. Jeff owes you some chicken.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Well, an educational press conference, wasn't it? Terry McLaurin spoke today. You heard it live here on The Fan, the whole thing. Terry says he's pretty frustrated right now. No progress toward a possible new contract.
It's disappointing that it's gotten to this point, and the toughest part is being away from my teammates, honestly, because I came at the part of OTAs and things like that with the assumption things were going to progress a lot quicker than they have, and it's disappointing because I've always been a team guy and a leader.
Disappointing for him, disappointing for a lot of fans. We will see. McLaurin says he hasn't heard from the team in over a month now, and that he has not yet decided if he'll report to training camp next week with the veterans, who report a week from today. Also, Commanders announced today that Art Monk's number 81 will be officially retired by the team this coming season. That will happen Week 9 Sunday Night Football against Seattle. 95th Major League All-Star Games tonight in Atlanta. AL's won 10 of 11, 22 of the last 27. Last year's Cy Young winner, Detroit's Tarek Skubal on the mound for the AL. Pittsburgh's Paul Skeens for the NL. James Wood, Mackenzie Gore of the Nats making their All-Star debuts 8 p.m. for the All-Star Game Midsummer Classic in Atlanta. Summer heat's on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What's up, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia? Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. James Wood hit some bombs last night, didn't advance. They're going to retire Art Monk's jersey. We'll try to get to all that here, Tobes. But right away, I want to get you guys this audio. Terry McLaurin at a commercial shoot took some time. The assembled media was there. We have kind of cleaned up some of the front end and the back end. We've got a concise almost 20 minutes or so of Terry McLaurin directly addressing his current contract situation, where things stand, where he'd like them to go, wide-ranging, answered questions. You can hear the emotion. There's a lot to it. We'll be unpacking this throughout the show today. So, Darius, when you're ready, here's Terry McLaurin talking to the media.
To get this thing back on track.
Well, I think, there has to be some active discussions, what I mean? Like I said, we haven't talked in over a month, and obviously with camp around the corner, it's becoming a little bit of crunch time. And, obviously you want to be in a position where you're building to what we did last year, and Jaden and I continue to build along with the offense. And that's the thing. Before I took a step back, it was things were going great on the field, and the connection and the offense and the energy was just amazing. And so to see where it was then and where it's at now is definitely disappointing. So I don't necessarily know what happens next, but without any progressive discussions, it's kind of hard to see how I step on the field. So. I'm just trying to take it day by day, honestly, and I know the value that I bring. And again, I understand that there's a whole business and things like that, but I know that I'm gonna continue to play at a high level. The Lord has blessed me to stay healthy up until this point. I haven't missed a game in 5 years. I haven't missed practices. I block. I play full game. You know what I mean? And so I take extreme care of my body. Anybody in that building knows that. Whether it's rehab, off the field, I invest a lot of time and money into my body, and I'm going to continue to do that so I can be the best that I can when I step on the football field. So I can't really speculate what happens next. Again, I just got to take things day by day, stay in contact with my agent, and hopefully that we can have some sort of talks that are progressive. But if not, then you have to take steps from there.
Understanding it's a business, is it hard for you to separate the business from the emotion here?
Of course, to a certain degree, when you feel you have a way of feeling that what you've proven up until this point, and when you see that is put in front of you of how somebody perceives you or values you, that's disappointing. It's a little bit disrespectful to me. And again, the front office, the ownership, they have to do what's best for the team. I understand that, but I also know what I bring to a team. And I feel like I've proven that day in, day out. There hasn't been anything that they've asked me to do since they've been here that I have not done willingly, openly. And I'm not saying that that's not what I'm supposed to, that's what I'm supposed to do as a leader, but you would think when that is displayed consistently over years of time, then that would be, honored and respected. And so, again, the toughest thing is just, having to be in this limbo. And, but I haven't stopped working. I work my tail off, and no dollar amount is going to change that. No dollar amount is going to make me work harder. That's not how I'm built. But at the same time, I have to stand on my worth and my value. I've worked really hard to create that, and I know the person that God has blessed me to be. And I know that I'm a leader in that locker room. And when you have that kind of person who brings what I bring on the field, off the field, in the community, I feel that's somebody that should be valued at a very high level. Fortunately, I've proven that, but unfortunately, you can't force somebody to see value. You know what I mean? And we just got to see where that goes from here. But that's just the disappointing part, because you feel like you've done the things right. You've bought into the T of everything that this culture was building last year. And, I thought it was definitely going to be to the future of that. And so, again, I have not make any declarations of one way or another, but I'm just kind of speaking on how it's made me feel, how this offseason been, the frustrations I felt. That's all true. That's not just what people are hearing. Like, it's coming from me. And definitely I want to just continue to take things day by day and see where it goes from there.
Listen to Terry McLaurin's press conference from this afternoon.
Don't progress. Do you know how you all approach camp?
Yeah, honestly, I haven't decided that yet. I'm trying to take things day by day, and I think that's the disappointing part, where I was hoping up until this point things would clear up a lot more than they have, and so I haven't made that decision yet, and I'm just going to see how the rest of this week goes and take it day by day and go from there.
Terry, I'm sorry. Going through even yesterday with Wilson getting his contract.
Yeah.
Do you think the market has been pretty well set at that position, and where do you think you fit in that market?
Yeah, I think, first of all, Garrett Wilson deserves what he was paid. I know I'm a little biased being a Buckeye, but he's a great player, and he brings a lot to his team, and he's fought through adversity as well. And I feel like that his team, not only from the past regime, but the new regime that they have now, they honor and they see that, and they see what he brings to the team, and they compensate him as such. And so I can't really speculate on how that necessarily affects me. He's different than I am, but at the end of the day, like, what top receivers are compensated in today's NFL, wide receiver ones, I feel like I am that. And I feel like that has displayed itself not only just this cycle of receivers who have signed, but last year, and I know I'm in that category. And so it's just a matter of seeing if it makes sense for myself and if the team feels like it makes sense for them. But, it's hard to say, like, how that transpires from here. But I know I'm deserving of what I'm asking for, and I'm willing to stand firm on that. And, you just kind of got to see where it goes from there. They feel how they feel, and I feel how I feel. You hope you can come to some sort of understanding and common ground. I'm not a combative person, but I am someone who's going to stand on my worth and know what I bring to a team. Not because of, I feel that way. It's because what I've proven year and year and year, and what I know I will continue to prove, Lord willing, to keep me healthy as I've been. And, the tough part is just missing the time and feeling like you've missed out on building with your teammates and your quarterback and the new additions. And each team and each year is different. So when I feel like, I'm a missing piece of that, I feel like that definitely affects the team, and hearing from my teammates and see how they feel. And they're confused as well. And so it's just not a lot of clarity, At the end of the day, I just want clarity. If they don't feel like I'm part of their future, then okay, just tell me that. I'm a grown adult. I can handle hard truths. What I've been through in my life, I've definitely been through tough things, been through adversity, been through situations where people may not have saw my value, and that's okay, but somebody will, and I'm going to continue to give them my all, whoever feels that way.
Terry, considering how last year for this team so much was the good vibes
Yeah.
that led to what the season became, does that make it even more surprising based on what you're saying as to that you're here? It sounds like it's not even just money definitively, it's other aspects too.
Definitely. It's obviously the compensation, but it's kind of like the confusion. All year you feel like you're a part of something. You earned the right to be a captain. You were selected by your teammates and coaches and honored of that. throughout the season, through the ups and the downs, through the growing process of, a new offense, a new coaching staff, a young quarterback, all these things. And I just tried to lead with the right way. I didn't complain. Things didn't go my way, or we had tough stretches of time. I was knee deep into it with everybody. And coming into the playoff stretch, I know I put my best foot forward on and off the field. And so when you have that type of production, when you know how people value you and see you and have told you to your face, and then you see how it's progressed up to this point, that's very disappointing. And you feel a little bit confused. And so at this point, I'm just trying to get some clarity on that. Just shoot it to me straight, honestly. You know what I mean? But I know what I bring to the table, and I know what I'll continue to bring if given the opportunity. And so, that's that's the disappointing part, because you thought it was going to go one way, and now you're here. So it's like, how'd that happen? And again, it's big business in the NFL, but also, when a player proves who they are over a course of time, and it's not just myself, but just in general, of NFL players as a whole, when you've proven who you are, you want that to be honored, you want that to be respected, you want that to be valued. And my value is so much more than a dollar amount, and that's how I feel about myself. But I'd be remiss to not acknowledge that in our business, the dollar amount is attached to someone's value. And I just want that to be reflective of who I am.
You're listening to Terry McLaurin's press conference on Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan.
When you left after OTAs, did you get a strong indication from them that communication would continue, that discussions would progress?
Definitely, and that was a big reason why I came. In 2022, that was a completely different situation, but that during that time, I left very early because the communication just wasn't there. And so when I came up into this offseason program of wanting to build on what we did last year, first and foremost, and be with my teammates, that was my intention, and feeling everybody in the building knew how engaged I was. But also there's a business side and component to it. And when you've been communicated that you want to get a deal done, you want to progress, and those aren't happening, frankly, actions do speak louder than words. And that's the same that goes for me. If I go out and say, I want to be this player, I want to do this and do that, but my habits and my actions don't reflect behind that, then people are going to be looking at me sideways. And so I felt I led with the best foot forward. And, after that kind of wasn't progressing the way that we would have liked, I just felt I needed to take a step back. And that was the disappointing part. But I got to look out for myself as well. I have a family, I have my wife and future kids at some point, and I want to honor them with my value as well, and I know what I bring to the table. And so that's kind of how it got to this place where I was under understanding that things were going to progress, and they just haven't, and that's disappointing. And on the heels of camp, it's kind of like, what now? And so I just want clarity, honestly, and we'll see where it goes from here. So the deadlines obviously come up, and we'll see where it goes from there. But without any progressive talking, without any communication, it's kind of just sits here like it is.
Is there a point of no return?
I'm not going to really speculate on that yet. Obviously, where it stands now, it's not great. It's not good at all. And without any progression, then you have to take steps based off of where you're at. There's a hope that I do want to continue to play here, and I do want to be a part of what's being built and what's going to be built. But at the same time, you want to be valued by the front office and the ownership group and things like that. And, it's just past just the words of it. It's, the actions behind it. And I feel like I've proven who I am and who I'm going to continue to be, And so, at some point, I guess you can say there's a point of no return. I don't think it's at that now, but, there's time is kind of ticking.
What is the disconnect as you see it? Is it just, beyond how they're treating you, the tone perhaps, is it just money? Is it your age? I know that's been mentioned at time. What do you see as the disconnect?
I'll try to keep the specifics of it between, my agent and the team, but, I think there is a disconnect of the value of what I bring to the table and how that applies to not only the fair market deal and the fair market value, but what I've proven up until this point and what I still know I can do at a very high level. And just speaking to the point of, you bringing up age, obviously that is a part of the NFL. Father Time is undefeated. But I think it's unfortunate that a general data point, not just for myself, but in general, is just used and not by a case-by-case basis. In my case, I've been blessed by the Lord and the actions that I take to take care of my body. I've never had a major surgery in my entire career. Thank God for that, you know what I mean? And on top of the work that I put in. But also, I haven't missed a game in 4 or 5 years. And I don't miss practice. You know, I play every game. And so who's to say coming off this last season, I won't continue to play at a high level? I believe that. I truly do. And I know I'm going to put the work in to continue to do that at a high level and be bought in and be unselfish and be the guy that I know I've been. And to be quite frank with you, like, you know, even when it comes to guys who are approaching 30, like my case is different, not only from a health standpoint, but this is only going to be my 7th year. A lot of people may not know my story, but at Ohio State, I really didn't play a lot my first 2 years. There's not a lot of tread on my tires. This is the first year we made a deep playoff run. You know what I mean? And I've been extremely healthy through all of that. And so to just, I'm not under the understanding that 30 just applies to me. I'm not dismissing that completely. You know what I mean? There are data points that support that. But how come it's not okay to honor and see, okay, this may be a different case? And based on what he's proven and showing no signs of deterioration, like, you know, I feel like that should be acknowledged as well. And so in general, you hope that there's a case-by-case basis and not a group thinking of, hey, this is this age group and, you know, they fit in this age group, so this is how we're going to treat them. I don't think that's quite right. It's the business. It depends on how each organization and front office see it. So, you know, that's kind of how that is. But, you know, 30 ain't old. You know what I mean? People making it seem like I need to start getting fitted for a walker and a cane. You know what I mean? No disrespect. You know what I mean? Because with age comes wisdom. You know what I mean? And I think my game is going to continue to mature in a great way as I go out through the course of the end of my career. And I don't think that's right now. I don't think that's near. And my ability to make catches at the catch point, people call it contested catches. I call it winning at the catch point. You know what I mean? I think that'll continue to stay. My speed, I still am a 4.3 guy. I'm the same guy just in January, you know, was able to take a slant in the NFC Championship game in a screen for a touchdown. I don't think that changes in 6 months, especially without no major injuries. And so, you know, I know that was a long, drawn-out answer, but I just wanted to kind of, you know, address that standpoint. But the specifics of the negotiations, I want to keep, you know, in-house as much as possible. But just speaking to the point of age and things like that, and I kind of just want to touch on that.
You're listening to Terry McLaurin's press conference from just an hour and a half ago, right here on 106.7 The Fans. Grant and Danny, more to come.
You mentioned you've been in communication with your teammates throughout the
Yeah.
course. What has that been like? How do you kind of stay abreast of what they're doing from afar?
Well, the great thing about it is I've talked to, you know, a lot of them, and offense, defense. You know, they've communicated that they miss me. They communicated that they want me out there, but they also understand it's a business as well, and they understand what I bring to the table, and they're supporting me and standing firm in that. And that means a lot to me because at the end of the day, I want their respect, and they know who I am as a person and as a player. And that's not just because of I'm saying that. It's what I've tried to prove myself each and every day while I'm in that building. The person I am, pouring into the young guys, being a veteran leader and buying into a new regime and what they want to build in the ownership group as well. I've bought in completely, and you know, the tough part is just being away from them because the camaraderie that's in that locker room is special, and you want to build on what you had last year and take it to the next level. And so not being there, that is the gap. But I know I have their support. I know that they got my back, and if the shoe's on the other foot, like, I'd have their back as well. And, you know, I think just in general with football and when it comes to contract negotiations, like if the shoe's on the other foot and I'm sitting here and was selfish and wasn't productive last year, like, teams in those situations, they cut players, so they're asking for pay cuts. But when a guy earns it, like, it's just disappointing when there's that combativeness, that drawn out process where you feel like, okay, you've earned something, let's compensate you and not have this long drawn out process. It's a business. I do understand that, but it's just the disappointment in it. But, you know, I'm blessed. You know what I mean? I keep my head held high. I know who I am at the end of the day. I know who God has blessed me to be. And you know, that doesn't change based off of how somebody else may feel or view me. I know how I view me. I know how the people in my life I know how my teammates view me, and it's just tough to be away from them, but they know that I'm handling business. And the great thing about it, they trust and know, both based off of what they've seen and being around them, that I've been putting the work in. And whenever my time to step on the field, I'm going to continue to be who I've been and continue to get better, because I do know I can continue to get better like I've shown.
Terry, have you heard from Jayden specifically?
Yeah, I have. And, I've heard from a lot. We've had a lot of great conversations, and, I'll keep the specifics between us, but it's great to have his support, honestly, and to know he has my back, and to see how we've grown in our relationship, not just on the field but off the field. And so to know the value you bring to your quarterback, and to know that he sees and feels that means a lot to me. It really does. And he knows I got his back too, not on the field but as a person. We've had a lot of personal talks, not just now but over the course of his entire first year together. And him and I haven't scratched the surface as what we can do as a duo, you know what I mean? From, we, as a team, we had a slow start to the season. We had some hiccups, but we were cooking by the end of the year, you know what I mean? And I feel like with the additions that have been made as well, like, that is only going to help everything. But I know what I bring to the table, and I feel like he does too. And I truly believe we need each other. And so we'll see where it goes from there. I'm going to continue to talk to him and stay in contact with him, because he's a great player, but he's even a better person. And so when you got guys like that, Zach, Frankie, Quan, Reeves, just to name just a few guys who have reached out and checked in on me and see how I'm doing and say they support me and got my back. That means a lot. And they know I'll do the same for them, because if they didn't, I don't think they would reach out. That's the thing. You can't BS. You could, I'm going to shoot straight. Some guys could kind of BS the media. You could portray yourself on social media a certain way. You can't BS the guys in that locker room. They know who you are. They know what you bring to the table. They know over a consistent amount of time the character and the person you are. And so to see that those guys see that in me and they want me to be a part of what's being built means everything to me. And I just want to be, back with them and build, if that makes sense.
How much has ownership been involved to this point, and do you feel that how's that relationship going for you?
Yeah, in the past, the relationship has definitely been great. I've had personal, conversations with Josh. I've had personal conversations with Mitchell Rails, Mark Hine, Magic, and so up until this point, my understanding is like I'm a big part of what they want to continue to build here. There hasn't been any personal communication. Mitchell Rails and I kind of had a few texts back over the offseason, but it wasn't like contractual. But, I think there's personal relationships that I've built there, and I just want them to, be clear with me and honest, of if they see me as part of this future or not, and I can handle that, and we move forward. But I'm hoping that they see who I've been, not even just before DQ and AP got here, but who I was when it was terrible. When things were adverse, when there was a lot of chaos going on, I still held firm and strong, and I held my head held high, and I was a leader. I'm gonna continue to do that when things are good. Like, things are good or bad doesn't change who I am. Money doesn't change who I am. It's the character of who I've proven to be. And so, hopefully, they see that value, and they make that a priority to get some finality to this one way or another.
Second to non-contractual.
Yeah.
Art Monk announced today that
Yeah.
he's going in
Saw that.
as jersey's being retired as
Yeah.
a fellow receiver. I'm not sure
Sure.
how much you've dealt with Art, but your thoughts on 81 being never worn again?
Man, as it should be. He's the greatest receiver that has played in our organization, in my opinion. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason. And, I think a few years ago, a few years ago, Gary Clark, Ricky Sanders, Art Monk, just to name a few, we all went to dinner at Prime in Ashburn. And, my understanding was, Art is a chill, laid-back guy back in Florida. And so for him to come out and spend his time and spend his wisdom with us was something that I couldn't, you can't put a dollar amount on that. And I still take away the conversations we had at that dinner unbelievably. I keep that close to my heart.
That was Terry McLaurin moments ago to an assembled group of media. Tobes, you heard it. I want your reaction next. You guys line them up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. David Aldrich, one of the deans of DC Sports, will join us at 3 to break down what he heard today. I want you guys' reaction next. We got plenty of angles on this thing. Okay, but Terry McLaurin broke his silence. That's not a report. It's not one of the big wigs of NFL reporting. This was Terry direct to reporters, really direct to you. What is your first reaction? 800-636-1067.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. You just heard Terry McLaurin saying that he was frustrated with the state of the contract negotiations with the Commanders, saying, quote, I've been very frustrated. Not going to lie. Everything that has transpired has been pretty disappointing. I want to continue my career here. I've created my life here, so I want to be here. Just to see how things have played out has been disappointing. He also said there haven't been talks in a month. Commanders training camp getting underway on Friday with rookies reporting on Friday. And then 1 week from today, the veterans set to report for Commanders training camp. Also in the NFL today, the Chiefs reached an agreement with their offensive guard, Trey Smith, a 4-year, $92 million extension, $70 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid guard in NFL history. In baseball, All-Star game tonight, Tarek Skubal taking on Paul Skeens to start the game. Mackenzie Gore and James Wood making their first appearance in the All-Star game. That'll get underway at 8 o'clock. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
David Aldridge will join the program at 3. Welcome back. It's Grant Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. You heard from Terry. Audio has been played. Answers have been given. I want your first reaction. We got plenty of angles on this thing today, Tobes, but at first blush, you heard from Terry McLaurin. I know you were stuck in traffic like the rest of us were. What were you thinking when you heard that?
Yeah, so I've kind of dismissed some of these reports that we've seen of, oh, Terry's frustrated, Terry is getting a little bit annoyed, all the things that we've seen over the last couple of months. Can't deny those reports anymore, Danny. You heard it from Terry McLaurin himself that he is frustrated. He even came out and said as much, saying, this is coming from me. This is what I'm thinking. I am frustrated with this process. And to hear it get to that point is disappointing. I agree with the words that he used. Disappointing, I think, is the word, because there's so much goodwill around this organization right now. And when I heard JP and B-Mitch say that they were going to have this press conference later with Terry and the media was going to be gathered at Eastern Motors, I didn't think anything was going to be said. So it was, okay, business as usual. We'll continue to get ready for our show. Terry will probably say nothing about the contract. We'll move on. Oh, we got Art Monk to talk about. We find out he's having his number retired. So it's kind of like, oh, okay, nothing's going to happen here. And then you hear just immediately the disappointment in the tone in his voice and the frustration. And he sounded hurt by the ongoing negotiations. And that's part of pro football. That's what happens, right? When you have negotiations, and like we talked about, this is a little bit different of one. If Terry McLaurin were 27, 26, this deal's probably already done. But I think the age part plays into it. And I think Terry was especially hurt by the idea that I'm not just some 30-year-old. I'm a unique circumstance in that I came into the league a little bit later. I didn't play as much at Ohio State. I've been incredibly productive regardless of the quarterback play, and last year I had my best season, but it wasn't like it was an anomaly. It was an anomaly in terms of the touchdowns he scored, but it wasn't as if, Terry went for 1,200 yards all of a sudden when he'd only gone for 800 the previous years. He's gone over 1,000 almost every year of his career. And so it's disappointing that it got to this point. And to hear the thing that really opened my eyes in this, Danny, is to hear that there haven't been talks in over a month.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty obvious that the Commanders are playing hardball. That's what that means, right? That there's a contract that they've given him, because I don't think it's something that they've sat on their hands and haven't even had discussions. They clearly had some. He talked about being at OTAs, and it felt like there was an ongoing communication. And then once that kind of slowed down, he was like, all right, I'm going to get out of here. When that stopped, there hasn't been communication since. That's a little bit odd to me. And it's clear that they've come up with a number. We don't know what the number is. We don't know what Terry's asking for.
Right.
But it's pretty clear that they're not really in the same ballpark on that number. And the Commanders have not budged. Now, we're getting into just a week away from training camp when veterans report on July 22nd. Does that deadline spark a little more discussion? Does today's conversation with Terry spark a little more discussion? I certainly hope so. But it was eye-opening to hear Terry McLaurin himself say, hey, I'm frustrated and disappointed where we're at right now.
800-636-1067, your reaction to Terry McLaurin press conference today. Kurt Ashburn, you're first up, man. What's up? You're on the Fan.
Well, I agree with Vince. That was an interesting choice of words by one of the last callers in the last show. What does the team think when they see this? What does the team think when they see a guy go in who's got a valid contract, says, I'm not working for the contract I signed? the rest and I want more, and he gets it. Well, then they should do the same thing. Spare me all this. I had to work so hard, and I had to do all this. Everybody did. I didn't get to finish college because I had to go to the military in Vietnam. That's just the way it goes. I don't expect any treatment. So as much as I'm an ardent fan of Terry's and have been since he got here, he can hit the road. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kurt. Appreciate that. 800-636-1067. Hit the road thing is interesting. I'd like him to play here, but I guess I understand the point, question mark. Lance, Annapolis, first reaction to Terry McLaurin.
I mean, I would never say hit the road to Terry McLaurin. Without him last year, I mean, that's impossible. Without him last year, this is a totally different team. I mean, by the time that McLaurin and Daniels started to vibe together, I mean, the clutch catch he had against the Bengals, from there out, he's just reliable. I think what people take for granted, we all know that he hasn't had any, consistency at the quarterback position. But I think we tend to forget that we really had nobody at quarterback. And his numbers probably had suffered. Obviously, his numbers had suffered from that. So going back to the game when Heineke just kind of flipped the ball up in the air and he literally took it from the guy. He's a stud. I think we just take for granted how good he really is because we've only seen 3/4 of a season of what he can really look like. Just imagine how good he can be next year.
Lance, thank you, buddy. 800-636-1067. Remember, David Aldridge joins us at 3. Got to make some heads or tails of this. Toby, you said it already. I did not expect this today. So, I was doing stuff with my kids this morning, getting them ready for their outings and all the different things that happened today, the baby at home and stuff. So I'm kind of in and out. And I'd heard, via Twitter or whatever, in a moment to check my phone, hey, Terry McLaurin's going to talk. I don't know what I thought, but I didn't think this was coming today. So this is obviously, a very heavy stuff. Mike, Alexandria, hear from Terry McLaurin. What do you think?
It's very surprising. Thanks for taking my call. But Terry last year, they say that was one of his best years, but it was games where Terry, it almost felt like he wasn't on the field. A couple catches, and that's it. We would love him back, but I think he's looking at that DK Metcalf number, and he's like, I'm a better player than him, and I want that or more. And I don't think the organization is willing to give that. And that's all I got to say. We would love him back, though. I feel like he's a great player, but I don't know if the organization is giving him that.
Appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, somebody brought this up yesterday. I apologize. I can't remember who, Tobes. But it may be more, and I've seen this suggested now, maybe more about the length of the contract than the number. Again, he wouldn't get into specifics. I get that. What did you make of that? What do you think of there?
I think the year has to be more than the number because the number is pretty obvious, right? The number, I don't think there's much discussion about the number in terms of it's maybe 1 to 2 to 3 million. And at that point, I think you're more willing to do it. But a year discussion, whether he's wanting 4 and you're willing to go 3, which, by the way, is what I would do. I would do 3 years. If he's wanting 4, then I can understand playing a little more hardball. If we're haggling over 33.5 versus 31 or whatever the number may be, I can't get on board with. I can understand haggling over a year where you might think that he's got maybe 3 seasons and you're willing to understand that the 3 years on top of this year, that maybe you're not going to get as good of a player in that 4th year. I can't have 2 years of a guy getting 30+ million when I feel like he's going to be diminished goods. But I don't know exactly what the holdup is, but I would tend to believe it's years over money amounts.
800-636-1067. Someone drops off. Try to get yourself in. Talk to Ben, then you talk to us. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Toby in for GP. You heard from Terry McLaurin. We'll be locked and loaded on this pretty much throughout the show today. You heard directly from 17 himself. You heard the emotion. You heard the frustration. You heard kind of a State of the Union here, and he does not sound pleased. We're taking your reactions next before David Aldridge joins us at 3.
obviously, where it stands now, it's not great. It's not good at all. And without any progression, then you have to take steps based off of where you're at. You know what I mean? There's a hope that I do want to continue to play here, and I do want to be a part of what's being built and what's going to be built. But at the same time, you want to be valued by the front office and the ownership group and things like that. And, it's just past just the words of it. It's, the actions behind it. And I feel like I've proven who I am and who I'm going to continue to be, you know what I mean? And so, at some point, I guess you can say there's a point of no return. I don't think it's at that now, but, there's time is kind of ticking.
That was Terry McLaurin not too long ago. Welcome back. 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 for a little bit. Don't be alarmed if you're on the inferior AM dial. Switch over to 106.7 and then never go back there again. It's Grant and Danny on The Fan. Toby in for GP. Again, FM superior to the outdated model. This is a sports show. Again, do not be alarmed. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. Taking your calls in the order that they came in. Your reaction to Terry McLaurin. David Aldrich joins us in 13 minutes. Deacon, DC, what's up, man? You're on The Fan.
What's going on, Deacon?
What's up, Grant and Danny?
Buddy.
All right. So, listen, we need to stay on track, guys. We need to go ahead and get him whatever he needs. You already see what they're paying C.D. Lamb. You already see what they're paying the other guys. Terry's in the top 10 receivers. His numbers was good even when we ain't had no quarterback. Now you get a quarterback, and all of a sudden now you want to try to pull your skirt down. We already see what the backside of your butt look like, the Washington Commanders. Come on, let's stop playing.
Oh, you're breaking up, dude. I was into the whole skirt down thing, and I was going to a dirty place, but I'm fine.
Going somewhere.
Appreciate you, Deacon. Thanks for making that call. Joey, DC, your reaction to Terry?
Hey, man, I know I might get a lot of pushback for this, but I've seen stranger things happen, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that, hey, man, this front office in D.C. might be trying to trade Terry for Malik Neighbors.
They can try, with all due respect.
Yeah, I think they can hustle all they want right there.
Now, I have said this jokingly to people around here at the office that are Giants fans all the time, that Malik Neighbors' future team is this team, but it ain't happening right now, with all due respect.
Yeah. A second-year wide receiver who's already incredible for a 30-year-old guy. It would be too complicated.
I love Terry, but that's not happening.
No, it's not happening. The Giants have to be willing to say yes to that. I can't imagine what it would take. It'd be prohibitive, I think, at this stage. Ahmed, Poolsville, your reaction to Terry's press conference.
I think, thanks, guys, for taking my call.
Sir.
I think the team is trying to sell us on a model that they're not really backing up with Terry. Since coming into the league, Terry's only 8 receivers have caught more balls in passing yards than him. Since also with that, he's had 13 quarterbacks. The guy is the face of the franchise. You don't have to worry about this guy. Why are we waiting this long and drawing out a process to just make things just so complicated? Pay the guy. The guy's a true professional, comes in and does everything you ask for him to do. That's what we need. As a father who has kids who play sports, that's their role model. The guy who comes in, who's clean, who talks professionally, who goes and backs up everything he does. No problems on and off the field. Like, what are we waiting for? What are we trying to do here?
Appreciate you, buddy. I think that sentiment, by the way, is probably going to be pretty common today, Tobes.
Yeah, that's my issue, is when you look at some of the guys that they signed this offseason, wouldn't you say that they overpaid for Javon Kinlaw?
Majorly.
So why don't you take a little bit of that money that you were willing to give him and give it to Terry? So I just don't understand where was this on the priority list this offseason, Danny? That's the question I have. If you haven't had talks for a month, shouldn't this have been near the top? I understand the draft. I understand there are certain moves you need to make to improve the football team. But, we all just assumed this was going to get done because we assumed it was going to be almost near the top of the priority list. And we're a week away from veterans reporting to training camp. And your guy's having a press conference at Eastern Motors saying that he's frustrated. I'm a little bit shocked that it got to this point.
Let's go to Jim in Reston. Jim, good afternoon, man. You're on The Fan. If you're just joining us, Terry McLaurin spoke to reporters. We already had the audio. We'll have more clips later on as the show progresses, and David Aldrich will join us at 3. But until then, your calls. What do you make of Terry McLaurin's statements?
Well, thank you for taking my call. I agree completely with the previous caller. I can't even imagine our team without McLaurin. He went through all the different quarterback changes and the previous ownership, and there's no bigger professional than he is. So you can't overpay him. That's my opinion.
Appreciate you, dude. Kendall, Brandywine, you're on the Fan. Your reaction to Terry?
Kendall, what's up?
Kendall. I'll put him on hold. Maybe I won't. Did I put him on hold?
I think you did.
I think I did. I clicked the button and it didn't do anything, and it made that sound like he wasn't on hold. Anyway, let's go to Ted in D.C. Ted, what's up, man? Your reaction to Terry?
What's up, Ted?
So how y'all doing?
Hey, man.
For the last couple of weeks, I've been seeing something. Cincinnati just lost a wide receiver. They want Henderson so bad. Maybe they're trying to put McLaurin in a package to get Henderson. I don't know, but they deserve to pay this young man. He done laid everything on the line for us, man, everything. But they might be trying to put him a package to get Henderson in here. Now, what do you think about that?
Well, appreciate you, dude. But Cincinnati's got Chase and T. Higgins under contract.
He still wants to get paid regardless if they trade him or not. If he goes to a new place, he's going to want a new contract.
And they're not giving him 32, 33.
No, they can't pay him in Cincinnati.
And that's kind of the issue with Hendrickson, by the way, is you paid Burrow, which I get. You paid Jamar Chase, which I get. You paid Higgins. I wouldn't have, but I get it. The guy's awesome.
Which is also the funny part about where you're at here with this team. They're not pinching pennies. Like, who's their big name guy, right? They haven't paid Jaden yet.
Yeah, Deron Payne's their big ticket item this year, around like 27 mil cap.
It's not as if they have like, oh, okay, we've paid Burrow, we've paid Chase, we've paid Higgins. How do we pay Hendrickson? They really don't have any of that here.
Let's go to Zeke in D.C. Zeke, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sir.
Yeah, I was the one that said I think the holdup is years. If you're looking at the contracts of, Metcalf and even the latest one with Garrett, those guys are getting 4+ years, $130 million. So if Terry's trying to get that, I can see why management said, "Whoa, when you're 34 years old, we're going to be paying you $30 million a year." I don't know if that's a good investment. So I think it's the years. I think if Terry were to go with less years, I think they'd go ahead and sign the deal. But if he wants to go DK Metcalf 4 years, $100-something million, I think that's the issue. What do you guys think?
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, it's as good a speculation as any, honestly. And obviously we don't know, and we're not going to know the details. This team is now in the other direction. They're notorious, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but for keeping things close to the vest. There's not much leaking. There's not much blame being pointed. I mean, if this was Bruce Allen, you'd have these kind of negotiations go on, and he'd make sure to let a reporter know, God, how greedy is this guy asking for all this money to try to play this war of words? Team is far too classy to go down that road. Something we're going to talk about, I think, as the show progresses. Let's bring Kendall back on. Part 2. Kendall, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
What's up, guys? My bad.
All good.
Wifey called. Man, it's so disappointing because I don't think it's about the years. What I think is they're offering him somewhere in the realm of T. Higgins or maybe even less. And I just think that there's no way that McLaurin could take that. And so, because I think if you were talking 32 and it's not 35, I don't think that would be an issue with McLaurin. He'd just come on in. But I think he definitely has to know his self-worth. But the bigger picture for me is, what are we doing? Like you said, we paid the D tackle all that money. We got a lot of money. What is the big play here? What is the program that we are waiting for where we're not going to spend money on Terry McLaurin? It's upsetting, man. And so if I'm McLaurin, I leave it where it is. I go and play the rest of my contract. They're gonna probably franchise him. I wouldn't negotiate with him anymore. If you want to franchise me, I'll take 35 next year, and then I'll be gone the next year, and I'll still have some gas in the tank, and I can just play out the rest of my career. It's sad that it's got to be that, and that's why I'm asking, what is the big picture here? What are we waiting to spend this money on? We didn't get a defensive end. What are we doing? I'm starting to question the direction of what we're doing right now, and it is very upsetting.
Kendall, I hear it, and I appreciate it. I think that is the essential question. We're going to ask the best person to answer, quite frankly, is David Aldridge, one of the deans of DC Sports. Will join us at 3. Plenty more of your calls throughout the show. You will get a chance to weigh in on this. Major development, just tuning in. Terry McLaurin spoke to the media a couple hours ago now. We're reacting to it all day on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. It's Grant and Danny on The Fan. Toby in for GP. David Aldridge of The Athletic next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. You heard a little bit earlier today, Terry McLaurin was shooting a commercial for Easterns Motors. Afterwards, he did a press conference where he said he was frustrated with the state of contract negotiations, saying, quote, I've been pretty frustrated, not going to lie. Everything that has transpired has been pretty disappointing. I want to continue my career here. I've created my life here, so I want to be here. Just to see how things have played out has been disappointing. He also said that there haven't been talks in a month. Also today for the Commanders, the team announced that they will retire Art Monk's number 81. It'll be in Week 9, Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That'll be also the debut outing of the Super Bowl-era uniforms. Commanders training camp going to get underway on Friday with rookies reporting 1 week from today. The veterans will report. It'll be seen if Terry McLaurin will be there or not. Contract news today around the NFL. The Chiefs reached an agreement with their offensive guard, Trey Smith. It'll make him the highest paid guard in NFL history. 4 years, $92 million, $70 million guaranteed. And the Jets agreed to a 4-year extension with their corner, Sauce Gardner, one day after they signed wide receiver Garrett Wilson. 4 years, $120.4 million for Sauce, $60 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid corner in NFL history. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny here on The Fan and the team 980 until 4 o'clock. Welcome. Toby in for GP. The show is brought to you today and every day by the law firm of Condori and Morad. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We jump now, Tobes, to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. One of the deans of DC Sports, David Aldridge, joins us, reacting to Terry McLaurin. David, good afternoon. Thanks for the time.
My pleasure, guys. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, you were there. Just give me your first reaction. What's kind of at first blush? What'd you make of it?
You know, obviously we're getting kind of close to camp here, so the urgency is picked up, and I don't think Terry was acting. I think he is a little frustrated and a little, upset about how the negotiations have gone. I also think that, pressure bursts pipes, right? And so the more pressure one side feels over the other tends to get things going. And so now he has served deep into the Commanders' ad court, and now it is on them to return the serve, right? You either do that with a bigger offer, a better offer, or you start waging your own PR campaign, right? And so look, all I know is we all know what Terry McLaurin's been about since he's been here. I think we know who he is. And to me, it doesn't mean you give him every dollar. It doesn't mean you pay him more than you pay, Jamar Chase. I'm not suggesting that at all. But I do think that he has earned, if anybody has earned goodwill on the part of this organization, even though these guys are new, and I get that. I understand this is a new front office. So they weren't here for most of Terry's time here. But they know the track record. They know what he did last season. They know how important he was for Jaden Daniels. So I just can't imagine this does not get done before camp, because it's not just about missing camp time. It's about being, physically ramping up to play professional football. I don't care what kind of shape you're in. There's no way that you can simulate that other than being on a field doing it, right? And so anybody who misses time in camp is susceptible to the kinds of injuries, and especially at a position like wide receiver, where there's a lot of explosive moves that are being made, to the types of injuries that keep you out for weeks, and you don't want that. And Terry's been very durable since he's been here, and you don't want it to start now. You want to hit the ground running with a much tougher schedule than you had last season.
Talking with David Aldridge here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer sitting in for GP today. Were you a little surprised that you got the answers that you did from Terry today, David? Because we were talking before the show, and even at the start of the show, Danny and I were talking about how, okay, we were expecting to maybe hear, obviously to talk about the contract, but we were expecting maybe toe the company line and say, hey, I don't want to comment on the negotiations. But to hear him come out and immediately say, yeah, I've been frustrated, I've been disappointed. Were you a little surprised to hear that from Terry?
Not really. Not really. Clearly, it's been out there for a while, right? And he said, like, all the stuff you've heard about me being frustrated, that came from me, right? Like, he was very upfront about that because he has been frustrated, So I'm not surprised. I mean, again, timing is everything. It's a week before camp starts, and there's an urgency to it now that everybody understands, and I think – it doesn't mean that Terry's not frustrated, but it means making that clear and obvious to everybody puts pressure back on the organization, and maybe it should be on the organization, right? But I would say this, I understand I understand organizations trying to hold the company line, especially for a guy that's 30 years old. I get that. I do understand that. I also understand that we've been told time and time again, well, the blueprint is to build as good a team around Jaden Daniels as possible before he becomes before you have to extend him and give him $300 million or whatever the number is going to be in a couple of years that you have to give him. Okay. Well, I would say Terry McLaurin is a pretty important foundational piece to that, right? Like if you want to build the best team around your young quarterback as possible, I don't know how you don't have your best receiver locked up for the duration of that time before you have to extend Jaden Daniels. Then in 3 years, you're going to have a different conversation, right? Like if Terry's still here in 3 years, he's 33 years old now. Now, that's different. I get that. I do. But right now, it's hard for me to say it's good business to be as stringent as possible on the numbers. I would say if there's a tie in terms of talent, size, age, production, all of those things where Terry may not be as young as Amon-Ra St. Brown or as tall as DK Metcalf, right? I get that. But the tie to me is, but he's been the stand-up guy for this organization when there was nothing to stand up for. And he never caused you a moment of pain or embarrassment. He's been nothing but professional since he's been here, and he's been nothing but productive since he's been here. And I think that has to count for something.
Yeah, I think that's, and David Aldridge with us here. I'm Grant and Danny. Tobes in for GP. I think that's one of the essential points. We've had a lot of folks who've already called David. People are tweeting us about this. Kind of to that end, this is the guy that you hold up as the example, right? When they're talking about the commander tag or you're looking for such and such in the draft. Here's when you show up on campus as a rookie or as an undrafted free agent or a veteran. You just follow 17 around, you do what he does. And because of that, it's more than just, the production on the field and where it ranks. The point is it means more to you maybe than it might to the next guy. I think that's the best leverage in a time where, quite frankly, players don't have as much because the way the CBA is and kind of the rules are set up for the teams. That's kind of the best punchback from Terry's side. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's where it is. I mean, I think that's, to me, again, him. He's got a track record here, and it's not a track record full of injuries, or it's not a track record full of, embarrassing moments for the organization, but he's too talented to let go. Like, there's been none of that with Terry, right? Like, there's just been none of it. He's done everything that you would ask a guy to be, to do, and he's been everything you would ask a guy to be. And so, to me, it's, again, I'm not trying to negotiate for either side here, but I think there's a number that's less than what Jamar Chase is making, but maybe more than what some other guys ahead of Terry McLaurin are currently making. So, I think you get there and you get this done and you get them into camp and start fresh with no holdouts for a team that really has high expectations going into the season.
He seemed pretty miffed at the idea of age being a major part and part of the reason why maybe this negotiation is so difficult. And, him going into the year, going to turn 30 pretty soon into the season. How many more years do you think he can be productive? And do you think it's something that maybe that is a big part of this in terms of the years of the contract? We talked about this a little bit yesterday, saying, maybe it's something where he wants 4 years and the Commanders are willing to do 3 or something along that line, and maybe that's where the holdup is.
Well, I mean, I'm not a contract expert. I don't know whether it's 3 years, 4 years, how much money's guaranteed in year 3 or year 4, for that matter, if it goes that far. All I can tell you is he took a screen and took it to the house in Detroit in the playoff game. He took a slant 60 yards against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. He looks fine to me. I'll put it that way. It doesn't look like he's slowing down any. Nobody could catch him from behind in a playoff game on the road, in back-to-back weeks. So he looked pretty good to me. Now, again, I understand the conversation is different 3 years from now, but until he shows you he's not the guy that his number or that his salary would support, I don't know that you can you can't predict it like it's a certainty, right? You can't predict either way. So you're again, you fall back on, all right, if we're going to gamble to overpay over, year 31 and 32, who are we gambling on? We're gambling on a stand-up guy who hasn't missed a game in 4 years and who's made a series of really mediocre quarterbacks look good until Jaden Daniels got here. And then he made a really good quarterback look even better, right? So I don't, so to me, I just don't think you can fall back on age now that it's time to pay the guy. See, this is the problem I have. This is the problem I have with the Nationals. They do this all the time. A guy puts up numbers, and when it's time to pay him, they go, well, we can't pay you that. That will break our salary structure. Well, okay.
Sorry for producing.
Yeah, we can't pay you Bryce Harper. We can't pay you Anthony Rendon. We can't pay you Juan Soto, what you're worth. And then you've shown you're actually worth twice what we offered you on the open market. You got almost 2 times what we offered you. But that's, it's always, well, we can't pay you because it's too much money, and it just it doesn't work for the team. And I see other teams all the time getting their core guys extended and signed, all of them, all year after year after year. The Braves signed another guy to an 8-year deal. You know what I mean? And the Nats can't get anybody signed. And so you don't want the Commanders. Look, they got Sam Cosmi done. Smart, good business. This is smart and good business, too. You need to get it done.
David, this, not too long ago, Adam Peters could basically, maybe for this fan base, walk on water. And if he made a decision, right, and you were like, hey, I don't quite understand why they signed Javon Kinlaw. They would snap at you like an angry alligator, right? And now this is kind of that first crossroads where public opinion might dip. Probably an impossible to quantify or answer question, but how much damage might this do if this, split kind of continues here?
I mean, I think very little, to be honest with you. Look, you can't say let AP cook, and then when he cooks, say, well, no, not that way.
Not those ingredients, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? So either you trust him or you don't trust him, right? And, that's where I think that's why I think this needs to get done. Because if you look at what Adam Peters has done since he's been here, you would go, yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty good. And you would say the same about Terry McLaurin. So what are we talking about here? You're good at what you do. He's good at what he does. Let's figure this out. These are not – nobody has to prove themselves on this one, right? And so you have to be – I think you have to be a little – I don't know what's the word. I don't think you can be naive as a fan. This is business, right? This is how – these are the decisions that decide whether you're a championship organization or not. Either you sign the right people for the right amount of money and the right amount of time, or you don't. Or you draft the right people, or you trade for the right people. So far, Adam Peters has done a remarkable job putting a really good team together in a really short period of time, because almost all of his decisions have been good ones. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this, but I also have to give McLaurin the benefit of the doubt because of who he's been. So this leads me to believe that this should not be a protracted, long holdout when you're both smart guys and you both know what's up. And you got to figure it out. None of us get what we want when we go to the boss and say, I deserve a raise. Nobody does, right? Nobody gets every dime that they're asking for or every perk that they want. but you got to at some point sign the contract. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and a team can't talk about family and character and this is who we want in the locker room and then not take care of the guy that personifies all of that in your locker room. You know, like, again, if you're going to overpay anybody, it should be Terry McLaurin. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? So that to me is where the rubber's got to meet the road, and this has got to get settled before next Tuesday.
Talking with David Aldridge here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer sitting in for Grant Paulson. What was your thought going into today about when this thing would get done, or if it was going to get done? And did the press conference today change any of that?
I have no expectations in terms of contracts because everybody's contract is different. What I want out of a contract is different than what would you want out of a contract, right? We all have different things. We're at different points of our lives. So I never prejudged that this should have been done a month ago. Most of the time, it usually comes down to the end, right? Most negotiations get down to the end, because again, when there's no more time, you're more amenable to making sure you get the deal done. So that's pretty standard stuff. Terry is not one to emote. I thought his emotions were genuine today. I got the sense that he is very frustrated by this, that he had hoped that this would get done beforehand. I don't know that it's going to bring toxicity or anything into the locker room. I think people understand that this is negotiations at the top of the wide receiver food chain, as it should be, right? Because he's proven he deserves to be at the top of the chain. And it gets hard sometimes. But again, if you call me a week from today and this isn't done yet, now we got a problem. Now you got a real problem because now you're missing camp time. And I think that the Commanders have to understand that, and they do know this because these are smart people. Success is very fleeting in the NFL, and you have to do everything possible to make things as easy as possible for your team to hit the ground running. You do not want a guy missing 10 days of camp and then trying to be ready to play football in 2.5 weeks, 3.5 weeks when he hasn't put the pads on in 4 months. That's just not how this works. And you need that camp time to get up to speed, figuratively and literally, to get ready to play football, because that's been the problem with some of the old regimes here, is that they didn't actually play football in the preseason. You have to actually play football and hit and be hit to get ready. There's no other, you can't simulate it. That's the only way you're going to get ready. And so Terry's got to get ready too. No matter who you are, you have to get ready. And that's by being on the field.
Is there any chance this continues to escalate and everybody keeps playing hardball and they're dug in and he doesn't end up playing here?
I would be very surprised if that happened. Because of the signal it would send to the rest of the team. You can send signals in different ways. Like, you can send signals by paying a guy, and you can send signals by not paying a guy, right? And so if people look at McLaurin, and again, you look at what he did throughout his career here and what he's done, what he did last season, and the type of person he has been, it's hard for me to justify, well, we had to let him go because he was asking for too much money, but we're still all about the core values of the people that do the hard work should get rewarded and our best players are going to get taken care of. I'm looking at you like, well, you didn't take care of that guy. He's the most stand-up guy here. You know what I mean? So I think you run a risk. That's a big risk to kind of, telling your franchise quarterback, yeah, we know he's your guy, but we couldn't pay him. Sorry. I don't think that's the best message to send to your franchise quarterback. So again, I'm not saying break the bank. What I'm saying is you may need to go a little above slot here, as they say in baseball.
Yeah. Closing out on that, DA, how much do you think that has to play into the decision here where, yeah, maybe you could save a few bucks, but then you're talking about Jaden Daniels hasn't gotten paid that big contract yet, so maybe now is the time that you're able to do that. But to send the right message, so guys like Bobby Wagner and guys like Zach Ertz, that in the future, maybe hey, there's free agents that you want to bring in like that. You're sending the right message to the guys in that locker room that, hey, when you have a guy that produces, that does everything the right way, we take care of that guy.
Right. Well, to me, it's not so much about Bobby Wagner and Ertz, guys who are at the end of their career. It's more about the younger guys on this team. What are you telling Brandon Coleman? What are you telling Sanger still? You know what I mean? Guys like that are going to be part of the future here, long term. Those are the guys that are looking at this and going, well, what are you going to do with him? Because I'm coming up soon. You know what I mean? You gotta show me what you're going to do when it's my turn to get a contract. You know what I mean? What are you telling Quan Martin and guys like that? That, to me, those are the guys to me that are going to be looking at this, the ones that are 25 and under and going, all right, what are you going to, he's been the guy here. What are you going to do for me when it's my turn? And so that's where I think I would be paying attention if I'm a young guy or a younger guy, I guess I would say, that is going to get another contract or two in this league before it's over. And I want to know how you're going to handle my situation when it's my turn if you lowball Terry McLaurin. So to me, that's where it would become very problematic. You don't want to start being the team that doesn't pay its guys when it's time to pay the guys. It doesn't mean you have to pay everybody, but you have to pay the right guys. And again, if it's not Terry McLaurin, who the hell is it?
David, fantastic as always. Really appreciate the time today. Thank you.
All right, guys. My pleasure.
There he goes. That is David Aldridge of The Athletic. So here's my question for the moment, Tobes. We've been reacting. We're going to keep pivoting the conversation, looking at every angle we can possibly come up with here. Here's mine now. What's the team's perspective? Is there anybody out there that, after Terry gave his impassioned speech, might go, actually side with the team? Or what's the team thinking here? Right? Let's get into the team angle of this, because we've heard from Terry. You're not going to hear from the team in all likelihood, right? You're not going to hear from Adam Peters. You're not going to hear from Rails or Magic Johnson or Josh Harris and Mark Hahn or anybody on this kind of subject. What is the team thinking? And does anybody out there have any sympathy or empathy or maybe agree with their perspective on it? 800-636-1067. We'll discuss that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In football, big news today is Terry McLaurin said he's frustrated with the state of contract negotiations and said there haven't been talks in a month. Other news in the NFL today, the team announced that they are going to retire Art Monk's number 81 in Week 9 of Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That'll also be the debut of the Super Bowl-era uniforms for the Commanders. Training camp getting underway for the Commanders at the end of the week. The rookies are reporting on Friday, and 1 week from today, veterans will report on July 22nd. Other news in the NFL today, the Chiefs agreed to a 4-year extension with their guard Trey Smith. He becomes the highest-paid guard in NFL history at 4 years, $92 million, $70 million guaranteed. And the Jets agreed to a 4-year extension with their corner Sauce Gardner. 4 years, $120.4 million, $60 million guaranteed. Becomes the highest paid corner in NFL history in the last 2 days. The Jets have locked up Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Obviously, where it stands now, it's not great. It's not good at all. And without any progression, then you have to take steps based off of where you're at. You know what I mean? There's a hope that I do want to continue to play here. And I do want to be a part of what's being built and what's going to be built. But at the same time, you want to be valued by the front office and the ownership group and things like that. And, it's just past just the words of it. It's, the actions behind it. And I feel like I've proven who I am and who I'm going to continue to be.
That was Terry McLaurin. We're discussing that a lot today. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. So be in for GP. 800-636-1067. We're going to have a bunch of different angles today, a bunch of different Kurtz, Tobes, as we discuss this throughout. But what's the team thinking now? And part two of that is, do you have any understanding or empathy or maybe on the team's side at this stage? 800-636-1067. But you heard from Terry McLaurin. What's the team thinking in the moment?
I mean, they're probably looking at it and they're figuring out what exactly is the holdup, and it's probably either the years, right? I think that makes more sense to me than the money, because if the money is the issue and the team is offering like 25 and they're not going to budge off that, then Terry McLaurin's going to play for another football team next year. And I hate to say that, but I think they're going to have to get into that 31, 32 range if they're going to want to keep him. And I would do that. Now, if the team is looking at the money, I can't get on board with that. If they're looking at the years, I can understand playing a little bit of hardball over that. Because if I'm the team, this is how I'm looking at it, saying, I think that Terry McLaurin, if we sign him for 4 years, which works out perfectly in terms of 3-year extension on top of what he had this year, so the next 4 seasons, that literally lines up perfect with Jaden Daniels' rookie contract. When you pick up that 5th-year option, they match up perfectly, and then the time that big extension for Jaden kicks in is the time that Terry's money comes off the books. So it would work out perfectly in that sense. And if I'm looking at Terry McLaurin, I think he's going to have a productive season this season. I think he can have a productive season next season. I think he can have a productive season in the season after that. Are we confident that in his age 33 going into 34 season, which it would be in the final year of a 3-year deal, a 3-year extension, are we confident that he's going to be good in that? I don't know that I would think that he's going to put up another 1,000-yard year in that case. And if that's the case, that needs to be the last year of the contract. If he's asking for 4 years on top of this year, suddenly you're getting into interfering with Jaden's contract, and you're getting into a space where not only are you going to have one bad year potentially at the end of the contract, you're looking at multiple. And I don't know that I can put that risk. So I can understand playing hardball over the years. That, to me, is the only holdup where I could understand from their side. If it's over the money, I can't understand what exactly the holdup is.
800-636-1067. Karen and Ashburn been very patient. Karen, thanks for hanging on with us. What's up?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you guys know, or if you think that the Art Monk announcement might have been timed purposely for today to take the attention away from Terry's press conference.
I don't know specifically. I appreciate that. I don't know. I can't answer that.
It's honestly a shame, because if that was their plan, we'd be spending so much of the show today talking about Art Monk.
Because that's what I was going to do. I was like, okay, let's tear up the rundown, and I want to talk about my hero.
Yeah.
But obviously this happened. So, if that was the plan, it didn't work. In terms of what the narrative is going to be, Art Monk honoring my favorite player. A lot of guys my age love 81 more than anything. that gets pushed to the back burner because that's not a kind of a here and now thing. That's fun. We'll talk about that a bunch in November leading up to it. It's the right thing to do. I'm a huge fan of it. But Terry McLaurin spoke. So kind of what else is there?
Yeah, I don't know that was the plan. I think, obviously they went down and they filmed the whole video that you saw this morning, a nice 6-minute video of them going down there. Doug Williams looked like Charles Mann, Gary Clark, a bunch of Redskins legends down there to congratulate him and welcome him into that exclusive club of having your number retired for this franchise. But I don't know that they scheduled it in terms of thinking, oh, we'll do this at the same time, because really it was like an hour or two before when Terry spoke. And by the way, Terry on his Instagram story, even after all the craziness that we saw, recognized Art Monk saying legend with some flowers on it on his Instagram story, saying and recognizing Art Monk. But if that was their plan, it didn't work because we're spending all day talking about Terry.
And it seems they'd be too smart to think, hey, let's try this. But I don't know. Again, it's in the world of PR and stuff. This is not a specific football matter. Who knows if it was that coordinated, concocted, et cetera. Rick, Lutherville, what do you think the team's thinking in this moment?
Well, I think the team is looking at things differently than Terry. Let me just say this. I'm a 60-year fan. I love Terry McLaurin. He practically saved the franchise in a lot of ways. But he should not have a contract with a 3 in front of it. Now, you guys have access to numbers I don't have, but they were spoken on somebody's show about 10 days ago, that his total receptions were like 14th or 16th. His yak was like 23rd, and there was another metric they had. It was ranked 29th. Now, he thinks he's in the top 10. I think he's like 14 or 15 in the top receivers. And, he's going to make $16 million this year. Like a previous caller, I would like to see him play out his darn contract. And worst case, we could franchise him the next year, and we would have less money and less commitment. But he doesn't deserve a 4-year contract. He doesn't deserve 30, 31, 32, 33 million. And that's just a fact when you look at his numbers. As much as everybody loves him, you can't justify the contract numbers based on his production numbers.
Appreciate you, Rick. Reaction, Tubbs?
I disagree. I think based on his production numbers, you can argue to me, and I get that I'm higher than most fans on him and most people around the nation on him, but to me, he's a top 10 receiver. If you want to say that he's in that tier where he's somewhere from, 10 to 15, it's also what happens, Danny. This is where it works. Like when you are up for a contract, you get paid near the top. Now, if he's asking for Jamar Chase money, I can understand being a little more, hey, we can't do that. He's at the top by $5 million over Justin Jefferson. If you're going to say that that's a point that you can't go to, I get that. But that's kind of the market right now, Danny, is 30, 31, 32. I'd say he's better than DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf got 33. I get different circumstances, age, all that, but still, he got 33. You just saw that Garrett Wilson yesterday got 32 and a half. I'd say that you look at the numbers, they're darn near the same in terms of less catches, but more yards. So I disagree on that. I think the big holdup has to be age. If you're talking production, I don't think there's any question Terry deserves 30 plus.
Vince, Akakik, appreciate you being patient, buddy. What do you think the team's thinking?
So I think the team is overthinking it. I've called a couple of times and said, at the end of the day, if we're really talking chicken, the salary cap jumps 10 to 15% every year. Whatever we signed Terry for today, let's say we lost our noodles and signed him for 40. The 40 that we signed him for today would be pennies on the dollar when the market resets for the next set of receivers that get signed to the next set of big contracts because of how the salary cap jumps. I think they're overthinking it. Listening to Terry's full interview today, Terry was such a professional with kind of dragging the franchise without really dragging the franchise, just talking his truth.
Mm-hmm.
It really makes us look really, really bad today. It makes us look really, really bad, especially when we preach team, team, team. We got the owner saying, we're not changing the name. We're commanders. We believe in what a commander is. And Terry was one of the people that Dan Quinn said wrote the bylaws of what a commander was. And we're not paying Mr. Commander. It does not look good on us today. It's just not a good day.
I think that's an astute observation. And I also think that's why it happened. That's what this is to me. And I haven't talked much about this, and we're going to get into this later on in the show, Tobes. But to me, that's the whole point of today, is that's the sentiment. The agent knows that, and Terry knows that. right? Him being able to speak publicly, talking about frustration, disrespect, this is who I am. That's the ultimate here. Eat this delicious
100%.
steak for red meat for the base, so to speak. Right? Everybody's excited. Everybody's pro Terry. Everyone loves the player, obviously. Duh. He was the reason to tune in when you were 4-13. He's awesome. Bailing Taylor Heineke out time after time in Atlanta, making catches in traffic, being the toughest son of a gun there was. You love Terry McLaurin. Of course you do. You're a human being that likes this football team. That was the guy, and it still is. That was the point of today, is the rhetoric, the rubber's not meeting the road in terms of, at the end of the day, a business transaction, money, years, etc. A lot of guys go through a lot of contracts. This is this guy, though, doing it, and he gets to do it very publicly. Whereas, like, I'm just picking an example. When Jeremy Reeves does it, maybe not the best example, but when, like, behind-the-scenes special teams linebacker that's the 48th guy on the roster does it, you don't have this kind of leverage. He does. This is his one last shot to strike huge, to get a big contract. And that was the point of what today was. Nothing has changed. There's no development today that didn't exist yesterday or 2 days ago or 5 days ago or whatever. He said it himself. No contact for a month. This could have happened at any point in time, but that's why it's now, because of the proximity of the training camp, because of kind of the pressure here that this is all putting on. 800-636-1067. Plenty of calls on hold. Somebody drops off. You drop in. What do you think the team's thinking in the moment after Terry putting pressure on him in public? I wasn't ready, Tobes. Trying to bring us back, and you made a funny zing right as we're reaching to put on the microphones to do the radio program. Toby had a great zing that caught me, and I was chuckling.
Yeah, my bad. My bad.
Don't you dare apologize for making funnies. Welcome back. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Toblerone in for GP. 800-636-1067. We'll Beltway Blitz in about 14 minutes. Take a brief break from Terry McLaurin Talk, 1067 The Terry. We'll get back into it after the Blitz. In fact, we'll do some during the Blitz, too. But we'll talk about the Nationals draft and a couple of the things going on in the world of DC sports. But now, kind of the question. Again, we'll morph the questions throughout the show. You've heard from Terry McLaurin. We'll have some clips that we're playing throughout here as well. What do you think the team is thinking at this stage? Gary, Upper Marlboro, been really patient. What do you think the team's thinking at the moment?
Thanks for taking my calls, gentlemen. I think what the team is thinking about is they respect Terry for what he's done in the past, but it's all about the future. If you've ever had a salary review in your business or, your place of work, there are some really raw conversations that you had. And I think that's part of some of the stuff that's going on with Terry. And I agree it's probably the years, but I somewhat agree with the caller about 3 callers ago. Okay, I think Terry has been great for this franchise, but I got to be honest with you. I think there are probably about 15 to 20 receivers that if he was out there on the free agent market, he would not be selected over those guys. And it's because of his age. And if you look at his production, he's about, 65 yards per game. He's not, he doesn't take over games like some of these other guys do. But I think he's a great player. But I think that what management is thinking is, listen, we have to be very, very careful about how we handle our salary cap going forward because they build the team with a lot of one-year contracts. So every year they're going to have to be players in free agency. So every $2 or $3 million that they save on players is very important. And I think, Terry, the problem is, I agree, there can be a 3 in front of the figure for next year. But after that, I think that's where they're digging their heels in because they're probably telling Terry, look, your numbers are good, but there are a lot of guys who put up a lot of better numbers. I think he was like 15 or 16 in yards last year. And if you take away some of those, magical plays that he made, one against Dallas, he may be below 1,000 yards.
Gary, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah,
By the way, let's take away all the magical plays that he makes ever. Weird discussion.
I never love that thing. Or take away the production and you don't have much production. But I understand the point in general. To me, there's too much 2 for 17, 1 for 5, 6 for 22 on his ledger to be thought of as a truly elite guy. And this always sounds like you're beating somebody up. We used to have these conversations about Ryan Kerrigan. There's nothing wrong with Ryan Kerrigan. There's nothing wrong with Terry McLaurin. These are good, quality football players. But sometimes what happens with the fan base, it depends on the guy. We get very upset, some of us do, that they're not the best. They're not the second or third best guy in the league. Right? Okay, no problem. Still really good. And really good when you don't have to worry about the guy. When he does everything right, that's worth a premium. And I think that's kind of Terry's point. So while, and I apologize, I forgot the caller's name just now. I actually probably agree with your sentiment. If you put him 9th or 13th or something like that, I think that's all reasonable. Depends on scheme, depends on who you ask. Certainly entering this season, I would take him over a lot of guys, but over the next 3 or 4 years, depending on the term, Topes, I may not. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's a good sports conversation. But the extra weight that the deposits he's put in here, I think that's what matters a lot for this conversation.
It 100% does. And I don't know why that this turns into, we've had this discussion about Terry McLaurin for years. Is he a true 1? And you've got each on their own side. Obviously, I'm going to be on the side that he is a 1. Regardless, this is a guy that is so important for this franchise. And by the way, a point that we haven't gotten to, Danny, that I think is really interesting in a part of this as well. What does this team look like without Terry McLaurin?
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's just assume that this goes bad and they have to move on. And by the way, if the contract goes bad and all this stuff, it's not as if he's going to fetch full value, right? Like, when you trade a guy that is disgruntled, like, why do you think we're still monitoring this Trey Hendrickson situation? At what point does it become, hey, we can just throw a 3rd their way? Hey, we can just throw a 4th their way? Right?
The vultures start circling.
Yeah, if that's the case with Terry McLaurin, don't think that you're suddenly going to return with 3 1s. Right? Like, that's not what's going to happen. So imagine this team without him. You think that Debo can be the 1? Like, I'm not saying that he's the best receiver in football, and I'm not even saying he's in the same tier with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. It's pretty clear that those guys are well above. But when you get behind that level, there are guys that are getting $30 million that I would take him over. And whether you're willing to go to $30 million or not, I mean, that's a discussion that we can have. But I think the best way that you could lay this out is someone brought up that the salary cap goes up year after year after year. Joel Corey was on with you guys last week and talked about in his article that if you take the same percentage amount that he's making right now when he signed his last deal in terms of the salary cap, and you were to put it to where the salary cap is now, it's around $31 million. So if you're willing to go to where he's at now, with how things have adjusted, you should be willing to go up to that 30-31 number. I get that the numbers look bigger and bigger, but also the amount that you're allotted is bigger and bigger.
Curtis, DC, what do you think the team is thinking right now?
How y'all doing, sir? I am getting sick, and I've been sitting back for 2 weeks hearing the Terry McLaurin bashing. This brother ain't done nothing but mistakes, humble, consistent for 5 years. But now no quarterback, no trouble. Everybody will complain. They brought Debo over here that he had problems with his last team. They got Lattimore with his last team, but last team had problems. They got Thompson, another one with his problems. So all this bashing, he can't do this, he can't do this. We got the best long ball catcher in the league. Nobody ever talks about that, though. Now y'all want to bring up stats and this. There's a lot of receivers that had one catches for 7 yards a couple of years ago. Like A.J. Brown, when the point we left to go Fuller held him to 1 for 7 1 year. Nobody talks about him. Every time always his contract come over, his stats, everybody won't talk about he ain't this, he ain't that. So he is one of the better receivers in the league. So all these people calling him a top 15, top 20 are crazy. Stay off the drugs. Thank you.
That's good advice in general. I would say there's plenty of guys that are pretty good deep ball catchers. If you want to take McLaurin 1-1, I would not. I would still probably take Tyreek Hill, maybe a couple other guys over him. But the point is, he's really good. I don't know if he was mad at me or mad at people in general. I don't know who exactly that was directed to, but I got to appreciate the passion. I don't think this is Terry bashing as much as it is, hey, there is another side to this. And it's not one we really want to hear or really have to confront, but the team sure as bleep has to confront it. And I don't think that's unreasonable. But again, appreciate the passion in the phone call there. Anthony Dulles, what's the team thinking right now?
Danny, Toby, what's up, gentlemen? Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Got it, bud.
If Washington is thinking idiotic in a way that they're going to say, hey, you know what? He's a Ron guy. He was a Ron draftee. But there's other players that are still on the roster that Ron drafted, like B-Rob. But my whole point about it is that, I don't know, it's just so sad that all this is going on because Terry is just, I mean, look at the crowd in the stands. They're chanting his name, even on the visitor side. And it's like he brings so much energy to that franchise. I would just hate to, see this thing go sideways. But if I were Terry, I would play out my year. And if they're going to franchise me, franchise me. I'm going to be at 35, 36 mil next year. The cap's going to go up. If they're going to franchise me again, Terry's going to be knocking on $40 million. $40 million.
Yeah, he'll get plenty. I mean, I don't think it's that's why I'm starting to get some credence here, Tobes, on the term thing. Because if nothing happens, he's getting paid a pretty good chunk of change guaranteed for a couple years in a row with the franchise mechanism. So I don't know that it's a money thing.
Well, and I don't know. He might hold out of training camp, or maybe he's going to hold in, but he'll eventually play, by the way, if they don't do anything, because I don't think there's any way he's sitting out and they're going to not accrue a year and all the stuff that is a part of the CBA that he basically does have to suit up and play, or at least he has to be there, right? He has to at least be in the building. So I think that ultimately if it gets to that point that if nothing gets done, then either he's going to request a trade or he's going to play for this football team. But I just hope that it doesn't get to that point. To your point earlier about where this team is at and what he was doing, I think it was the empathy play, right? We've heard reports that he was frustrated. We've heard reports that basically everything he said today, with the exception of the fact that they haven't talked in a month, we've all heard that stuff before.
Yeah.
But when you hear it from the man himself, it's the same thing you do with commercials, the same thing you do with all this stuff. It's like, you can tell me about stuff, but I don't care. But as soon as you throw someone's face on it, as soon as you throw the guy that you're going to get some care out of, you're going to look at it and go, oh, man, why are they doing that, right? That's exactly how I think a lot of people felt today. Hearing that from Terry, hearing the emotion, the raw feeling from him, I think that immediately got so many people that are on his side to go, Well, what the heck are you doing? Pay
Exactly.
the guy.
Yeah, it turns from, this is negotiating to, wow, it's escalated. We have plenty more to come on this. We're going to Beltway Blitz here in about 5 minutes. Get you a quick update on what's going on with Terry McLaurin, the team, etc. Quick Nats update as well. Then we'll get back into this Terry McLaurin conversation at 800-636-1067. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin today in a press conference after a video shoot for a commercial said that he was frustrated with the state of contract negotiations, saying, quote, "I've been pretty frustrated. Everything that has transpired has been pretty disappointing. I want to continue my career here. I've created my life here, so I want to be here. Just to see how things have played out, though, has been disappointing." He also said that there haven't been talks in a month. Again, Terry McLaurin frustrated with the state of his contract negotiations with the team. Team also announced today that they will retire Art Monk's number 81 in Week 9 Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That'll also be the debut of the Super Bowl era uniforms. At the end of the week on Friday, rookies reporting for Commanders training camp, and 1 week from today, veterans reporting for training camp. Around the NFL, some contracts signed today. The Chiefs reached an agreement with their offensive guard, Trey Smith, making him the highest paid guard in NFL history. 4 years, $92 million, $70 million guaranteed. The Jets signed Sauce Gardner to a 4-year extension 1 day after they signed Garrett Wilson to a 4-year extension. For Sauce, 4 years, $120.4 million, making him the highest paid corner in NFL history, $60 million guaranteed. NBA Summer League action tonight for the Wizards at 8:30 against the Sixers, and MLB All-Star games tonight at 8 o'clock. Mackenzie Gore and James Wood making their first appearance as All-Stars. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D with you on The Fan. Tobes in for Jeeps. This is the Grant Nanny Radio program. Thank you for tuning in to the show. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It's Beltway Blitz time. Spin you around what's going on in the world of DC sports. Plenty more Terry McLaurin conversation to be had. Let's start with some Terry McLaurin conversation. Bring on David Harrison to discuss what we heard today. David, your reaction. Terry McLaurin airing some grievances, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like a lot of people, you kind of hear the disappointment in Terry's voice, and I think it's one thing to get reports of, Terry's not happy and Terry is frustrated, and to hear him talk himself, especially, you have conversations with these guys, you kind of know their mannerisms and their voice and everything. Like, you just kind of tell, like, the frustration is real. And honestly, I kind of look at it as like a fatigue type of situation at this point.
Do you think this creates a little more urgency and this still gets done maybe even before training camp?
I mean, I certainly hope so, right? I mean, the news, if you want to call that, of, not, talking for like the last month or so, that was a little surprising. You kind of always assume that there's conversations happening that we're just not, privy to and being told about. And certainly, it's kind of weird, like in the world of, how things are said and everything. Like, maybe Terry hasn't had any conversations, but certainly maybe his representatives have, and all those types of things. Obviously, if we get to next week and the deal isn't done, then, those questions will obviously be asked. But I still feel confident. I still feel confident that this team understands what Terry means, not just, from a brand representation standpoint, but also to the offense. I mean, this offense is not going to meet its potential fully if Terry McLaurin is not on the field.
Can the team afford to play hardball here, kind of use the playbook that Peters and company have used in their other stops, just because given everything that Terry McLaurin means to this fan base, it seems?
Say that one more time. Sorry, you broke up a little bit.
Oh, can the organization afford to play hardball, as Peters and company have done in previous stops, like you did in San Francisco a lot, and get deals done kind of late, kind of given what McLaurin has meant to this fan base?
I think it's definitely very tricky, right? I think that the reactions to what Terry said today clearly show that, because this isn't a situation, if AP and just the front office in general kind of stick to their guns and, whatever their valuation is what they're going to stay to, and they're not going to be pressured by, the fans and the media and emotions and all those things, and it doesn't work out, and then, the trickle down effect of that also doesn't work out, then certainly they're gonna get run through the ringer for it. But if they believe in their process and they believe that, hey, we've got the coaches, the scheme, the quarterback, we can make this work, and it's not necessarily, I think Terry kind of takes it that way, but it's not necessarily like, you're not more important than the scheme or things like that. And it's successful. I mean, not for nothing, but, I know, don't want to hit on a sore spot here, but the team name isn't exactly, being like celebrated across the fan base. But I think if you did a poll of the team name today versus say last year and even the year before, it's certainly better. Like winning cures all things, and that includes things like this. So I think that it's a slippery slope. Things all pretty much have to fall in line if they do go that direction. But I think that this front office, I mean, they've kind of proven themselves in a short period of time. Like, they're going to be confident in their assessment, their evaluation. They're not going to pick, trade, sign with their hearts. They're going to do it with their football brains. And I think that's kind of the situation we're in right now.
What do you think the sticking point is? So we've been discussing this obviously plenty over the last couple of months, and we've kind of discussed the last couple of days that maybe the sticking point isn't necessarily the dollar amounts. And, I would think that he's going to be asking somewhere in that DK Garrett Wilson range, but is maybe the sticking point the years? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's a lot of areas you can go with that. I think the years could certainly, be that dreaded, 30-year-old mark is obviously coming up very, very soon. And I agree with Terry. Like, 6 months ago, what did he reference? He referenced the screen or the slant in the NFC Championship game that he took screaming up the field. I agree with him. Like, that's the Terry McLaurin that you should be expecting to get here in 2025. The question for AP, Lance Newmark, and everybody else in the decision-making process is, okay, that's great, but what Terry McLaurin are we going to expect in 2026, 27, et cetera, et cetera? And so the length of the deal, I think some of the guarantees could also be a sticking point. And then some of it, look, I mean, we heard Terry talk, and you guys heard it. I mean, he's talking about things like, when you have someone like me who represents the team on the field, off the field, in the community, what I've done already. And front offices, like other GMs have kind of spoken about this, like the smartest front offices don't pay you because you're a great guy. They don't pay you because of what you've already done. They pay you on what you're going to do for the football team moving forward. And it kind of sounds to me like maybe this front office isn't really wanting to take into account the brand recognition and the community works that Terry is doing, and the fact that he had, 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons before Jaden Daniels arrived, and Terry and his agent, rightfully so, I think, want the team to value some of those things. So I think combination, money is certainly probably some of it, guaranteed versus incentives, and then the length of the deal and the length of security for him.
David, thank you, buddy. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. You too.
We'll see you there. He goes. Hit that national sounder, please. Kyle Glazier joins us to talk about the Nats, draft, etc. at Foul Territory TV. Kyle, what'd you make of the 1-1 selection of Eli Willits?
It definitely raised my eyebrows a little bit, but it wasn't a total shocker. This draft didn't really have a clear top overall prospect. It was more a group of 6 or 7 guys who all had their pluses and minuses, and it was just going to come down to each team's individual preference. Willits was definitely part of that group. I just think what raised my eyebrows a little bit was, generally speaking, most teams felt the best prep shortstop in the class was Ethan Holiday by a smidge. That said, Eli Willits is still a very, very talented player, and the Nationals got a good one.
So what's interesting about this, Kyle, is over there they've told us, Mike DeBartolo said as much, that he thought this was the best hitter, the best fielder in the draft, the top guy on their board. Are you buying that, or do you think that there were other things in play, like the Scott Boras element, like going under slot, maybe to go set up a full class, or do you think they truly believe this was the top of their board guy and they took the best player that they deemed is Eli Willits?
The traits that were cited about Eli Willits, you absolutely can see a scenario where a team might feel that way about him. First and foremost, this is a very, very, very gifted defensive shortstop. His actions, his range, his instincts. You have to remember, he's only 17 years old. He reclassified from the 2026 draft. So this is a very young kid who's just super advanced and super polished at shortstop already. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a big argument that he was the best defensive shortstop in the class. And then in terms of best pure hitter, he does have excellent contact rates. There's some other hitters who maybe hit for more impact and have more power. But if you just look at, the ability to consistently find the barrel and shoot line drives all over the field, yeah, I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made that Willits is that guy. So, again, it just comes down to personal preference, and an athletic young shortstop who makes consistent contact. a good player and someone that, again, was in the group of top 6 or 7 players. There just wasn't a clear number one.
Kyle, what's your reaction to this? So if it was a baseball conversation purely and on its merits, reasonable minds, I think, can agree or disagree. That's the nature of scouting. That's the deal. The only thing that we would say circumstantial, or that I would say, I don't want to speak for anybody else, is you look at the context of what's gone on with the organization over the last several years in terms of spending and guys that have left, et cetera. And then we've heard that, and then there were some reports out there, they weren't even in touch with the Boris clients up there at the top of the board in Holiday and Kate Anderson. It just becomes tough for a skeptic or someone cynical to kind of believe, oh, yeah, this was totally a baseball conversation. Your thoughts?
No draft pick by any team is purely a baseball pick. Money comes into it, especially with the slotting system, different relationships with different agents. So that's true of every single team. I will say that I think it's not uncommon for teams with the first overall pick in a draft that does not have a clear number one to dangle a certain underslot number and see who takes it. That's what happened with the Pirates in 2021 with Henry Davis. That's what happened with the Twins in 2017 with Royce Lewis, the Phillies in 2016 with Mickey Moniak. So there's no question that I will be very curious to see what the final signing bonus number is. I will say it's not like they went and picked a guy who wasn't considered one of the top 6 or 7 players in the draft. They did pick from that group. And again, personal preference. And yeah, look, money's always going to play a role for every team. So I'll be very curious to see what the final signing bonus number is once it becomes public.
Kyle, outstanding with us, buddy. Appreciate the time.
Anytime, guys.
Thank you. There he goes. Kyle Glazer. Good information. Appreciate you guys hanging with us through that. And it was the Beltway Blitz. We'll cut it short here and get back to the topic of the moment, topic of the day. Terry McLaurin, 800-636-1067 is the answer. Or the answer, I'm sure. It's also the phone number. It's the answer to the question. What's the phone number?
We will answer.
We'll answer that question. What's the phone number to call us? 800-636-1067. So we've had a couple different convos here kind of throughout. Keep more from the conversation. Take your calls as we react, Tobes. I wonder now, what's the panic level? 1 to 100. 100 is matter of minutes before the asteroid hits. 1 is I'm not even turning my head. You know what I mean? I wonder where the fan base is after Terry McLaurin spoke directly, really through the media, to them.
It's got to be much higher than it was before today. And I think for me, we've been saying that training camp was kind of the first notion, like, okay, now's the time that you can start getting really worried. But when you have this happen a week out from training camp, I think the concern level was already growing. I think this just grew it. If we're going, what were you saying, 1 to 100?
1 to 100.
I think going into today, I was probably at like a 15. I think after today, 50. Like, I don't think I'm fully there. But like if you have the glass case and the red button with the panic button in there, I think I've opened the glass case now.
You've opened it up.
I haven't hit it. I haven't even thought about hitting it, really. But I've opened the case in case of emergency. And if we're getting to training camp, then you're getting a lot closer. I've said that my cutoff date where I hit 100 all alarm bells is when they go to that joint practice now in Foxborough against the Patriots, which I think is August 6th. But, yeah, I mean, you're getting pretty close.
800-636-1067. Let's go to Reggie in D.C. Been very patient. Reggie, where are you at on this?
You know what, man? Let me tell you, and you know, as a fan, I'm disappointed in Terry because, and the reason I say it is because I don't think he needed to air this out. I get it; it's not going the way that he wanted to, but all the freaking turmoil this dude has gone through in 6 years. This is the time that you want to come out and not spread, but this is the time you want to come out now and just kind of express your frustration when you've been frustrated before last year. So I think honestly, and he has no leverage. He got 1 year left on his contract, and you know T. Higgins, like wide receivers, you know they go through this where probably gonna get a franchise tag for maybe 1 more year, and then maybe the organization kind of see where they are. But I just don't agree with him doing this method when everything has been quiet. I get it. They didn't reach out to you. Haven't had any significant progress or talks. But for him to take this tactic where almost you're saying, I'm going to negotiate in the media when you've been through years of dysfunction and we've never heard a peep. Now, all of a sudden, we want to hear this side of you. This rubbed me the wrong way. I get it.
But again, man, this really, really, I don't know how everybody else feels, but I just rubbed me the wrong way. We can't keep looking at Terry thinking about the past. We have to look at it and realistically, because he was throwing a couple of key words out, the market, he was throwing out key words like, man, he wants to be in that $33-34 million per year. And I'm just not sure, does that from a business sense make sense to pay a wide receiver? And he's trying to justify 30 is not old. Look at me. I didn't play these 2 years. You know what I mean? Which I understand it. I get it. But I think that stuff, again, if he's the, class personified, which I'm not going to, fully just, kill his character. I just didn't like him doing this.
Reggie, it's a great call, man. Appreciate you making it. 800-636-1067. I don't know how many folks think along those lines. I will tell you that's what I thought of today. And it's not to impugn Terry's character. This doesn't change my view of him. But that's what I was thinking. I'm going, and we're going to talk about this at 5 o'clock. I'm going, I don't think I like this.
Yeah.
Because what if, this is what I always say, what if the team did that? I saw that. Bruce Allen got pissed off. He flew to Michigan to try to woo Kirk Cousins back and say, I'll fix it. Bruce is on it. And came back with his tail between his legs because Kirk's an adult and his agent, knew exactly what to tell him and how to tell him. And Bruce was an adult who didn't understand how the salary cap worked or franchise tags works or the leverage that Cousins had. So he was pissed off. He called J.P. Finley and a couple affiliates into his office and started telling you how much of a selfish jerk Kirk Cousins was. Right? That would be the reverse of this. Imagine if Adam Peters, in all his handsome glory with his great haircut and his little, hey, girl, chin strap and his beard, kind of, that's exactly right.
Nicely manicured.
Very manicured. Stood up and was like, we think the player's being a little bit greedy. We're not talking to him because there's nothing really to talk about. He's been intractable. He hasn't come close to realistic demands. We could just do this, this, and this. These are the tools in the CBA. These are the tools at our disposal. And his agent won't return our calls because we're not meeting his ludicrous demands. He doesn't have that much leverage here, to be honest with you folks. His best leverage is he's a good guy that you guys like.
Yeah.
We're the football team. You're going to like us long after he's gone. What if they did that? Can you imagine? It's not a two-way street here. So I'm glad you said that, Reggie. We're going to bring that up later. I'm not saying that's gospel, but it's what I thought of today as well.
I was very interested and intrigued by what he was going to say today, and I was a little bit miffed by him coming out and basically just airing it out. Now, he didn't say anything that can't be retracted. He never...
the contract gets done, money changes hands. You're right.
He never said anything that was personal, never attacked anybody, but still it was a little bit odd because you kind of figured that he'd continue playing the way that Terry's always played, where it's a whole lot of just very, very professional. Not that this is unprofessional, but it's different than his usual way of handling things.
800-636-1067. Your reactions, more than welcome. You've been on hold for a while. Appreciate that. Also sort of talking panic level. We'll get into other angles with this Terry McLaurin situation. We've got some clips for you in case you're just getting in your car. But Terry McLaurin spoke today directly to the media and really to you, letting you know where his mind is at, where the negotiations are, and it ain't going great. Plenty more to discuss on that on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news in the NFL today as Terry McLaurin talked to reporters after a commercial shoot saying that he's, quote, frustrated with the state of where the contract negotiations are. He also said that there haven't been talks in over a month. The team announced today as well that they're going to retire Art Monk's number 81. Week 9 of Sunday Night Football is when that's going to happen against the Seahawks. It'll also be the debut of the new Super Bowl era uniforms. Commanders training camp getting underway at the end of the week, July 18th. The rookies reporting on Friday. And then 1 week from today on July 22nd, the veterans report for training camp. The Chiefs reached an agreement with their offensive guard, Trey Smith, 4 years, $92 million, 70 of it guaranteed. He's now the highest paid guard in NFL history. And the Jets agreed to a 4-year extension with cornerback Sauce Gardner, 4 years, $120.4 million, $60 million guaranteed, highest paid corner in NFL history. NBA Summer League tonight, Wizards in action at 8:30 against the Sixers. And the MLB All-Star Game tonight at 8 o'clock, Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens, the starters. Mackenzie Gore and James Wood set to make their first appearances in the All-Star Game tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Don't be alarmed. Just switch on over to the clearer signal. It's where the big boys play. 106.7 The Fan FM. Toby in for GP. And just kind of leave it here. Just have to stay right here. It's pretty easy. Just don't go
why
back.
are you going anywhere?
Just stay right here. Just 106.7 The Fan. That's what we're doing. Breaking down Terry McLaurin's comments to the media and really to you. Kind of shot across the bow here. State of the Union. Things like it's not progressing. I haven't heard from them in a month. It's not good right now. Not at the point of no return, but it's not great. I mean, you can hear the sentiments, Tobe.
Yeah.
Your big takeaway for folks just tuning in is?
That all of this is extremely real. I think some of us have kind of dismissed, and we saw this in a poll. You guys had discussed this, I think, maybe a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that everybody was just kind of assuming that this is getting done before camp. And I think a lot of people were still under that assumption. And then you hear today that he's going to talk. He ends up talking, and it was something, oh, he really sounds hurt. He really sounds frustrated. He really sounds disappointed where things are. So this is a very real negotiation, and I think we're getting to a point now where just 1 week from veterans reporting for training camp where I think we have to accept that this maybe doesn't get done before training camp starts. Not to say that it's not going to get done, but I think this opened up some doors that maybe we hadn't expected to be opened.
Taking your reactions, wondering what your concern level is. 1-100 now that Terry has spoken. Let's go to Jacob in Austin 316, Texas. Jacob, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good, pal.
All right. So I saw the conference with Terry McLaurin, and my concern is if nothing gets done by next week with training camp starting, and I don't want to panic and say, like, nothing gets done before week 1 against New York. If nothing does get done with Terry's contract, what does that say about our chances about not only contending for a playoff spot, but possibly a Super Bowl?
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, it gets worse. You're better with him on the field. I mean, again, that's I suppose is his leverage, but again, that only goes so far because you don't like if you're in Terry's camp, you don't get any of the things you want unless you play football, right? Even if you show up as late as possible, you're not going to be yourself. You know what you need to be a good pro. You know what you need to be the Terry McLaurin that eventually gets paid, even if it's not here.
This is what worries me, and I pray this isn't the case. So I hope it's something that in a week Terry signed, and we're sitting here like, remember when Toby said that stupid thing on the radio? This is what I'm hoping it is not. This better not be a thing of, we're not willing to pay Terry because we're going to pay Debo. Please don't be that. Please don't be, you know what, we're going to sign Debo, and that's going to be our number one guy. That's why we're kind of playing hardball with Terry. Please don't be that.
Okay.
Because I just don't believe that Debo is that kind of guy. Now, there's a familiarity. This is the last year of Debo's deal as well. So something has to be done, whether it's Terry or Debo, because you don't want to go into next season following this year with no true wide receiver, whether it's a number one or not. We don't know what Luke McCaffrey's going to be. We don't know what Jalen Lane's going to be. Please don't be that, though. Just please don't.
Let's go to, I'm going to make a note of that because that's interesting. Let's go to Anthony in D.C. Anthony, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, pal.
So unless you're going to bring in someone better, you need to pay him. If you're in win now mode, before you have to pay Jaden Daniels, you need to pay him point blank, because once you pay Daniels, all that, even though the cap will continue to go up, all that cap room starts to dry up.
Yep.
And Danny, we've talked before. I'm the one that brought up Henry Elliott. You seem to want to play hardball from a team standpoint, but there's something called intrinsic value that you can't replace. So you have Danny Rouillet down there in the cubicle, and he gets his work done lickety split, but there's always a but. His work has 25% of the time his work has to be sent back because there are errors. But you have Toby 2 cubicles down. He gets his work done under deadline, but 100% of the time, Toby's work is 100% correct.
It's a very realistic scenario, by the way. That's actually how it would play out if we were in an office.
So you have to have certain value on things that you can't replace.
No, I get you, buddy, and I understand that. It's hard for me to espouse my position here at Tobes, because I'm basically like, I'm of two minds. I love Terry McLaurin. I just want this to be over. I find it exhausting, to be honest with you, but I get where everybody's coming from. I guess my point is, I can take my fan hat off for a second and go, the CBA, the current state of the NFL, ipso facto, the team, have a tremendous amount of leverage here.
100%.
And I would try to be, again, kind and nice. I wouldn't go a month without talking to somebody, by the way. I wouldn't do that to start with, and it's not me being critical. They know more than I do. Talking about Peters and company.
Even if it's something simple like calling me like, hey, have you come down off your number? Nope. Have you raised your number? Nope. See ya.
Which is, can we do anything for you? Hope all's well. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they know more than I do. They've gone to school on this and they've figured it out. But I guess my point is, because they've got leverage and the advantage, in my view, I would use that. And it sounds like that's anti-Terry, and it's not. I think it's anti-player in the sense that this is how the CBA is. If you'd like it changed, by all means, get your union rep on it. I mean, that's kind of my takeaway. Just the way that things are, there's a lot less value in holding out. And I think we've kind of learned that over the years.
I just think it's interesting because you've heard some people say that he's not worth the money, but you also hear some people come out, maybe it's even some of the same people saying they're in a win-now window, so they need to go sign guys. They need to go do things.
Yeah,
is it not worth going out to spend a couple extra million on Terry in that case?
Carlton, Upper Marlboro, been real patient. What's up, buddy?
Hi, guys. Emotions and tangibles aside, I think the team is sitting pretty. I think the problem for Terry isn't the team. It's the fact that the best player on the team is the quarterback. And we know quarterbacks can erase a lot of mistakes and a lot of weaknesses on a team. He made players like De'Ami Brown and Crowder productive and useful. He made Ertz and Noah Brown weapons. You had Eckler coming out of the backfield, and he can run. So looking at all that, nothing against Terry. Again, we're just looking at unemotionally. If I can get someone with the team I have and just go out and get someone who can take it over the top, I don't need, on a bad team, you may need a great player like Terry. On a very good team, with the quarterback being your best player, you may be able to get away with not having a great player as a wide receiver with Debo. So that's the way I look at it.
I appreciate you, dude. I smell what you're cooking there. I don't know that they're there yet.
No.
Eventually, you have to make those calls. See the Kansas City Chiefs, right? Eventually, you have to do that, where you go, we're paying Mahomes $500 million. We're not going to be able to afford to have a defense and pay Tyreek Hill, so you let him go a year too early. I get that. They're not in that window yet, but I think down the line, those are the decisions they're going to make, Topes.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the teams that have been in the Super Bowl the last couple of years. Eagles have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. They're going to get done with a quarterback, and I get that the quarterback for them isn't their best player, but still, Patrick Mahomes, even though we talk about Tyreek Hill, they still have Travis Kelce. Like, he's one of the best, if not the best, receiving tight end of all time. You know, you look through teams that have gotten there, they need a guy. They need a guy. Now, not to say that he has to be a top 5 guy, but they need a dude. And maybe you look at Debo as that guy, and you say that you look at McLaurin as expendable. I just wouldn't agree in that sense.
Let's go to John in D.C. John, what's up, man? What's your reaction?
Hey guys, how are you?
What's up, John?
Hey, so from my perspective, I feel like it's all much ado about nothing. Barry still has 1 year left on his deal. He had threatened to hold out, and as you said that, Danny, all the leverage would be against him doing that. I also feel like there's a degree of paralysis by an analysis, especially amongst the fan base. Like, I totally disagree with some of the callers you had previously who said, "Oh, he should only make like around 25 million, yada yada yada." It doesn't matter what any of us think he should make. He's going to make whatever the market will bear.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And if we go back to the not too distant past and look at Kirk and that franchise tag fiasco, if they franchise Terry next year, he'd likely make around 30.5. If they franchise him again in 2027, he'd likely make around 36.6. And if they ridiculously franchised him in 2028 for a third time, he'd make about 39.8. So if you did this in total, it's about 120 mil over three years, which is 40 mil per year.
And that's where it works out. I mean, so again, I've seen different numbers. Joe Corey told me that I was way off. I mean, I was going by overthecap.com as to what the future franchise tag would be. 28. Say it's 29. Say it's 30. The point is, you're kind of in that ballpark where this is the opposite of the Kirk negotiation in the sense that the team could use that to their advantage if, and we don't know this, but if the player is asking for more than that, they could go, well, again, we could have you for 2 years at an average value of, saying between 30 and 34, whatever the number is, called 31 and a half, 30 and a half. We could do that for 2 years and then not owe you anything and be done. And that's pretty appealing to us if you want 4 years, if you want 33 per. Again, we're just sort of making this up based on context clues. We don't know the specifics, and I think that's important to remember as well. Bill, Upper Marlboro, your reaction. What's your concern level now, 1 to 100?
So my concern is really no concern, but the thing that I look at is I think Terry's personality with the team is why we're in this situation. The other thing I think is the thing with Deebo Samuels might have a lot to do with it. But my overall view is the quarterback is coming up on his sophomore year, and I will argue the point with anybody that every team the Commanders play, the defensive coordinators pay attention to one person, and that was Terry McCall with Terry. And when you take Terry off that field, right, it puts the opposition defense in a very, very different perspective of how to handle that offense. And I think it allows the quarterback to do a lot of things with Terry on the field and causes Terry maybe not to get all the receptions and all the yardage, but the thing that he allows the rest of the team on the offense to do is just unreal. And that's just my opinion. I think the deal will get done, but Terry is very important to the quarterback coming up on his sophomore year. That's my take. Y'all have a good day.
You too, buddy. And 100% agree. That's what we're all on this page here, Tobes, that they're better with him.
100%. That's
their, as we're evoking Cousins a lot here. Cousins used to call Garcon and then other guys that he played with the third down war daddy. That's the dude. If it's 4th and 4 and I don't feel comfortable doing some sort of read option or running play, I'm throwing the ball. It's him 1 and Ertz 2. That's where I'm going. I need a contested in traffic catch. Battle against somebody, make it a hands fight, get your catch point and go win that thing. That's the guy I'm throwing to. That's the guy I'm going to use. And you saw that with some of the goal line success that they had, finally some red zone success. More than doubled his previous 2 best years combined in terms of touchdowns. Outstanding. That was the deal there. They're better with Terry McLaurin. That's obvious and glaring. But, again, at what cost from the team's perspective? It's interesting that it's gotten here. This is, again, fairly typical of Peters and company, but the point is we're not necessarily talking about the typical player here in Terry McLaurin based on what he's meant here. 800-636-1067. Going to morph the conversation a little bit and get into concern level. Before, where were you? Now that Terry hath spoken to the public, where's your concern level now, 1 to 100? We'll tackle that next.
To a certain degree, when you feel you have a way of feeling that what you've proven up until this point, and when you see that is put in front of you of how somebody perceives you or values you, that's disappointing. You know what I mean? It's a little bit disrespectful to me. And again, the front office, the ownership, they have to do what's best for the team. I understand that, but I also know what I bring to a team. And I feel like I've proven that day in, day out. There hasn't been anything that they've asked me to do since they've been here that I have not done willingly, openly. And I'm not saying that's not what I'm supposed to. That's what I'm supposed to do as a leader. But you would think when that is displayed consistently over years of time, then that would be, honored and respected.
I was Terry McLaurin today to the media, but really to you. Shots across the team's bow. Welcome back, Grant and Danny here on the Fan and the Team 980. Do not be alarmed. Come on over to the FM dial. You're going to hear what I just said sooner. There's none of that weird AM delay or it just takes longer because it's slow. We're not going to hear that fuzz. It's just this crystal clear FM action.
Very nice.
Yeah, Tobes in for GP. The topic of the moment at 800-636-1067 is your concern level. Using a big old scale here, thinking about 1 to 100, Tobes. Where were you before? Where are you now that Terry McLaurin addressed his grievances?
Yeah, I said 15 before because I didn't want to get too crazy before training camp, but it was kind of growing. You know, it's gradually gone up as we've gotten closer now, a week away from veterans reporting for the Commanders training camp. It shot up. It shot up today to about a 50 of 100. That glass where you've got the glass over the red panic button, it's been opened. I haven't reached to touch the panic button yet. I haven't, but the glass is open because a week from now we get training camp and we're getting pretty close to having to smash that thing.
So I was at a 2 out of 100 before, meaning someone was talking about it, I kind of glanced, then I would go back to watching quarterback on Netflix or something, right? This is just the sport. This is the run of things. I've seen too many of these negotiations. I've seen too many intractable statements. I've seen too many, I'll never give in. I can't stand them. I'm disrespected. And then the contract's there and everybody's fine. And they play it. Yeah.
Myles Garrett.
Right. I'm seeing it. See what Trey Hendricks said. I feel betrayed. I feel lied to. What's that? You have an offer? I'll be right there.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Right. I kind of can't get too worked up. It's a bigger number now, but not that much. Here's my reasoning. Not to rain on the parade here about what's happening, but what other options are there? This is one of the final levers that McLaurin and his camp can pull. Let them see you. Let them see. There's no reason to call a press conference in an Eastern Motors commercial where your job's your credit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're there to film an Eastern Motors commercial with the jingle. Let people know that your job is your credit. At Eastern Motors, you see, Tobes, your job is your credit.
Yeah.
And he's letting people know that, and he will be in the commercial. I'll look forward to that. I'll watch it. But the point of the dude's story is you do this because this is the last bit of pressure you're putting. You can't put any more pressure on the team. This is the time to rally the public. And 85% of my mentions at Funny Danny, I'd say 80-some% of the calls here at 800-636-1067 are what? They got to pay him. You got to pay Terry.
Pay the man.
Pay Terry. You don't think that's on purpose? You don't think that's purposeful? You don't think there's a plan behind that?
100% is.
And there is. And I know you guys aren't stupid, and I'm not saying anything revolutionary, but that's how that strikes me, is when my 7-year-old, and this is very different, he's not a pro football player, but when my 7-year-old won't brush his teeth, you know, there are only so many levers he can pull. He's eventually going to get his teeth brushed. It's got to happen. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reporting date. There's a use by date. There's a time. We're not doing anything else until you brush your teeth. You're going to have to brush your teeth. You could storm around. You could throw a tantrum. You could do whatever the hell you want to do. Eventually, toothpaste is on the toothbrush. You got to brush them because you don't get what you want until you do it. Right? That's the end game here. That is the part 2 of the Marvel what's that? A duology? What is that? 2-part film. You know what I'm talking about? It's a trilogy is 3. What's 2?
Sequel. Or no, not the,
yeah, because it's
the
a 2-part film. It's a duology? What is that? Is that a word?
Pair? I don't know.
Pair?
No, I have no idea.
Because it's Infinity War and Endgame. Everyone knows what I'm trying to say. That's your Endgame? So the Infinity War is happening right now. I don't know.
The official word is duology.
Look at me.
Just look it up.
Look at that.
Wow.
Don't doubt yourself. I'm going to have a press conference in my Eastern Motors commercial where I tell everybody what I do every day. What? Don't do that? You're saying don't do that? Okay, fine. I won't do that. Nah, I mean.
A little late for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little late. I mean, it's a ding. Don't do that. I don't know. But so I'm not concerned. I'm now probably at a 10 or 11, knowing that this might go sideways because they may be far enough apart where the team's just going, it doesn't make practical sense for us. But I don't know, man. I still see this as kind of the normal course of events. We didn't do this last time, so this feels out of character. There's a few things where I'm kind of going, makes my eyes roll a little bit. For a guy that is a success story, and he is a success story, third rounder that we initially thought, not just you and me, but we all initially thought was a special teams guy at first that might grow into something when he was the fourth option at Ohio State. Turned into a star. He's great. But when you start talking about, I've got to take care of my family, that's hard for me to hear. And I don't know a lot. It used to be worse for a lot of fans when you'd hear a guy that's made $70 million or more in his career tell you got to take care of his family. You're going to earn more this year than everybody listening to this radio show within a small decimal percentage point will ever earn in their lifetimes.
Yes.
Again, I know you're trying to make a point, but as the young people say, you can miss me with that. That's
correct.
I kind of am looking past that for a second. Tell them you got to take care of your family. They're taken care of. If you walk away today, everyone should be just fine.
They'll be all right.
Your future kids will be fine too. You've made plenty. You're going to make plenty more. That's coming your way no matter what. So when you start doing the thing where I'm disrespected, I've done everything I want, and the best arguments that he has is they haven't talked to him in a month. I get that. That's a great way to win people onto your side. But it's just hard for me knowing that they offered you a tremendous amount of money. It may not be what the market says when you start going into the levels of disrespect, and you might go into the various wrongs that they're perpetrating against you when you're probably not that far apart. It's a year or not, or it's the way something's structured or not.
Sure.
Right? At the end of the day, again, I still think this happens, so my concern level isn't as high, maybe some others. So I'll say 12 when it was a 2. It's more than it was before, but I'm not anywhere near, I'd say, super concerned just yet. Let's go to Vincent in D.C. Where are you at on the Terry situation?
Initially, my concern was probably a 10 out of 100. It is now shot up. It's probably at about a 60 out of 100. But I think that part of the issue that the team has is that they are climbing out of a bad situation historically. And so not only are they negotiating against Terry, but they have the fan base that they have to continue to convince that the team is on an upward trajectory. And you have other players who wants to come here if after 4 good years you're now being told, hey, but what are you going to do moving forward? Well, normally you base that on what you did in the past. Mm-hmm. And had he had 3, so-so years and a pretty good year, then they'd be saying, well, it's not like you had 4,000-yard seasons. And so I think that if they don't do something to say, hey, we're willing to reward those guys who came and laid the foundation for the new rebranded Skins or Commanders, then I think they're going to have a hard time attracting the kind of talent that will that they're going to need to sustain whatever run they're going to have.
Vincent, I think it's a smart point. And we talked about this earlier, Tobes, as it pertains to the Nationals.
Yes.
If you're so we talked about this in years past, when they came up in that clubhouse, the young guys that became veterans, they saw the way Jason Worth behaved, for better or worse. So for a lot of guys were standoffish to the media. A lot of guys, kind of big-leagued everybody and everything, and maybe weren't as well-rounded as they could have been. And they were allowed to get away with that. And that's, by the way, that's not a crime. It's just sort of simply saying. Well, now when you come up here, you go, well, they're not paying anybody. They don't seem to care. Why would I stay? Why would I even entertain the idea if they came to with a half-hearted extension of getting into a negotiation with them when I know it's going to be deferred money, when I know that no matter how well I do here, I'm not for them because of who my agent is? I'm just counting down the days. That's the reality. I'm not advocating for that. I want my stars to stay, but I just don't see it the way things are right now. I don't think this front office is at that level, but you do this a couple of times and maybe you are. And that was the old way, is when you were here, we didn't value as much, but that free agent that hasn't been here yet, that's exciting. See Champ Bailey, right? He watched free agents get paid and couldn't believe they didn't want to pony up the dough for a guy that was all-pro caliber. Resulted in a trade. 800-636-1067, level of concern 1 to 100, before, and after Terry has spoken. Next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank, your local bank, local Main Street Bank. In the NFL, big news today is Terry McLaurin talked after a commercial shoot saying that he's frustrated with the state of contract negotiations. Quote, I've been pretty frustrated, not going to lie. Everything that has transpired has been pretty disappointing. I want to continue my career here. I've created my life here, so I want to be here just to see how things have played out. Has been disappointing. He also said there haven't been talks in a month. Also for the Commanders, the team announced today that they will retire Art Monk's number 81. That'll happen in Week 9, Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That'll also be the debut of the Super Bowl-era uniforms. Training camp for the Commanders gets underway at the end of the week on Friday, July 18th. The rookies report. 1 week from today, July 22nd, is when the veterans report. Contract news today around the NFL. The Chiefs reached an agreement with their offensive guard, Trey Smith, making him the highest paid guard in the NFL history. 4 years, $92 million, $70 million guaranteed. And one day after the Jets signed wide receiver Garrett Wilson to a 4-year extension, they signed cornerback Sauce Gardner to a 4-year extension worth $120.4 million, $60 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid corner in NFL history. Summer League action tonight for the Wizards. They'll take on the Sixers at 8:30, and MLB All-Star games tonight at 8 o'clock. Tarek Skubal takes on Paul Skeens to start the game. Mackenzie Gore slated to pitch in the 5th inning for the National League. James Wood also making his first appearance in the All-Star game. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Well, I think, there has to be some active discussions, what I mean? Like I said, we haven't talked in over a month, and obviously with camp around the corner, it's becoming a little bit of crunch time. And, obviously you want to be in a position where you're building to what we did last year, and Jaden and I continue to build along with the offense. And that's the thing, before I took a step back, it was things were going great on the field. And, the connection and the offense and the energy was just amazing.
All I wanted to do today, welcome back, Grant Nanny on the Fan, Toby in for GP, was talk about James Wood, Mackenzie Gore in the All-Star game, James Wood last night, and they're retiring my favorite player's jersey. Nope. Sorry. It's been Terry today. It'll be Terry the rest of the day. That's what we're doing. 800-636-1067. Take it where you want, but the question of the moment, 1 to 100, level of concern. Where are you at? 1 to 100. Now that you've heard from Terry McLaurin. Let's go to Elijah, D.C. What are your thoughts, bud?
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on? What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man.
I'm not very concerned. The thing that is kind of interesting to me is what is the need versus the want factor? I think us as the fans, we have a strong need, and I would like the organizations to have the same need and not put Terry into the want factor. But I've been playing with this idea of what if we are moving with a different offensive philosophy? I'm not going to drag it out because this is hypothetically. What if we're looking at a San Francisco and Baltimore look as it relates to the offensive line play? Think of the 2 tackles that we just brought in. I've been really trying to look back. I'm like, okay, well, why? Mm-hmm. What is the other alternative? Okay, so what if they say we're going to run a 2 tight end set and we're going to start utilizing the underneath game because that's where the NFL is going anyway. I personally would be paying Terry McLaurin because he presents for me a clutch factor that I couldn't find. And in moments during games, we would kind of look around like we need a spark or we need something. Even with 5, even with what we had, we still needed things. That Cincinnati game, you can't erase that Cincinnati game, that ball, that pylon, to that
Elijah,
corner. That is a high.
So many of those. I appreciate the phone call, bud. I didn't mean to cut you off. A lot of folks on hold. The Cincinnati game, the first Philadelphia game, where they won, they're down big.
In the playoffs.
Go to Detroit, where Detroit has marched down, taking the lead, all the momentum. First play, McLaurin screen, house call. Yes, totally, 100%. Let's go to Larry, D.C. What are your thoughts, bud?
I think I'm right along where you was because I'm used to it. And being in business, you negotiate a contract. But I have one comment and one question for you guys. We do always say that whether it's Josh Allen or top quarterbacks, they need weapons. And we do understand that Terry McLaurin is our number 1 weapon. But, guys like Randy Moss has been traded, so let's not act like it's the end all be all or what have you. But my question to you is a little bit what the guy said earlier. Do we recognize as a fan base and as the media that this is Adam Peters' first adversity, first contract?
Yes.
First.
Totally. Sorry, tough to hear everything you're saying. Saying is, do we recognize this is the first, I don't know what the exact right term is, Tobes, but the first crossroads, the first fork in the road, the first major, potentially inflammatory decision. The biggest decision was drafting Jaden Daniels, second overall. Home run on that. Thank you for doing that. I love you so much, Adam Peters. But this is now kind of one of those where you could piss a lot of people off here.
This is also the first window into figuring out how he's going to deal with contract negotiations, because there haven't been big-time contract negotiations.
Right.
So I think you're seeing that this team, which is, by the way, something that you've seen happen in San Francisco, you've seen happen in New England, where sometimes they move off guys a year too early, where they're going to play a little bit of hardball. And I think you're seeing that might be the philosophy here. And I think a lot of fans generally have become used to, frankly, this team not really mattering in terms of being good and signing guys that they can help win. So you just pay your dude, right? When Terry McLaurin comes up, it's pay your dude. But it's an interesting spot now where you have to think about how you're building this long term. And so Adam Peters playing hardball, I think, does make some sense, because you're trying to set this thing up so that you're not just good for a year, not just good for 2 years, but this thing is good for the entirety of Jaden Daniels' career. But I think because of what he means to this organization, I think that you've got to get this one done.
Zach, Richmond, concern level, where you at?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
My concern level before this situation was probably like a 50 because I wanted Terry to get signed. Right now, it's about a 99, and it's not just because of his contract. It's three things, reason why. One is because draft picks, ex-receivers, number one receivers, usually get picked, great ones, get picked in the first round. I don't see us picking out a first-round wide receiver this year because we got to fix our defensive end. If we lose Terry, then we have to pick a wide receiver, and then we can't, fix our defensive end. Secondly, is because you can't have an all-pro and then tell him he doesn't get paid all-pro money. That sends a bad sign to your organization and your locker room. And then thirdly, DK Metcalf had 992 receiving yards last year and 5 touchdowns. You can't say DK Metcalf, because he's younger, is able to get $33 million, but Terry, who is all-pro, can't get that money because he's 30. When DK Metcalf's last all-pro was in 2020, and what I've heard today is, well, you're supposed to get paid for what you are supposed to do. Well, DK Metcalf has not made or has not produced all-pro money, and he's getting it. So I just feel like if we don't, solidify Terry and lock him down, it doesn't help our team in the future, because we haven't realized 4 of our first-round draft picks of the Ron Rivera era aren't on our team.
Yeah, they don't play here anymore. Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you. So, yeah, the Metcalf comparison, I think, is a good one. I mean, again, it's similar numbers over 3 years. I think fewer receptions for Metcalf, but a little bit of injury there. Missed a couple of games, in and out of some games. But basically, a little over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. That's the average over the last 3 seasons. Who does that sound like? Terry McLaurin. Pretty similar numbers. And my point would be, if I'm the team, the same way if I was a team, minus the whole collusion thing that happened with Deshaun Watson. But once somebody signs a contract that's out of whack, I don't go, that's the new precedent. I go, well, that's a little out of whack. They're desperate. I wouldn't have done that. So, right? If it's a point of comparison.
But you view DK's as a little bit out of whack? Because I can understand that, but it's also not like he got the highest paid. Like, Deshaun's was the highest paid, and it didn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, so that was out of whack's not the right term for Metcalf. That was a little bit more desperation.
Sure.
Right? Where the trade happened, you have to do it to consummate the trade. You got to pay a little bit more. The leverage play here is, if you were a free agent, totally free, and we're bidding against everybody else, we'd have to go win the bidding.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little different than having you under contract already, and again, under our control. If we want to pull that lever, we'd rather not, but we can, of, again, the franchise tag. So it's I understand the comparison, right? If you're like,
well,
dude,
okay, so
I'm as good or better than Metcalf. I've run the more versatile route tree. This is a deep threat who's had 66 catches each of the last couple of years. I'm more important to you. They just traded him away. Come on, just do that.
Does it change with yesterday's contract? Garrett Wilson, darn near the same contract, 4 years, 130.
It's a very fair question. Again, he's a lot younger. He's on year 3 of his rookie deal in his mid-20s.
Well, and again, this is where you're going to have to haggle a little bit. Both sides are going to have to give a little bit because Garrett Wilson, and you're going to look at that contract. Say that's the negotiation, right? Where you start with that sort of term. The team's going to go, yeah, Garrett Wilson, great player, but a lot younger. And Terry's going to go, okay, first of all, the stuff that we talked about earlier today, what he said in his press conference, I'm 30 years old, but I really didn't play that much at Ohio State. And I've been incredibly productive. By the way, production matches Garrett Wilson. I think the big holdup here is years and age. Like, seriously, it has to be that because the injury history is not there, right? That the production has been there to get paid because whether people want to accept it or not, $30 million is the going rate, right? Whether we're talking 30, 35, like those are things we can get to, but like he's going to get 30. Whether it's from this team or another, he's going to get 30. The question is, are you willing to pay a 30-year-old receiver? Or are you willing to go out there and give him the 4-year contract if that's what he's asking for? I think those are the holdups right there.
So, again, when you do the comps game, you can come up with a couple of good ones for everybody. If he goes DK Metcalf, I'll go, okay, DJ Moore. Younger, more catches, more yards than you by a lot over the last 2 years. Getting 27 and change.
When did he sign his contract?
I think it was last year.
Okay.
So, but again, that's a fair part of it, too, is when it happened. But there are data points everywhere, right, in terms of markets. And I understand how all this works. But, you know, A.J. Brown signed his in 2024. He's at 32. Look, when Jalen Waddle signed his before last year, some of those numbers make sense. Nico Collins signed in 24 as a 25-year-old, making way less than you're probably talking about getting.
Yeah.
My point is the data points game go in every direction. And I understand how the latest works when signings happen, right? Like, no one should make more money than Pat Mahomes, as far as I'm concerned. But people do. And a lot of people are going to.
We were just talking about this earlier with Derek Stingley got the highest paid contract with $30 million. You know what Sauce Gardner signed for today? 30.1.
I'm sure that's not related.
Right? I mean, that's how the market works. And I know for some people that's frustrating and it's annoying, but that's the reality of where they're at. He's going to get somewhere in that 30 range, and I just think this team needs him. And it's not even necessarily
I'm sure of that, yeah.
It's not even necessarily fully about what he's been as terms of a model citizen and stuff. That plays into it. And I generally would think that while that stuff is important, it can't dictate whether you sign a guy or not. Like, if we're going model citizen, guy that's a cornerstone, then Bobby Wagner should still be in Seattle, right? Like, those sorts of things don't always play out exactly how they should. But they need this guy on the football field because you're building something. This is kind of your win-now window. I can't let my top receiver out the door.
Let's go to Ethan, I believe is the name. Sorry if I got that wrong. In Annapolis. Ethan, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, guys, just real quick. Listen, according to Terry, he's a top receiver, and he's not coming off his numbers. Okay, well, you know, and then the second part is the dark days he mentioned when things sucked and they were bad. Well, guess what? He still got a 3-year, $69 million contract during those dark days, recognized for what he did. And at the end of the day, for me, I have zero concern because guess what? We better just get ready to run the ball. Cliff Kingsbury better get real creative with the offense and use Ben Sinnott and the kid we drafted for Virginia Tech and Luke McCaffrey and whatever gem is out there because he's not a $33 to $35 million a year player. He's going to get all of that $69 million he signed for 3 years ago plus whatever he's going to get in the future. I mean, what I want to ask Terry is, as much as I like the guy, do you want a tissue? You know, seriously, with that whine? I mean, I'm on the team side. I'm sorry. You can't pay everybody. This team was beyond talent deficient because of Ron Rivera when this regime took over last year, and he's not a game-changing receiver. He's a great receiver, really good, but he's not elite. And if he's not going to come off his numbers, according to him, you've got to move on.
Appreciate you, dude.
My question would be, who are they paying? That's the issue I have here. Like we talked about earlier, if this were a Cincinnati situation where Trey Hendrickson is asking for money and you've paid T. Higgins, you've paid Joe Burrow, you've paid Jamar Chase, you're looking around saying, how do we make this work? And then you have to get real interested with how they're going to be able to put the rest of the roster around. You've got the rookie quarterback. That's the most valuable thing in professional sports right now is a rookie quarterback that is a stud on a rookie contract. If this were 5 years from now and Jaden Daniels were getting paid the bag and everything else, this is a totally different conversation. We're not there yet. Now's not the time to be very careful on how you spend your money. Now is the time to be extra aggressive. And by the way, this isn't, if he signs a 3-year deal, if he signs a 4-year deal, it's going to affect it a little bit. But this isn't the time where you sign a guy and it's going to affect Jaden, because you have to be careful about how that is in 3 and 4 years. But right now, you could sign a Terry contract if it's a 3-year deal and it's off the books by the time Jaden gets his big contract. And I disagree that he's not a game-changing receiver. It wasn't game-changing when he caught that ball on a screen pass in Detroit and took it to the house. That's not game-changing. Him going for 3 touchdowns in 3 games in the playoffs wasn't game-changing. He's going for 1,000 almost every year. We can argue about whether he's a top 10 receiver or not. I think he is. If you're telling me he's not top 15 in the league, what the heck are you watching? That's game-changing to me. I don't know where this idea that Terry's not an elite receiver comes from.
Let's go to Abdul, Montgomery County. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
Hey,
Abdul.
guys. I
Hey,
just
buddy.
wanted to, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I got you.
Awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to, obviously Terry's done a lot for the organization, been through it all. He got paid. It's cool. I think he's a great wide receiver. Obviously, we want to see him get paid. We want to see him moving forward, be with the organization. But I kind of just been thinking about it today. Where would you rank Terry, say top 5 out of all the wide receivers coming out of Washington? Like, where would you guys rank him in that for everything he's done and maybe what he could do? Where would you rank him? That's all.
For like Washington franchise history.
Yeah, I think that's interesting.
Yeah, that's probably a discussion maybe for tomorrow at some point, but they're honoring Art Monk. We learned that today, newsworthy.
Yeah, Art Monk's number 1, by the way.
So that's pretty interesting. When you look at some of the guys during different times where no one was throwing it, and you look at Taylor, you look at Larry Brown, and a number of other guys that really did some stuff. Garrett Clark as a deep threat. So McLaurin is on his way to that Ring of Honor type stuff. In fact,
he's probably already there.
If he puts one more year together as 8 seasons here in Washington, he'll end up in the top 3 or 4 pretty much every category for a wideout. So maybe he's already there. But you could be talking about the guy that finishes number 1, honestly. I mean, Monk was so different than everyone else. And again, this is all I wanted to talk about today was my hero, Art
He'd
Monk.
have to win a Super Bowl to pass Monk in my mind.
Yeah, which I think is a conversation. But Monk retired as the number 1 leading receiver in the history of the league.
Yes.
Nobody did what he did, right? Like, it's different now where you go, hey, caught 100 balls. He caught 100 balls, and the next guy was catching 75.
Yes.
That would be like catching 150 balls now, right? He did things that nobody was doing. Consecutive games with the catch, all the records, and again, ending with 940, just flew past Steve Largent. Unbelievable. So I don't know if you could put Terry ahead of him. Not now, certainly, but eventually you could, as maybe a different kind of a player. A little bit less volume, a little bit more production from it. But again, that's an interesting conversation. Here's where I want to move the convo, though. So I'm going to give you a take that I bet you is probably not that popular.
Uh-oh.
This might be one of them hot takes, right? One of them heated takes where it's on the stove. You think I can touch it and go, ow, okay. No, it's a little cold water. It's fine. It's not that hot, but it burned me a little bit. About what happened today. It involves Terry McLaurin. I'll give that to you next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin said he was frustrated with the state of contract negotiations with the Commanders today in a press conference after a commercial shoot. The team also announced today that they're going to be retiring Art Monk's number 81 in Week 9 of Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. It'll also be the debut of the Super Bowl-era uniforms. Also in the NFL today, some contract agreements reached with the Chiefs and offensive guard Trey Smith, making Smith the highest paid offensive guard in NFL history. 4 years, $92 million, $70 million guaranteed. The Jets agreed to a 4-year extension with corner Sauce Gardner, 4 years, $120.4 million, $60 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid corner in NFL history. Last 2 days, the Jets have signed Garrett Wilson yesterday and Sauce Gardner today. NBA Summer League tonight, Wizards in action taking on the Sixers at 8:30 this evening. And in baseball, All-Star game at 8 o'clock tonight. Tarek Skubal starts for the American League. Paul Skeen starts for the National League. Mackenzie Gore slated to pitch, sounds like in the 5th inning tonight for the National League. And James Wood going to be a reserve as well, both of them making their first appearance for the All-Star game. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm not a contract expert. I don't know whether it's 3 years, 4 years, how much money is guaranteed in year 3 or year 4 for that matter, if it goes that far. All I can tell you is he took a screen and took it to the house in Detroit in the playoff game. He took a slant 60 yards against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. He looks fine to me. I'll put it that way. It doesn't look like he's slowing down, and nobody could catch him from behind in a playoff game on the road, in back-to-back weeks. So he looked pretty good to me.
That was David Aldridge on with us. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Tobes in for GP. Give you a chance to win some government mule tickets. Show is in October. We'll do that at the end of this radio program. This one here. Today. Welcome back, 106.7 The Fan. So we'll get your reactions, 800-636-1067. I promised you guys a bit of a Scalder trophy take, a bit of a hot one. And here it is. No one will hear the caveat. No one will hear the preface, Tobes. They'll just go right to the angry part. I love Terry McLaurin. Huge Terry McLaurin fan. I like the football player. I like the person. He came on with us for a whole season. Conscientious, upfront, on time, every time. Answered everything that he possibly could, relentlessly positive, great teammate, great everything. Excellent in the community, wonderful dude. Okay? That's the end of that paragraph. Here's the next paragraph. I don't like that he did this. I don't like it. Don't do that. Can you imagine for 1 second if a member of the organization did this? Can you imagine this going in the opposite direction? Can you imagine the fallout, the turmoil, the same old blank, same old Redskins, same old bleep, same old WFT, same old Commanders, whatever, that you would hear? People would lose faith and confidence in Adam Peters. And yet, he's got everybody down to the palm of his hand because he's Terry McLaurin. It's, pay that guy. Not, I care about the football team more than I care about this person. If Terry McLaurin, God forbid, slipped on a banana peel and like Mario Kart and couldn't play this year, you're tuning in Sunday. You're watching the team. You're rooting for the team. When he's long gone, we doesn't play for the team anymore. The team, the football team. This is a leverage move. This is the same as the mayor standing up going, Friday the 15th. Today, by the way, we were going to talk about that. We can't. Friday the 15th is the deadline. We're going to lose the stadium. No, you're not. It's a leverage play. You're trying to apply pressure. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate being told that the only way your family is going to survive is with an above-market deal because of the deposits here. You've made tens of millions. I don't appreciate the idea that you're being disrespected. I don't agree with that. I don't think you are being disrespected. I think you keep saying you get that it's a business, then get that it's a business. The other side can't say anything. When the other side can't, quote-unquote, defend itself or say anything, it's not very classy to start standing up there talking about you, me, this is what I've done, this is how great I am. You know I'm working out. I'm with my wife in Italy, and man, oh man, was I working out a lot. I work out. I care. I try hard. I know you do. B, love you for it. But C, let other people say that. Let everybody else talk about that. We know when you start doing that, it's the Instagram workout video school of working out. You can work out, but you get the clout when you do it, and you're Chase Young and you're pulling the tire, when you're pushing over the obstacle, when you're lifting the heavy thing, and you tell people it's about that grind, then grind and shut up. That's what grind is. Grind is when nobody's watching. You don't tell me about it, you do it. Now, nobody questions, and nobody should question, his work ethic, his effort, his energy, his show up, his stick-to-itiveness, the tenacity. I want my kids to grow up to be like that guy, and I mean that 100%. That's what I'm trying to instill on a daily basis. For example, my oldest son today has soccer practice in this miserable heat. He probably doesn't want to do it. And I'm trying to explain to him, hey, man, if you'd like to get to where you want to go, these are the things you have to do. When it's not sexy, it's not a tournament, it's not a fun little, a showcase game or at your close field with your buddies. This is a grind. This is when it happens, right? I want him to be like Terry McLaurin. This, to me, is a thinly veiled attempt to rally some public opinion, get a couple pitchforks out, get a couple torches out, and have people yell and scream and bang on the door for the team to hurry up and get this done. And I don't appreciate it. If you think that you deserve to be paid more, you've got mechanisms for that. This is one of them. That's all this was to me. And I don't blame somebody for trying to get as much as they can. I don't blame somebody for trying to pay you as little as they can. That's going to happen to you, to me, to everybody listening, unless you own your own thing. And even still, you got to decide how much you're going to pay yourself at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily begrudge the process part of it. I just don't love this. This is one of those things that's, I would say it's out of character. And again, I still love the guy. Doesn't change my view of him. I don't happen to care for this. I don't like this. Your thoughts?
I don't necessarily agree with everything that you're saying, but it was a little bit odd for me that this would come out the way that it did, and for Terry to, because by the way, it's not as if Terry was just out somewhere and everybody ambushed him. You know, it's not like Terry was just at a random steakhouse in Ashburn. It's not like he was at Top Golf in Ashburn and then, a bunch of reporters showed up. This was let people know he's going to be at Eastern Motors for a commercial shoot, and then let's talk afterwards. It was a little bit odd to me that it was set up like that. The message that he had, I kind of thought that he was just going to do the usual. I mean, we'd planned a show, understanding, okay, this is probably a big nothing. Terry's going to...
We'll have a couple clips.
Yeah, Terry's going to say a couple things. He's going to talk about playing with Jaden, how cool last year was. He hopes the contract gets done, and he doesn't want to get into specifics, but, he's hoping to be back with the team before training camp. Typical nothing, right? That you're going to hear from a guy in the middle of a contract negotiation. This clearly was a setup by him and his agent to go out there and get some empathy, right? When you see commercials on television, they're going to show you stuff that draws empathy, right? Stuff that puts you on their side, whether it's, like SPCA commercials, right? They're going to show the dogs and the different stuff, right? To get you on their side. Not to say that's where Terry's at. He's not desperate or anything. He's going to be okay. To your point about, you can miss me with the fact that, I need extra money. You'll be okay. You know what? You've made enough. I'm not worried about that aspect. But this is a clear, the fan base loves this guy. We're going to put him out there in front. He's going to sound disappointed, which I think he genuinely is. I don't think he was out there acting, right? Aside from the commercial shoot, I didn't think he suddenly was you know what, I'm going to go win an Academy Award or something for this. But I think this was a clear play to maybe try to force a little leverage a week out from training camp.
Yeah, and that's kind of my thing. I don't mean to cut you off, Tobes, but that's where I am now in my life. I can't, whatever that is, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't get over it.
I understand that.
So I can't, for example, Grant and I differ on this. We talk about this all the time. Actually, we don't talk about it all the time. Whenever it comes up, we talk about it
all the time.
I suppose it's all the time. I can't watch the Oscars. I can't watch award shows where multimillionaires who take private planes everywhere and have professional dog walkers and assistants to their assistants and can't do their own laundry will lecture me about something. Nope, can't have it. I can't deal with it. I get too mad. Even if I think they're right, by the way, I can't hear you look down on me, the common peasant who fills your coffers because you entertain me, and the CGI was awesome in your movie, right? I can't do it. I can't have what I see as an ulterior motive and not go, nope, I see it. I see it. And again, I understand what's happening, but I also can't, you can't go on my leg and tell me it's raining. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's sort of where I'm at. And when I see it, I get a little bit miffed, a little bit put out. And again, I still love Terry. I want Terry to play here. I want this thing done, and I'm ready to rock and roll.
It's the weird part about professional sports where he says he feels disrespected, yet he's probably going to get $30 million, right? And it's the weird spot where we, as fans, as people that are never going to be in that spot, I don't think can understand their mindset. Because, and look, maybe we're in the right here, saying like, dude, really? But for them, they're looking at it saying, I want to be the highest paid because that to me shows that you respect my ability. Not the 35 million, which I think should show you, right? Like if you gave me 25 million, I would think that you respect my ability pretty well, right? But to them, he's like, I've put out these numbers, now show me accordingly. It's not necessarily that he's frustrated because he's not being offered the full amount. It's more so, I feel like I've earned this ability. I feel like I've earned this money and this respect to be in the top 5, whatever it may be, and I'm not getting the respect. Whether you agree with that or not, that's his mindset. And that's where he gets the answers that he's saying today of, I feel a little bit disappointed, frustrated, feel like there's a little bit of a lack of respect, those sorts of things. If you can empathize with it, great. If you can't, then it kind of missed the mark.
Right. I mean, to me, the best point he has is there's been no contact for a month. That's a good point. That's one of those where I go, okay, yeah, you if we're fencing and I strike a couple shots, I don't know how fencing works. I don't know what it's called. If I score a couple sabers on you, okay, he got me on that one.
Yeah.
They haven't. So that's a valuable data point. If you want me on your side, you can tell me about that. You can tell me that you're frustrated it's gone this long. What have you done about that, by the way? How far have you compromised? Have you given in at all? Have you countered? Have you contacted anybody? Phones work 2 ways. What's your agent doing? I know what your agent's done. Reached out to multiple people to carry your water for you. Talk about how far apart you guys are on negotiations and how frustrated you are. Again, he's doing what he's supposed to do to try to earn you as much money as possible. But again, you can't go, I'm so frustrated about this situation. What exactly have you done about that situation? What have you done so far? And there wasn't much of that. It's, to me, I don't want to say it's out of character.
No, it definitely was.
But it kind of feels like that.
It 100% was. Because generally you get a guy that is very, very quiet. Like when things were going bad on the football field, the worst you ever got was a quote that people tried to throw around as if it was inflammatory when it wasn't, when he jokingly said,
ran cardio.
I've been doing cardio. That's the worst you ever gotten out of him. So for this to be the first time we're like, I think you would say it's out of character. 100%.
So you heard my take. I think it's pretty hot, to be honest with you, because I don't think anybody else feels like I do. And I think that's welcome. 800-636-1067. Again, still love Terry. Still want this done.
Why do you hate Terry?
Exactly. That's how it's going to come off. That's how, when people write this up, that's what it's going to be. I want the football thrown to Terry 130 times this year. I want a huge target share. I want forward progress. I want another 1,100 yards, 7-8 touchdowns. Book it. That's my guy. I did not like this today. 800-636-1067.
I'll try to keep the specifics of it between, my agent and the team, but, I think there is a disconnect of the value of what I bring to the table and how that applies to not only the fair market deal and the fair market value, but what I've proven up until this point and what I still know I can do at a very high level. And just speaking to the point of, you bringing up age, like, obviously that is a part of the NFL. Father Time is undefeated.
Terry McLaurin earlier on today to the assembled media at an Eastern Motors commercial shoot. Took a break from shooting the commercial and spoke to you guys. 800-636-1067 is the number. Still got a chance to win government mule tickets. We'll do that at the end of the program around 6:25 or so today. So I've offered my scalding hot take, I would say. Is that again,
you hate Terry?
I love Terry McLaurin.
Oh, okay.
I want him here. I want the contract signed. I want everybody to leave maybe a little bit disgruntled because you never leave a negotiation happy. But I don't like that he did this today, and that's where I'm at. I've said my piece. What do you guys say? Let's go to Rex in Annapolis. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
What's up, Rex?
Danny, I am 1,000% with you. You took every word out of my soul. That's the first thing I want to say. You were on target. 2, let Adam Peters cook. He's already established Super Bowl attending team as well as playoffs team. Let him cook. I don't like the fact that this was done in this way, in this manner. I'm not sure how this can be recovered moving forward with management. I understand players are going to look out for players, but how do you recover from those words that were spoken? And this was total, I think the agent totally set this up, but I think Terry took the wrong route today, and it took a little bit of kudos from me.
Rex, thank you, buddy. Now, it gets resolved when the deadline comes, contract is in front of you, and you realize you'll lose service time, and it's not going to work unless you actually come and play football and the whole 9 yards. It gets done with money and term in the deal. So I don't think this is irrevocable by any stretch.
Can I say a little pet peeve I have real quick?
Please do.
This has happened with the Nationals, too. Adam Peters didn't build a team in San Francisco. He helped build a team, but he was the assistant general manager. He wasn't the general manager. It's the same stuff that we're hearing. Well, Mike DiBartolo was really the one that did the Juan Soto deal. No, he didn't. Yes, he did groundwork on it. He doesn't get credit for that, like full credit. Mike Rizzo was the general manager. That stuff irks me a little bit. He hasn't done, yes, he deserves credit. He hasn't built a Super Bowl team yet. That was John Lynch's doing with the help of Adam Peters. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and pretend like Adam Peters was the mastermind of everything in San Francisco.
Benjamin, Fort Washington, your thoughts?
What's up, Danny, man? How you doing, man? How y'all doing? What's up, Toby? How you doing?
What's up, man?
Thanks for taking my call, man.
You got it, buddy.
This just feels, Danny, let me just say I'm 100% with you, man. I agree with everything you're saying. I love Terry. He is my favorite wide receiver. But this felt like the old scams, man. It's so scripted. I mean, it felt weird. I mean, the media was present. This guy was there shooting a commercial. He's actually at work, right? So why are we there talking salaries at Eastern Motors? I mean, it's just crazy work here, Danny. It just felt like the old scams, man. It didn't sit right with me, man.
Appreciate
I just
you.
wanted to say that.
No, I smell what you're cooking. I mean, again, this is something that he wanted to do.
Clearly.
It's from his camp. People, media was told, this is where I'm going to be and I'm going to talk. It wasn't in Ashburn. Wasn't at the facility. Obviously couldn't be because of the contract deal. But this is something that he wanted to get out there. And it's not my favorite thing that he's done. I'll say it that way. Bob, Alexandria. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
What's up, Bob?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Got it.
So, I mean, I think this gets resolved one of two ways, right? And I don't think you're going to like it, but either he's going to be the top paid wide receiver in football in terms of average annual value, right? Or they trade him. They're clearly very far apart, but the wide receiver market's inflating so much faster than every other position. He is a top 5 player. He has all the leverage, so he's probably going to break the Justin Jefferson contract. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, buddy. So he's not getting what Jamar Chase got.
No.
40. I don't think he gets to Jefferson either. And I don't even know if he's asking. Again, we don't know what he's asking for.
Well, I can tell you one thing, that we've heard reports that he's at least not asking for Chase, right? I don't know if it's above Jefferson. From what early reports said, he wasn't trying to set the market. So I would assume it's somewhere in that 33, 34. We don't know for sure. But yeah, if he's getting up into the 40, then yeah, maybe this is a different conversation. But I don't think he's going there.
Scott, Silver Spring. What's up, man? You're on the fan. Thanks for waiting.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
Danny, I agree totally with about 99% of what you said, and I'm more concerned now because one of the first things Adam Peters said coming into the off season was a priority was getting him signed. That drug on, and it didn't happen. But Terry coming out today, doing what he did, that was so unlike him. I have to, like you said, I have to believe that was his agent. But one thing I want to talk about is everybody saying, well, he should be paid for what he's done. No, that's not how it works. He's already been paid for what he's done. Good teams pay players for what they think are going to be that year or whatever, how many years they sign them for.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we are. And I believe the people to this point that we have in place are competent. It's no longer – we didn't have somebody come out and you didn't hear a leak, somebody blasting Terry after he made his comments. Everything's under, control on our side. I want Terry here. I love Terry. I hope they find a way to work it out, but it was either Bill Walsh or George Seifert that said that. Like, we're not paying somebody for what they let Montana go. I mean, come on, man. This is it. Like Terry said it a million. He was so repetitive in his comments today, and it was kind of annoying. I love Terry, but he said a million times it's a business. Yeah, you're right. It is.
Yeah, and that's what business looks like. I appreciate the phone call. JB Waldorf, what's up, man? You're on the fan.
What's up, JB?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What's going on, fellas? And excuse me for my ignorance if I messed this up. But I don't know if there was other people asking him questions. I only heard JP Finley's part of the question.
No, there were definitely other people.
Yeah, few assembled media. Yeah.
Okay, so from what I heard, the JP Finley part of it, he asked him what was his frustration level of it, and I think that's where the disconnect is coming in at. Like, he just answered the question that was asked of him, and like people are now. I'm saying all these people, people at my job, people at all these places. They used to be a big Terry fan. Now all of a sudden, now that he wants money, get rid of him. We can get somebody else. Toby, what you said earlier about Deebo Samuel is on point. They are going to make him the guy. That's why they put him on a 1-year deal, some cheap stuff. And if this didn't work out with Terry, they're going to give him the money. That's what this is all setting up for.
JB, appreciate you, dude. So the folks where you work turning on him. I'm not there. I don't mean to make that impression. Again, I try to qualify what I said. So to say, well, he's just answering questions, I think there's an important distinction here. This isn't a post-game press conference that's required media. This isn't one of those at your locker where you're, just it's pro forma. You got to do the thing or you got to go to the podium and address the media at some point, okay? This is a press conference basically that he called.
Correct.
He let people know, hey, come to Eastern Motors where your job is your credit and ask me some questions about my deal. I'm going to speak on it. And so the idea that it's just, well, just answer a question. Well, sure. He's not just answering a question. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between...
No, he set this up.
Yeah,
he wanted to get his message out.
Yeah, standing at the podium and going, well, I can't really talk about that, versus I'm frustrated, I'm upset, I'm angry, I'm disappointed. At who? The team. This is a leverage attempt. This
100%.
is a public pressure attempt. And again, you're allowed to do that. This doesn't violate any rule. I don't want a suspension. I'm not, like, saying screw him. No. Nowhere near any of that.
And even to your point, I mean, I think I might be the most foremost Terry guy at this station. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I didn't love what he did today. So even being the guy that is most in his corner, I'm like, would I have gone about it differently? Probably a little bit. So I don't think you're alone in this thinking that maybe this wasn't your best approach. Now, did they maybe just feel like this is the card that they have to play? Maybe it is worse than we're thinking. And this was their trump card. This was the final thing. This is them going all in and saying, well, this is our last thing that we can do. I hope it's not that point. But maybe that's what they're viewed it as. I don't know.
So I've kind of offered my take here. Again, I love Terry. Want this done, but I did not like today. A lot of people have, and again, it's totally fair. It's what was intended. Have, what do we call it? The pom-poms out. They're super excited. They're pumped up. They're on Terry's side against the big bad team who's made their little Terry upset. To me, I'm kind of going, we should have done that. That's where I'm at. I thought I would be catching a little more Eric Flack. But I know some of you guys are out there. Somebody drops off 800-636-1067. Remember your chance to win government mule tickets at the end of the show today, but your call's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin said he is frustrated with the state of contract negotiations. Earlier today, he said, quote, I've been pretty frustrated, not going to lie. Everything that has transpired has been pretty disappointing. I want to continue my career here. I've created my life here, so I want to be here. Just to see how things have played out has been disappointing. He also said that there haven't been talks in over a month. Also today, the team announced today that they're going to retire Art Monk's number 81. It's going to be in Week 9 of Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. It's also going to be the debut of the Super Bowl-era uniforms. Also in the NFL today, some contracts agreed to. The Chiefs agreed to a 4-year extension with offensive guard Trey Smith, making him the highest-paid guard in NFL history, $92 million over 4 seasons, $70 million guaranteed. The Jets agreed to a 4-year extension with corner Sauce Gardner one day after they agreed to a 4-year extension with Garrett Wilson. 4 years, $120.4 million, $60 million guaranteed. It makes him the highest-paid corner in NFL history. In the NBA, Summer League action tonight, Wizards and Sixers. That'll be at 8:30. And in baseball, All-Star game tonight, 8 p.m. first pitch. Paul Skeens takes on Tarek Skubal to start the game. Mackenzie Gore slated to pitch in the 5th inning. James Wood set to make his first appearance as well in the All-Star game. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort, are now $200 off every window. Visit TheWindowman.com for your free consultation. $200 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Final furlong here, G&D on The Fan. Tobes in for GP. We are sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And end of this segment, get a chance to win some government mule tickets. We will do that right here in about 16 minutes or so. But I've offered you, if you're just tuning in, my hot take. I love Terry. Do not like what he did today. It was designed to get people to rally to his cause and try to put some pressure on the team. I don't like that, quite frankly, because that's what it was. There's a guy that is up there telling you about how great he is, how he's done everything right, and he has. That's all true. Again, it's not really, you can't do, again, the reverse can't be true. Adam Peters can't go, I've done a lot right. I drafted Jaden Daniels. I signed Zach Ertz when he was left for dead.
Mm-hmm.
I went and got Bobby Wagner when other people weren't really that sure. And I paid Frankie Louvu, and he's been a weapon for us. Does he get to do that? Does he get to back pat? Again, to me, I know what you're doing. And because of that ulterior motive, I sort of sift through the rah-rah. I sift through the aggrandizing. I sift through the back patting and the self-compliments there. Again, I still love Terry. What happened today doesn't change that. He's a great player. I want him here. Ring of Honor player. They're much better with him. I want this done. But at the same time, Tobes, I don't love what he did today.
Yeah, it's just totally different than what you usually see with Terry McLaurin, where everything is non-inflammatory. Everything is just so company-driven. Everything is so team-oriented. This is a little bit different. He's never been one to talk really about himself. Whenever he talks about anything that he's done, he might talk about his perspective, but he's going to talk about, man, but how good was Jaden today? And how good was the rest of the team and the offensive line and, the defense and everything else? This was a little bit of a different tone from Terry today. I think it is fair to say that this was out of character. And even though I'm probably the biggest fan of Terry here, I didn't love what he did today. I don't, fully agree with some of the stuff that you said, but in general, this felt different than what we've seen with Terry. But at the same point, maybe they're looking at it as this is kind of one of their last straws or last cards that they can play as a negotiation tactic. I'm just hoping this thing gets done and we can look back on this and say it was a ridiculous saga that went far too long, and we're playing football and 17 suiting up in burgundy and gold in week 1.
Let's get as many calls as we can in here. It's the Fan after all. Bobby in Warsaw, what's up, bud? You're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you once again. What I see with this, I don't know what Terry is going for, but I have a feeling that maybe guaranteed money is part of it. And really, I'd rather pay him $35 million a year with maybe 1 year of guaranteed money than I would like $28 million with all the guaranteed money, because he could sit 1 foot on the field and you still owe him, $80 million or something. And not only will he get that, but you can't use all that money if he never plays again. That takes away from the limit. So that guaranteed money is kind of crazy to me.
Bobby, appreciate you, dude. There's a lot of nuances to the contract. And again, every time I think I've got NFL contracts understood, I hear the difference between practical guarantees due at signing, roster bonuses. It's all complicated. I mean, you can, like, what always happens now, we talked about this early on in the show, contract gets negotiated, and now the agent who negotiated it is mentioned specifically in Adam Schefter's tweet. It's like, come on, dude. Not one of us cares. But for them, it's free PR, and they send it right away to the guy that, gets their message out for them. Let's go to Derek in Manassas. Been very patient. Derek, what's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Give me just a little bit of runway. So Adam Peters came from where? San Francisco, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you've ever seen where Debo had problems, Greg Kittle had problems, Brandon Ayuk had problems, all of them went out to the public, and it was broadcast out there on their negotiations. And I'm just kind of wondering if this is like a tactic that maybe he might have picked up from his new teammate. Don't know, but that seemed like the only way those guys ever got paid. So just a thought.
Thank you, Derek.
No, I think it's 100% right.
Yeah,
This is their negotiation tactic.
Yeah, and it is what gives me empathy for McLaurin, because this is an uncomfortable way to do business, quite frankly. And I've had many jobs in my day. I'm much older than a lot of you guys working here. And you're sitting there going, are they ever going to talk to me about my contract? Like, my contract is up in 2 weeks, 10 days, 6 days, tomorrow. And, then you get the email like, hey, can you come on up and talk? And it's like, oh, my God. And and you're sitting there freaking out about it. I have gone through that. That is 100% a thing. So it's frustrating when you don't hear anything for a month. I get that. And that's where he's got my empathy, sympathy, whatever word you want to use, when McLaurin talks about that, where they haven't reached out to his camp, again, according to him, in a month. I don't love that. Okay? That's the best notch in his cap for me. I think you can say that. I think if this were true, I would offer the following. Say I'm Terry McLaurin. I would go, we've tried to counter a number of times. We've tried to explain our position a number of times, and they won't move. They're not even reaching back out to us, right? They're doing what Scott Boras does. I wouldn't say that, but you know what I mean? They're doing they're just running and hiding. They're not even talking to us. That's really frustrating. But when you have these vagaries of disrespect and you're not valuing what I did or what I've done, based on what? You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like you're pretty valued. Sounds like Dan Quinn values you. Sounds like your teammates value, who have all reached out to you. Sounds like Adam Peters and company value. Now, that hasn't translated into the contract offer you wanted just yet. I understand that that's what you want, but again, it's something about the pandering notion of it that bothers me, Tobes.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's not. While this does send a message to the team, I think this is pretty obvious that this could drum up a lot of some of the reaction we've seen today, right? From the fan base. Pay him. I mean, heck, I joined in, right? Like, pay that man his money. That was clearly the message that was going to be sent by the fan base. And that was a card that they were willing to play. I don't think that I would have done that. Now, maybe it was, again, maybe they're viewing this as desperation. They're a week out from training camp. So it's not as if this is something where they played this in the middle of March. Like, that we're a week out from training camp. It is getting to a point where something needs to be done. And it is odd to me that you are a week out from when veterans are supposed to report and there hasn't been communication, even in the last week. Like, I get that sometimes that's a negotiation tactic as well, just to be like, you know what, we're going to let this sit for a month. We're going to go away and I get that can happen, but wouldn't you think that now's the time that you would be like, all right, we're in active negotiations now. Now is when we're kind of working. So it's kind of interesting. I can see both sides of it.
Let's go to Brady, Silver Spring. What's up, man? You're on the fan.
What's up, boys? So, Danny, I appreciate kind of your prerequisitions and like how you kind of qualified your statement and everything. But here's where I kind of disagree. Terry's been, around this. He's been around for years so far. He's been the guy. He's been high upstanding character. Everything so far that you could have asked for him coming out of the draft. So I worry that just because he maybe is doing this, if he's doing all this, he has to be shocked. Maybe it is a little out of character, but there has to be something going on that's at least getting him to this point. And maybe it was the Garrett Wilson deal finally coming alive, and he finally saw that go through. But I feel like he is a game changer. He's allowed to do this type of stuff, and it doesn't take away anything from me that he's calling this this little press conference while he's doing his commercial shoot, because they haven't talked to him in a month. What he said, maybe that's not totally true. We don't know that, but I'm going to trust Terry because I have been. But I think of him as more than just a player and more than just a guy numbers on the field. He's a franchise cornerstone. He's done everything we could have asked and more since we drafted him, been through the dark ages, all of that. And I'm not saying he deserves to be paid just solely on that. He's coming off of a career year with an actual good quarterback, finally. It's nice that we have one of those. But a lot of times when teams are actually moving on from these franchise cornerstones and stuff like that, it's because there's a guy behind them that they think is maybe ready, or because they're going into a rebuild. And we're not in either of those situations. If anything, we're in a win-now mode, and maybe, we can see what we got from him this year and then maybe move on next year, whatever. But who are we giving that money to? And, I'm not giving that to Debo. I'm a Gamecock, too. I love Debo. And he's a year younger, a little bit more injury-prone. I don't see Terry falling off or getting into any sort of that situation. I don't see why there's even a reason we don't even, this should already be done.
Yeah, Brady, great call, buddy. Really appreciate that. So, again, I don't think I disagree with anything you said. But my point is, those are the conversations that are being had when negotiations occur, right? The Garrett Wilson deal is germane. Here's why. Team's going, well, here's why it's not. Okay, fine. The DK Metcalf deal is germane. Team's going, here's why it's not. They're going, well, the DJ Moore deal, and they're going, what about the Mike Evans deal? And the team and the agent can respond. Negotiations, they're happening in private, right? You're not airing dirty laundry. He did today.
Yeah, very plain and simple. He did. And it was out of character for him. I don't think that you can say otherwise, because he's never really made it about himself, and this clearly was about himself. And whether you agree or not, I think everybody wants this guy back, with the exception of a few trolls. Everybody wants this guy back. And I think we all want to see this guy suit up for the team. And we can argue about how much he's worth and all those different things. But I think at the end of this, did it change at all to you? Do you think this gets done? Did anything today make you feel like it's less of a chance it gets done today?
I think that's why my concern level went from a 3, a 2, or 3 to 12. I do think there's enough. If you say enough things, if you're stubborn enough, I'm not saying Terry is or the team is, but yes, damage can happen.
Sure.
Right? So I'm now open that there is a remote possibility.
Correct.
That it somehow doesn't work.
I think that's the best way to say it.
Yeah, I still think it's if I'm going to the betting window, it's not worth betting on that it gets done.
Correct.
It's like you bet $1 to get 7 cents back. There's no point to it. Let's go to Carl Fairfax. What's up, buddy? You're on the fan.
Hey, buddy. Hey. Just want to say I love the show. Hey, but the thing is this. I know the organization, right, loves Jane Daniel. That's their son. I know that Terry is a stepson that they love. But look, I just want to speak to the organization, talk to them. Look, everybody, all the players in the NFL is kind of looking into this, because they know that Terry is a player that we love. We love. Jane Daniel might be most popular, but we love Terry, Scary Terry. And I feel like if we don't sign him, it doesn't have to be his number, but if you don't get this done, I feel like other players are going to be scared to come to us.
And that, by the way, is part of what this was about today. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate the phone call. Right?
100%.
Again, this is a pure leverage attempt to try to grab as much as they can. Whereas I keep hammering this, and it sounds like I don't care about Terry or I'm anti. I'm not at all. The current CBA, if players don't like it, you got to take it up with your union rep and go to war and get fighting. The way the current structure is, you don't get reward for the holdout anymore. The fines that teams can levy, the service time you don't accrue.
Well, and by the way, you can't waive the fines. Last I checked, right? That's the new thing.
The team can forgive it if they want to.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I thought they changed that, but regardless, either way, you can give fines, right?
Mm-hmm.
The big thing here is even fines regardless, whatever. It's the fact that you can't sit out for a full year because then you're in the same situation where you have 1 year left in your contract.
Le'Veon Bell's the cautionary tale, dude.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to show up and play football somewhere this year. You just hope it's in D.C.
Brian, Austin, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Just a couple points that you guys have made earlier. One was this is the first time we've reached a crossroads, and also the fact that Terry McLaurin makes a mention that the team has been rather distant. And my thought is just like you, we've worked in a handful of places at our age, and maybe this is the stance that this management's going to take. Maybe they don't talk to people that are not in their contract year, and they're going to stand on that. They're not going to let players dictate how contracts are going to go, and that's kind of what I feel like they're going to do. They're just going to play it out, and nothing's going to happen. They're just going to say, okay, you want to sit out, but we'll talk to you next year. That's all I got.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, they hold the cards when push comes to shove as this thing progresses. Mike Gaithersburg, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, buddy.
I just wondering what Washington's plan B is if Terry does not return. That's all I got.
Yeah, it is. And let's do that tomorrow, Tobes.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic question.
Big time question, because there is no plan, really. Debo is your plan, and then you better hope that Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane are awesome, because you're in a bad spot otherwise.
Yeah. And there's somebody brought this up earlier. There's no heir apparent waiting on Alert 5. I mean, I like Debo Samuel a lot. I think I'm more bullish on his year than you are, Tobes. But even still, that's not the same thing. That's like saying, hey, you ate my apple. And it's like, well, yeah, I got your strawberry. Strawberries are good, but I had an apple over here. You know what I mean? That's different. Charles, Capitol Heights. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
What's up, Danny?
Hey,
How y'all doing?
Good, man.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, my thing is I didn't like what Terry did today. And if they did this today, what are they doing in negotiations? I heard a report, not that I know if it's accurate or not, they're asking for crazy money in negotiations. So, everybody can't just say it's the team. They got to look at what Terry and his management team is doing in order to make things right. So, and I got one more thing. Danny, don't let Grant come back just because he hugged Ortiz and decide he want more money.
That popped me. If you missed that yesterday, for some reason, David Ortiz, who has met everybody, is friends with everybody, and knows everybody, we think mistook Grant for like a former acquaintance, came up to him and spoke to him only in Spanish and gave him an enormous big poppy hug.
Yeah.
I will remind you, Grant met David Ortiz once at Nats Park during the Futures game, I think, years ago, when the All-Star game was here. And Grant doesn't speak Spanish. Just to remind you, that was the case. That's a great poll. That made me laugh. Chris, Brandywine, final word on this.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to calm a little bit down. I understand it. But I think, with the teams, they oftentimes will go these long distances and not. What it sounds like from Terry is that they gave him an offer and then they haven't said nothing else to him. And that's a strategy. Basically, it seems like they got him right where they want him to be because he's kind of anxious, he's kind of nervous. And then when they come back with that updated number, he may be more willing to sign because he wants to put an end to this. It can go one of two ways. Either you piss the player totally off or or they're more anxious to sign, depending on the personality.
100%.
Yeah, sharp point.
It's
the last thing I would just say is we don't know about a trade like Trey Henderson's or somebody like that they do later on and pull the trigger, how that's going to affect the cap when you got a big gold cap number now for Terry. That's another thing they got to consider.
Totally.
It's more than just him.
Yeah, you're trying to make I appreciate it, Chris. That's a great phone call. You're trying to make the team as good as it can be this year and then build for 26 and 27
Yes.
and beyond. Totally right. Again, it sounds like it's just small potatoes. If it's over $500,000 for an AAV, if it's over $1 million practical guarantees or whatever, okay, fine. If you're this, it sounds like you're far apart.
Yes.
With the rhetoric right now. If it's small potatoes, then whatever. But that's the big picture point here is there is a 53. What is it? 48 active on game days now with the new rules? 48,
I think so, yeah.
48 will be playing in uniform in week 1, in week 17. And that's true until they change that number.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the games will go on with or without you. That's the cruelty of pro sports. I think that's kind of my big takeaway here is I get what's happening, but I just need everyone to acknowledge what's happening. I guess it's my way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's funny because generally with these situations, you would say that 95% of the time, people side with the team. That's not the case with this one. I think you would say that a majority of people side with the player here. And it's just interesting because you get to this point and this would have been the one that everyone would assume would have been the easiest, right? They would assume, well, yeah, you're going to pay Terry. I mean, are you kidding me? And we've gotten to a point now where other options have at least opened up. Are they likely? No. Are they even kind of likely? No. But is there at least a 1% chance that he's not playing for this team next year? Yeah. And I think no one thought it was going to get to this point, and it has. So I think it's eye-opening. I still think that there's a really good shot that he is getting a contract, maybe even before training camp. Maybe, this press conference is something that we talk about today, and then by the end of the week, we're talking about him signing a new deal. Who knows? But it was just a bit of an interesting, out-of-character kind of moment for Terry McLaurin to focus on himself and his contract situation, and something that has driven the news cycle today because
Certainly
I don't
has.
think anyone expected this.
Yeah, we got a regular scheduled show tomorrow. We'll see what else breaks when we get back together at 2. Caller 10, 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to Government Mule Friday, October 31st at Warner Theater. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit 1067thefandc.com/events. There's, I love you. We got to change that. I read the right website. It still says pgc.com. It's not.
That's on me.
It's not. I mean, it just isn't. It's not. I mean, we like them.
Come on, Darius.
But we're going to 1067thefandc.com for that. Caller 10-800-636-1067. You'll win them tickets. For Ben, for Bennett, for Darius, for Tobes, let's do it tomorrow, my friend, at 2.
Let's do it.
Linnell in overtime is next. Until then, this has been 1067 The Terry.
Thank you for coming.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Terry McLaurin said he's frustrated with the state of contract negotiations, saying there hasn't been talk in over a month. The team also announced today that they're going to retire Art Monk's number 81 in Week 9 of Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. That'll also be the debut of the Super Bowl era uniform. Some contract news today. Chiefs agreed to a contract with their offensive guard Trey Smith, 4 years, $92 million, $70 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid guard in NFL history. The Jets agreed to a 4-year extension with cornerback Sauce Gardner, 4 years, $120.4 million, $60 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid corner in NFL history. NBA Summer League tonight, Wizards and Sixers at 8:30, and a baseball All-Star game tonight at 8 o'clock. Tarek Skubal goes for the American League, Paul Skeens for the National League. Mackenzie Gore slated to pitch in the 5th inning for the NL, and James Woods had to make his first appearance off the bench. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.